pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it.
I just started there.
Yeah. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Playing hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kick us out of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses in any way the weekend. There's some asshole think that he can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue going see. We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kick us out of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Talk big game till you learn it ain't one. Catching nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. Yeah, domino, trying to cook some great stuff.
You can keep ducking, this be the season for hunting. We down and new in our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending it's nothing, but we can tell you be frontin'. Try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all tucked and we calling out all your bluffs and we telling you what is what and we saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one, cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all.
We've ended careers before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni Kenshin. We kick us out of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah. Was to end my life, chance for repentance be denied. They want to see me crucified, a mass hysterical delight. I cry out, God forgive them, for they not know what they are doing. They see their barbarism simply as a mute. I'm not a religion, but I am your God. It takes more than scripture to get you to stop this facade. I have already won. My name has been branded right onto the flesh of your tongue. Trying to tell you that I'm not the one. But whatever's whatever, and when it is all said and done, you wish you could be me. You wish you could be me, wish it were that easy. I'm not
realize that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity.
Listen up, Anita keeps denying the pussy, bitch. You'll find me in. It's not like these fucking who get down on their knees and go shrine to the pussy, please. Cause how am I supposed to even compete with African wildebeest? This slut married a millionaire, took most of the hair that grows on his head. She just wanted to date a tramp and shoot heroin. Trust me, she'd come drain Froggy fresh too if I didn't boot her from the main event. We never faking, never go woke. I tell you, been awakened. Man, she's one with the pigs. How can she hate bacon? And she'd say something like, if you ain't earned your strike, boy, I guess it's there for the taking. I took 2 shots right to the hippocampus. Shook like a bitch while my bitch spread her fat puss. Took 2 shots right to the hippocampus and started crying right before I hit the canvas. Damn, that's a motherfucking. Can you remember when you weren't such a dude? I thought you were actually funny when you weren't such a nothing but a everywhere I go. Look at this damn. Now that's a straight up.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave.
I got bullied for my packed lunch when I was at school. Dropped my head in the toilet, wrapped a chain and then pulled. One day I called in. I thought it would be cold. 20 years later, I don't throw punches, I prep bowls. And my wife's fucked at least 100 of the same fools. They've stretched the bitch open with their medical tools.
Shut the fuck up, Ian, and sit on the cock stool.
Babe, my head's still in the toilet eating all the soft stool. You dumb bitch, how can you display the gash to everyone at the motherfucking creator clash? So guess they finally grasped that G-rated ass is worth 20 times more than a chin made of glass. Can still taste dried up jizz on this beta cash. Let's just say some niggas became attached. Ian dropped the keys, dropped the paper stash. Didn't even leave here with my name attached. That's all in the past, I'm the future of this bitch. Why else would they call me Beta Max? Man, the piece is a blast. Sometimes we sit back and laugh and just freeze frame the moment that my face got smashed. She says that it's her favorite match, my greatest chance to get a semi-dilated snatch. So when your legs open smoothly and almost mechanically, I know it's the ass whooping fucking Wasabi handed me. God damn, that's a motherfucking. Can you remember when you weren't such a dude? I thought you were actually funny when you weren't such a nothing but a everywhere I go. Look at this damn. Now that's straight up. I'm also sorry to all the black viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video. I was being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's feelings.
Don't worry. I totally didn't forget to turn on the model again. Oh, goodness. Hold on. My computer's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. What day is it? Eric, give me one moment. We'll play that video. Here, you know what? Let's play that video right now.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-woo!
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico? I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day!
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Okay. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh my goodness. Yeah, give me 2 seconds, chat. Give me 2 seconds. You think you get everything ready, and instead you end up forgetting literally the one thing that is most important. Again, yes. For those that wonder why I forget, it's what happens when you restart your computer and you forget that that your model isn't up. You get everything else up. You get everything else in there. But the model. All right. Here, let me play this as a joke.
Would you buy that? None of y'all wouldn't buy that. You're not fucking stupid.
I hope you liked chat. Besides the minor scuff, maybe I should start over. I don't know. But besides the minor scuff, hello everybody. Happy here. Happy. There it goes. Happy hump day, chat. Oh my goodness. Today I have got content. For some reason, when I approach the end of the week, because here's the thing. The end of the week is always the moment where I'm like, okay, I have to start thinking about what I do on Wednesday, because Wednesday has become my favorite stream of the week to do. I have a lot of favorite streams. Now, to be honest with you, I have a lot of favorite streams out of the week. I enjoy a bunch of different streams because for multiple different reasons. I like Wednesday streams the most, though, because they are the most fun for me to prepare. They're the ones that I can go on the longest. I can do the most stuff on them. I feel like I have the most freedom for them. And yeah, for the most part, you know, I really enjoy these streams, and people seem to be loving them as well, which is great because I enjoy them. But how are you guys doing today? How are you all doing? We are here, by the way, to go through. It is a very serious event today, chat. Very serious event today. All right, I decided that it is not a laughing matter today. Plus, you know, I'm still breaking in the new outfit. A lot of people have told me they enjoy the new outfit, so that's good. That's good. Excuse me. But I hope everyone's having a good day today. I had a good day yesterday. Really? Well, did you have a good day today? My question is whether or not you had a good day today. Because if you didn't have a good day today, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. But I hope everyone's having a good day today. I'm having a good day today. Chat, can I show you something? Here, let me see here. I think I took some pictures that I can show you. I think I took a picture I can show you. Let me see. I was thinking about doing another hand picture, but you're gonna have to watch the hand stream in order to see that. But chat, I got something in the mail today. One of my gracious fans, I'm not gonna say who unless they want me to say, decided that they were gonna assist me in getting my computer updated, because my main computer that I've had ever since like 2019, 2020, that I spent a pretty decent penny on. In my personal opinion, I overspent on it. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Seeing how much money it costs me now to get this computer up and running, or how much money will be spent on getting it up and running, because like what's going into the new PC, or really it's more like I'm upgrading the parts, but it really is a brand new PC at this point because I'm abandoning the motherboard, I'm abandoning the CPU. The only things that are gonna like be carried over is the water cooler and the hard drives, but everything else is gonna stay in the old computer for the most part. And that computer is, we're probably gonna recycle it into a deep storage system because I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. Hopefully that's not too loud. I am deciding that computer, it still has use. Thankfully, even though it is getting up there, the motherboard and the CPU are aging, unfortunately, and it is no longer like the fastest thing on the market. And I've been experiencing some minor issues with it. I can still use it for something. And that thing I'm going to be using it for is deep storage. So what I'm going to do is I am going to recycle the motherboard, the CPU, and some of the hard drives. I'm going to recycle the HHDs for sure. Those are the ones that are definitely going to be recycled into this, and a couple of the other ones. Because here, let me show you. Let me show you what I got right now. Okay. All right, here. Let me show you what I got right now. All right, so this is a brand new. Don't pay attention to the floor. My apartment was a mess literally until this morning. Because when I came back from my vacation, I got right to work because work started literally in a day after I got back. And I hadn't had a chance to actually like clean until today. So I finally got my apartment clean. I've been working all week, streaming and then working. And today is the day I finally got to make my apartment clean. I feel so happy. I feel so happy, chat. By the way, chat, I'm in a Jordan Peterson right now. When was the last time you guys cleaned your room? All right, when was the last time you cleaned your room? All right, because when you clean your room, you feel fucking fantastic. It feels so great. Like, I wanted to spend some dedicated time and clean my room, but I've been so busy with work because work is asking for some overtime. And I'm like, yes, please, I would like some overtime, especially since I forwent some of my paycheck to go on my vacation. So I'm doing some overtime right now. And now is the day, today and tomorrow, is the day I would have had the ability to clean. So I did all my cleaning. I did my vacuuming. I got all my laundry clean. I scrubbed the inside of my bathroom. I got my tub nice and clean. I'm so happy. So fucking happy for that. But this came in yesterday. Someone said F in the chat for Asus. I don't know what you mean. I think that this is one of the better motherboards on the market. I'm actually really excited about it, because it has quite a lot on it. And again, I do want to give a special thank you to the anonymous fan. Again, if they want to out themselves, they're more than welcome to. I will not do that for them. I will not do that for them. But they decided to assist me with this. I'm very gracious for that, and I'm really happy because this thing comes with a lot, especially on the side here. I wish I took a picture of the side of it. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can scroll down and find a picture of it. Actually, I can just look on the Amazon page. The Amazon page should show it. Dude, let me pull up the... And I'm not actually going to pull up the Amazon page like here because it still shows my city. So what I'm going to do is I am going to open the image in a new tab because I'm smart like that. Just a tiny bit. Not really smart, you know. But I am at least just a tiny bit smart. Here, let me take that out. We're going to slide this over here. Here is the Amazon page for it. I'm actually excited for this. So this is the motherboard here. It's got 8 USB slots. I think my current PC has 8 USB slots as well. Technically it has like 9 or 10. And this one right here is specifically for the BIOS, but it has 8 USB slots and 4 of them are like speed, which is exciting. I'm very, very exciting. And it's got a lot of other random stuff in here as well. Some stuff I probably won't use. I have no idea, but I'm very excited about it. It's also got a lot more cool things. If you take off this plate right here, this whole plate right here, by the way, is a gigantic heat sink, a giant heat sink. And so is this. This thing is a big fat piece of metal that you could just like hold in your hand. There's room for 4 M2s, and I'm very excited about that. Very excited about that because then I'll have the ability to upgrade my space. Unfortunately, I am being downgraded from 4 SATA connections to 2. My current computer has 4 SATA connections and 1 M2 slot. This one has 2 SATA connections and 4 M2 slots, so it's kind of a mixed match. Now, I don't have any M2 SSDs yet. I think we're gonna get one. We're gonna get one, and that is what's going to which is gonna be put under this slab here. This hunk of steel right here is where we're going to put the boot drive. I think, and I'm excited for that. So yeah, we got this in. I'm very happy, very excited. Brand new computer coming my way. Basically, and the old one, so what I'm gonna do is the current one, the one I am using right now to play video games and to do most of my streaming on, that one is going to be recycled into a storage computer, or well, storage. There's another real name for it, but like it's going to be used for storage, and the plan is to just use it for deep storage of all of my shit. I gotta spend like a day right now and do some organization of all my shit, because I have a lot of hard drives that have a bunch of random videos on it, and I need to organize deep storage videos, and I need to organize regular videos and shit that I want to just organize into there, so that if I decide I need those videos again, I will get them, because my job is never to lose any of my content. I know a lot of content creators have this problem where they lose their videos because some of them don't like back them up, I guess. And so my plan is to back up all of my shit because I want that to be the case. And so the current computer will basically be recycled into something like that. But anyway, that's kind of like a minor life update. It's still going to take a little while to get all of the parts here, because the CPU is on its way, I believe. And then we'll need the RAM and the drive. And once we get all that, I'll be able to take the cooler from the current computer, slot it into the other one. And then we can get it going. We'll create a new beast. And funny enough, because it has a white case on it, I will show a picture of the computer when it's all done. I won't share the case right now, but it is a white case with a white motherboard. The only thing that's going to be like black inside it is the cables and the cooler. So I was thinking about calling it the white supremacist or some dumb shit like that. Just for fun, calling it the white supremacist. And then my other computer that I use for streaming has a white case as well. But it's not like all white on the inside. I don't know. I was just thinking about calling it that just as a silly joke. Probably not going to call it that. Probably not. But that is kind of like the silliness that I was thinking of. Mostly just to make fun of that kind of shit because, you know, it's whatever. I don't know. The reverse Oreo, something like that. Anyway, you're not here to talk about my computer today. All right. We're not here to talk about that today, chat. Today, we are here to talk about some very sad, very unfortunate news. I'm not calling it that. I'm not calling it that. But anyway, we are not going to talk about my personal self all day because I do that all the time anyway. Today, we're on the beautiful and glorious... Hell yeah. On Hump Day, we're going to talk about an event that just happened. Ooh, it is rain. I can hear some thunder outside. Hopefully my... It sounds like it's going to rain outside. That's good. That's good. We always need rain wherever you are, unless it like rains every day. It doesn't rain every day where I live, but whenever it does rain, it's really nice to hear. But anyway, we are going to talk about some very sad drama that has befallen us. All right, chat. Today we're going to be doing a bit of a retrospective. All right, and here was what I'm going to do. We're going to turn off the music because I am pretty sure this is going to be my video for next week. But today we have to mourn the loss, chat, because unfortunately, Creator Clash is dead. Or at the very least, Creator Clash 3 is dead. We have absolutely no idea if there will be a Creator Clash 4. I hope and pray to God, angels, and these witnesses that Creator Clash will stay dead forever and ever. All right. My hope is because they have taken the Creator Clash brand. I don't even think it belonged to Anissa and Ian in the first place. Or excuse me, Anissa and Anissa's husband. I don't think it belonged to them in the first place. However, I hope that the people that own this brand say to themselves, yeah, we're not going to touch this ever again. We're not going to touch this ever again. And they're just going to vault it like Disney vaults movies that you never see again as well. But I'm going to read this. We're going to talk about this. Today is kind of going to be a retrospective where we go through some of the promotion for Creator Clash 3. We talk about the controversy of Creator Clash 3. We talk about some of the boxers' perspectives. Unfortunately, I'm unable to get them all because some of them I wasn't able to find in the couple of hours that I decided to devote to looking for all of this stuff. But we are going to go through some of the most important parts of the drama for this. I'm going to share my perspectives for this. I did it. What's funny is I recently tried to find, because there was, when the trailer for this came out, which we will be rewatching, by the way, we will be going through this, by the way, we're going to have a retrospective look at this, by the way. Okay. When I remember when I went through this, I think that was when I had another VTuber on screen and we're like, oh my gosh, Creator Clash 3 is happening. And I kind of had to explain the Creator Clash drama. And I was kind of just like, this is not going to happen. This is going to be such a trash fire. And I was right. I was right. But anyway, we're going to go through a whole lot of stuff. We're going to go through some pictures. We're going to go through some videos. So sit down, have some fun. We also have other stuff we're going to cover today. We also have... Okay. Chat. We have some serious to go through today as well. We have some serious stuff to go through today as well. Now, I am not a political person. Just try my best not to be, at the very least, because I know that politics suck and nobody gives a shit about them. But we are going to dip our toes into the politics sector today, specifically, okay? Specifically because Jeffrey Epstein has been declared over. The investigation itself is over. And the FBI was basically like, he did KYS and he is not part of a conspiracy and he's not guilty of some of the things they said he was. Okay. Okay. I have some videos on that we're going to watch specifically. I know that CoffeeZilla has made some very good videos on that. Videos I listen to, and I will make sure that you guys have the chance to watch on your own time if you want. But we're going to go through that today as well. We're going to go through that today as well. But before we do, let's go through Creator Clash 3. From the Creator Clash profile, this was a couple of days ago when this was given. Quote, we have made the difficult decision to cancel Creator Clash. See, chat, it didn't take every single content creator saying cancel this. It didn't take the bajillion streams that Nicholas Diorio did, where he was talking about how this is a ruined event and nobody's going to go to it. It did not take iDubbbz's content cop, which we're going to do a bit of a review of again, in order to say that this was over. It took the organizers themselves to say, it's over. It's done. Pack it up. Pack it up. We're done. We're leaving. The event's canceled. Now, I do know from the constant barrage of coverage of this that I have seen ever since, I believe, January or February, whenever the advertisement came out for it, which we'll be reviewing again today as well. I know that it has been nothing but people saying on one side that it's going to be better and that they've scaled back and they know what they're doing, to the other side saying there is absolutely zero way that this is going to happen. And I think we all knew. I think all normal people knew that no matter what, this event was kind of fucked. This was kind of a fucked thing to happen. I think there was a lot of obfuscation. I think a lot of the individuals that were involved in this, a lot of the boxers, were kept in the dark or weren't told a whole lot. And the ones that were probably like shitting their pants, hoping that tickets would get sold. And in my personal opinion, they were fed quite a lot of lies. Quite a lot of lies. And I'm going to be honest, there's a few of them I feel bad for. A few of them I don't feel bad for. And we'll be going mostly through the ones I feel bad for. And then we'll also be poking at the people that in my personal opinion should be poked at. But let's continue this here. All existing PPV, so pay-per-view ticket holders, will receive automatic refunds. No action is required. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, if you were, for some fucking reason, if you are a pay-per-view holder, I would not just take this at face value. You shouldn't take this at face value. And instead, you should make sure and take active precautions to make sure that you actually get refunded for this. All right? You should make sure you get active refund for this if you are looking to actually get your money back. If any of you bought, all right, if any of you actually decided to buy a ticket for this, okay, any of you did, number one, not going to judge you, but I am kind of judging you because that was a dumb idea in my personal opinion because I knew this event was going to crash and burn at some point. Number two, you should check and make sure that you get your money back anyway because that's like $30 or $40 for a pay-per-view. And in today's economy, $30 and $40 is kind of a big deal to some people, so you should still do it anyway. Anyway, while the event won't go ahead as planned, all funds raised so far will still be donated to charity. Now, it is worth bringing up that directly this event did not have a charity. There was a charity page on Tiltify, which I believe is the name of the platform, where you could contribute. The platform itself has raised over 200 grand, I believe, with a major portion of that money coming from the live stream where the beautiful and honorable Hassan Piker himself.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking
has decided to raise money. And the way that Hassan raised money is by going through the content nuke by H3. So, with that in mind, you can actually say that the war in Gaza, the sand war that we are not going to get into, has given this event $200,000 for charity. Now, even though we're at odds, even though I think Hassan himself is the devil incarnate, I think we should give a hand for the fact that him and Ethan Klein raised 200 grand for charity. just give them a brief hand. Give them a very brief hand that they raised money for charity. Raised way more than iDubbbz did. iDubbbz raised like 10 to 15 grand for this thing. Congratulations. Congratulations for raising that much money. Can't believe it took the Sand War in order for them to actually make money, but that's good. That's good at the very least. But the point I'm making here is there was, in my personal opinion, no charity that actually happened with Creator Clash because all of the money, all right, all of the money that was raised from ticket sales did not go to the charity. All of the money raised from ticket sales and pay-per-views went specifically to the event itself, meaning the boxers getting paid, the event getting paid, And afterwards, the investors that invested their own money into this would also be paid back as well. So none of the money from those PPV tickets, you know, if you're thinking to yourself, oh, I'm going to buy a PPV so that I can save a kid in cancer, congratulations. Instead of that, you were almost paying iDubbbz' 34% right into his pocket, which doesn't exist, by the way, anymore. And we'll get into that because there is a video where they kind of talk about that. So none of the money, none of this money went to charity. It only went to charity if you donated to the Tiltify account. And again, at the very least, some money is going to the cancer kids. Some money. Thank God for that. But none of this is. Anyway, while the event won't go ahead as planned, all funds raised so far will still be donated to charity, and our fundraising efforts will continue in the months ahead, meaning that the Tiltify link will still be up for you guys. Thank you so much, or excuse me, thank you to all the fighters for their hard work and dedication, and to everyone who's supported us over the years. We appreciate you. Thank you, the Creator Clash team, which does not include Ian and Nisa in the least bit. Thankfully, they are not going to be included in the least bit for this event. So you can still, in my personal opinion, blame them for this event for a mixture of reasons, I want to say. There's a mixture of reasons why you can blame them for that. So let's go through them. Let's go through, in my personal opinion, some of the reasons why this event did as bad as it did. So the first thing we're going to go through here, because but thankfully, very beautifully, all right, very beautifully, iDubbbz, Anissa's husband, has put all of the relevant videos that I wish to share on this on his YouTube page. So we're going to go through a couple of the videos here. We're going to go through the Creator Clash 2 video itself. This right here is the video that will show off. All right. This is right here, chat, is the main video that shows that Creator Clash is coming back. Then we have the H3 Content Cop, which we're not really going to review. We're just going to show it off as a thing. We've got the Content Deputy, where the first 10 minutes of his Content Deputy is literally just him talking about Creator Clash. And then we have Concern Trolling, another video where literally half of it is devoted to Creator Clash. Funny enough. Or did he cut that out? You know what? There might be a chance that he cut that out. Hold on. Did he cut it out? No, he didn't cut it out. Thank God for that. If he cut it out, I was about to be very mad. But granted, it would have been easy for him to do so. So, let's go ahead and watch the announcement trailer. Okay, so this is the announcement trailer for Creator Clash. And we're going to go through it. By the way, this is some of the most promotion that this event had, because there was no promotion. All right, you had a couple of the content creators that were in this event that decided to share that they were part of the event, but there was no active promotion of the event. So let's go ahead and watch.
Can you hear that? I think it's supposed to spin. Oh, it is spinning. Creator Clash is back. Tickets are available down below. Okay, this wasn't as epic as I thought it was going to be. It was quite beautiful, I have to admit.
Yeah, chat, can you believe that this is the opening? Oh, sorry, I want to let him continue. And he drops it. And he drops it.
Kill it.
By the way, I don't know where he is in this whole thing right here. I imagine this is his basement of his house that he no longer owns, by the way. His house that he has sold so that he can go move to live in with his mother-in-law in another country, because we'll talk about that for just a moment. But I don't know where this is, but he is deciding to announce the comeback of his event in a basement where, yeah, this is quite the venue.
Before I tell you guys whether I'm fighting or not, I want to give some context.
Oh, yeah, and he caught teased that he was going to fight or wasn't going to fight. Spoiler alert, he wasn't actually going to fight. He decided he was done getting his face kicked in.
Context as to what makes Creator Clash special to me and why we have to bring it back. Because I've been teasing things like a Creator Clash documentary. And I think I disappointed a lot of people.
A documentary, by the way, that was going to be filmed, that was filmed by a film crew. And it never happened. He actually decided that documentary should have never come out. And the footage wasn't good. And he actually got on the people that helped him record it, which was very dumb in my personal opinion. But yeah, so the reason why there is no documentary is because he decided to scrap it literally at the last moment. And the people that were doing it came out and said, what the fuck?
Because you're like, where the fuck is that? Well, I'll get into that. Now, this whole thing started with a beef between me and RiceScum. That sounds a little stupid, but sometimes stupid ideas turn into awesome events.
Right hand the Harley goes down.
The theory I had 3 years ago when trying to promote Creator Clash 1 is the same theory I have today. I think the single most important element of an influencer boxing event is the mystery component. Obviously, you gotta have, popular influencers. Maybe it's...
Oh yeah, by the way, this is, again, being the intro video, how you figure out who's actually gonna be in there. A spoiler alert, if you have never seen any of the individuals that were going to be on the card, the most popular individuals for this fight, all right, the most popular individuals, in my personal opinion, besides Harley Morenstein, who in my personal opinion was one of the biggest creators there, was 2 Minecraft streamers from the former Dream SMP. Those were the biggest creators. So you had creators that 8-year-olds definitely knew. Excuse me. Shouldn't say 8-year-olds. Little teenagers would know. And then you had a whole bunch of these other people. Here's one thing that kind of bothers me about this event, too. You also had OF girls that were brought into this as well. I don't know if they were brought in at the last moment or not, but some of the girls that were going to fight in this event were OF girls. And now, I am not some sort of moral fiend here. God knows I'm not. But when you're hosting a boxing event, when you're trying to get multiple different audiences, the audiences of the people that you're bringing in, I am not really of the opinion that you should have an OF girl fighting next to a Minecraft SMP individual. That just kind of bothers me a little bit. Again, boxing isn't really for kids, but bringing in Sapnap and Tubbo, that is predominantly famous with younger demographics. Maybe I'm moral fiending too much, but I really don't feel like that was a smart idea. It wasn't a smart idea, and morally, I don't feel like it's a good idea either.
Important to have a little drama, a little beef. But what I think makes influencer boxing interesting at its core is the mystery. Who's gonna train, who's not gonna train, and what does their particular background contribute?
I'm glad that he said that some of them are Minecrafters.
At one point in this video, I do say that I'll eventually make a documentary. We're all getting punched in the head. I'm documenting the whole thing. There will eventually be a documentary about...
And it doesn't happen.
I'm just gonna be real with you. That was the biggest lie I ever told. But seriously, I was intending to make a documentary. It just... I didn't know what was going to be important. I just have like...
They should have invited Sam Hyde. I will tell you right now, chat, if Sam Hyde was allowed to fight in this event, in any of these events... I mean, like, the first one did well. I feel like that was just like a lucky break, in my personal opinion. But if they invited Sam Hyde to any of these events, they would have done fantastically. I think that if Ian allowed some of these people to shit talk each other and do promotion like that, it would have done much better. I think they would have sold tickets much better, but he didn't. I'm convinced that year one was such a fluke that it only did well as a fluke. Well, I mean, like, their expenses were much lower too. They didn't have 2 gala events, 2 like party events. They didn't have as many creators that they did in the first round. And in my personal opinion, it was probably poised to do much better for that reason. But like, year one was literally just like, in my personal opinion, a big lucky break. And in my personal opinion, there was no way it could have done the exact same way ever again. I don't even know where they got the idea that they needed a bigger arena, bigger shit, more stuff, but it failed. And then they tried to do it a third year, and it failed again.
100 hours of me sparring and shadow boxing in like 4K. It's the most boring shit ever. That's not a documentary. I don't know why I ever thought that was a documentary. I'm not even joking. There's like folders on folders of me doing this.
By the way, I'm not going to say whether or not I agree. Well, I will say I disagree that just having footage of you boxing, I don't think that's necessarily boring. I feel like you can have some deep conversations going over why you decided to show some of this footage, maybe talking about your journey and all that stuff. It's kind of insulting in my personal opinion that he decides to say, guys, this whole thing was really boring and annoying, and I really didn't want to show it. If I'm the guy that created this documentary for him, man, would I feel like a piece of shit right now. Holy shit. I don't know what to say other than just, man, I feel insulted on behalf of the guy that was supposed to do this documentary for you.
Like, is that a narrative? No, I'm an idiot. I never thought to like whip out my phone after an important meeting or important phone call and be like, we just secured the venue, guys. Epic Mealtime is dealing with a really traumatic hernia right now, and I'm not sure if
I think this also speaks to the fact that he really doesn't know how to, like, okay. I was kind of late to the content cop train. I watched some of them in my earlier years. Didn't get to really watch all of them as like they were the brand new beautiful content that they were. Does this man know how to make videos of any kind? Because listening to him say that he doesn't know how to make a documentary, okay, fine, you don't know how to make a documentary, but you had a documentarian that was there to assist you with some of this stuff. You had people there to assist you with some of this stuff. Couldn't you have there's so many influencers that are surrounding this man. So many people in Creator Clash 1 that surrounded this man that probably could have told him how to do a documentary. It's just like, are you telling me that you didn't ask anybody for help? Like, I think this just, again, speaks to how bad of a businessman iDubbbz is. Or I guess Anissa is, because let's be honest here. iDubbbz isn't the one doing the business stuff here. It's Anissa that's doing all the business stuff. And they just put him out in the middle and pretend that he's the guy that's actually doing everything. When in reality, it's not. He's the guy that shits his pants because he's got bodily issues. And I'm not going to make fun of him so much for that. But like, he's the one that has a wife that told the world about his body issues. And the one who told the world about his body issues is the one running the show. So it makes sense why he doesn't know what he's doing. But I would hope at least they'd hire somebody to know what they're doing. I guess not, though.
Gonna have a heavyweight fight. We're really scared, and those aren't the things that you really want to pop out the camera for and be like, this is what's happening. The first event went off without a hitch.
Again, I disagree.
I was so amazed by the amount of people who showed up. It was loud from the moment the doors opened to the moment they closed. Matt Watson and Dad just killed it and just set the whole thing off. And to top it all off, we raised 1.3.
By the way, we will be going over the Dad video later, because the Dad video is very tragic and sad in my personal opinion. In fact, it'll be one of the things that we go over once we're done going through some of this old content. The Dad video is really sad because I feel like out of everybody, he definitely has some of the most raw and sad, like, story to go along with it. I mean, like, I'm sure some of these people will come out and say that they really did suffer from participating in this. But Dad really had a sad story, and I feel like we'll go through it.
$3 million for charity. That was the best event of my life, and I wanted to do that again. Now, for the second year, we didn't do as well financially. That's putting it lightly. We didn't anticipate the pay-per-view sales to be as bad as they were. Piracy was a little bit of an issue. The feedback that I had been receiving over the past year.
So, believe it or not, that piracy, he really just wants to use the piracy angle. And listen, I agree. There's definitely like an issue with piracy when it comes to these sorts of things. However, I feel like when you are a very divisive character, like, I feel like if you're more beloved as a character, people are going to pirate less. In my personal, people can prove me wrong. I'm willing to be proven wrong. But I feel like if you suck as an individual, people are probably going to pirate it more just to stick it to you and just to see your face get pummeled in. Like, unironically, I feel like part of the problem is everybody hated this guy. They didn't want to pay for a ticket. So they had somebody sacrifice their $40 in order to get that, and then they all hopped in Discord servers. I know that those kinds of things exist. I wasn't in any of them, but I knew they existed because people told me about them. And it makes sense why people would want to do it, because you kicked out one of the fighters that everybody was excited for, and you made big fucking deals about all this kind of shit. And so it's just like, I'm not surprised. I'm really not. When all else fails, blame piracy. Exactly.
It's like just not enough advertising. A lot of people didn't know about it, and they wanted to know about the event, and they would have bought tickets. We're going to try really hard this year to remedy that.
Spoiler alert, there was no promotion pretty much at all. None whatsoever. Like, legitimately, some of the most promo this event got is when it started losing people on the event. I think the more drama this event got in, the worse it got, but also the more eyes on it that it got, in my humble and personal opinion. What happened to the clown model? I'm breaking in this new outfit. We're going to hop back and forth with models. We'll bring back the clown model tonight when we play games. But I'm using this model for now because I got a new outfit I want to show off. But yeah, they really didn't do promotion. Promotion, like, was a non-existent thing. I love how he's like, guys, we got to force them to do more promotion. He literally says in this video, probably coming up here, that he has to force people to do promotion. And it's just like, yeah, you should force people. One of the conditions of getting the money, by the way, every fighter got 20 grand for this. But one of the conditions should have been, you will post promotions. You will show people what you're doing. You will show people what you're eating, how going through this. And it's just like, why didn't you? Why? There was so much more opportunity to just show people what you were doing, and they decided not to. For those that don't know, promotion's like a pretty big damn deal. If you actually want to, like, sell some tickets or some product, by the way, code MommaOcco10 if you want to get 10% off your advanced GG order. If you actually want people to come to your event, they need to know it exists, because most people won't even know that you have a merch deal on Uwu Market unless you tell them, hey, I have a merch deal on Uwu Market, which you should take advantage of. It has stickers, it has keychains, it has shirts and pants that you can buy and wear and rep my brand. So, you know, most people won't know that exists unless you actually say it. Most people don't know. So, you know, Ian, take it from me. Take it from me. Somebody that will, in my opinion, tastefully, because I also wanted to talk about the quartering later and how the quartering is very distasteful with how he does his ad pushes. But you got to be tasteful, all right? You got to be tasteful with your ad pushes so that, you know, people know that your event exists. But in my personal opinion, people either didn't know it existed, or the more scary and terrifying thing, they didn't care. And I do feel like them not caring was a part of it as well.
We need to advertise it. Maybe that means bugging the fighters more. I hate doing that, but...
He didn't do that, by the way. He really didn't. The only person that we kind of have confirmation that he did that with was the H3 girl that dropped out. I believe her name is Lena, I think. And she was the only one where, like, she recounts and tells about how they told her to promote more right before she left the event. So it's just like, they didn't promote. Nobody promoted. Nobody was forced to promote, as far as we see.
Maybe we have to, and just me making content around this shit. And I want more people.
By the way, the content that this motherfucker decided to make was Content Cop, and then complaining that people were upset with his Content Cop, and then talking about how he got kicked out of his own event because of the Content Cop. Probably other things too, but like, that was his contributions.
Able to come to this event because it's been so life-changing for me, and I feel like it is such good vibes. I felt a lot of love in that arena, and even from my competitor, fucking Alex Wasabi. He was all being sweet to me and everything. You know, how sweet is that? Because we lost so much money on the second event, we weren't able to deliver to the charities. So we did this impromptu charity stream where an
impromptu charity stream, by the way, where he did not even make up the money that he lost for the event. He only made like $180,000 and he lost $250,000. Now, that money probably did go to charity. I can't remember if that actually went or if it just went to paying off his debts. God only knows. I don't know. Maybe he'll mention it. But like, he was down 250 in the hole. He only made 180. That's a difference of like 70,000.
It was like squirting ketchup down my throat for Philip DeFranco.
Oh.
That sounds gay as hell, by the way.
Oh, Philly donated 1.1K for throat chop.
That is gay as fuck.
An unorganized shit show.
Which, if you're gay, that's completely fine. I'm just saying that looks gay as fuck.
The charity stream was. It really meant a lot to me to see how many creators and fighters and fans and people who pirated it came through and donated for the cause. Because that told me there is a way.
Is he saying? I forgot about this. I feel like he just said there that, oh, guys, people donated after they pirated. Oh, that's funny. Am I not gay? I might be bisexual.
To fundraise for an event and also have an event. We can do both at the same time, and that's what we intend to do with this year's event. Now, obviously, we don't want a repeat of the previous year. It sucks losing a fuck ton of money, and it also sucks to...
I don't know why he has to say that. Like, again, this video should not really exist in the way it does, like, legitimately. You should not come out and say, by the way, guys, we have a third event. Please help us not to repeat the last one. Please don't pirate my stuff. Please pay for a ticket and pray that we don't actually lose money.
Then not be able to donate to the charities. We've restructured things so that even if the event is unsuccessful, it's a massive flop, I don't promote it enough, charity is still going to get money because we're going to be fundraising from now all the way to the end of the event. And on the event day, I have some very badass initiatives that I've developed that you guys are going to be seeing along the way that are meant to pack the coffers of Stand Up to Cancer. I don't know what coffers is. I don't know what packing the coffers is. Oh, also, Stand Up to Cancer is our partnered charity this year. All donations go directly.
Yeah, by the way, the biggest... This is what makes it even more funny as well. One of the biggest changes for this event, as I've already mentioned, he used a Tiltify instead of just directly paying the charity after he met the minimum obligations for the event's like expenses. Because like how it normally works is you pay the expenses of the event and the extra money typically goes to charity. Because if it's a by the way, this wasn't a charity. This wasn't a charity. This was something with a charity aspect to it. Don't forget what Ian decided to say to Ethan about Creator Clash 1. But the way that it went is you had to make up the money that was the expenses of the event, which we never really knew, by the way. All we knew is that they lost $250K on the event and they couldn't pay anything into a charity. But once you paid all of your minimum expenses, which includes the event place, the hosting, advertising, which they didn't do, places for the fighters to stay, which was quite a lot of money in my personal opinion, all of the parties that they decided to host and paying the fighters, I think I might have said that already, I'm not sure. But like after all of that shit, then you can start paying money to charity. He decided this year that instead of chancing not paying charity at all, he was just going to do a Tiltify link, which I'm glad at the very least he did that. I'm glad at the very least he decided, you know what? We're gonna do a Tiltify. For those that don't know, Tiltify is a pretty good place to do your charity stuff. If I see people do stuff through Tiltify, I typically am more willing to trust them. Because with Tiltify, it's kind of like GoFundMe, where the individual who sets it up doesn't get to touch it. They just get to donate money into it. And then the Tiltify people are in charge of sending that money over to the person of interest that you want to donate to after the fact. So you are taking out the element of having a content creator in there who is very corruptible because they're human and they're a content creator. And it puts it in the hands of the organization that is Tiltify. So if Tiltify fucks up, then you can go after them instead. So I will say that at the very least, Anissa's husband learned a very important lesson, and that's that he really doesn't want to say he couldn't donate money to charity. So instead, he's just going to set up a Tiltify. This also does have the rippling effect of, by choosing to set up a Tiltify, any of the money that comes from pay-per-view tickets is now just money for the event, because that isn't going to charity. It's going to the event. So, again, if you bought a pay-per-view ticket, you weren't donating to charity. You were donating to the event.
To them, we do it through Tiltify. It's real straightforward. There's like some sort of leaderboard and shit like that. Now I'm going to tell you guys whether I'm fighting or not.
You know what? I'm curious. Let's see if the leaderboard is still up. I want to see if the leaderboard is still up. Donate. Is it still up? Do they still have the thing going? I think it's still going. Ooh, here it is. Oh, hello. Hello, here it is, chat. Knockout Cancer for Creator Clash 3. Does it say when it's going to end? I'm kind of curious. It really doesn't. By the way, this is Tiltify. Again, I think Tiltify is a pretty decent website. So this is the leaderboard for all of the contributors and fundraisers. So the way it works is if you are part of this Tiltify event, and I only know this because I've done one Tiltify event because some VTubers decided to organize and do something during the hurricane event that happened in Florida last year. And I remember doing an event to assist with that. I unfortunately didn't get to do any like special streams with people, but I do remember taking part in that in some small way. But basically, if you are one of the fundraisers, you will get a special link where if somebody donates after clicking your link, you will they will basically take the claim of helping to raise money. So as shown here, Hassan raised $210,000 for the event. That is blood money from the sand war that was waged between Hassan and Ethan Klein. So congratulations to all those people that helped raise money from the sand war. And then iDubbbz is next. So you can technically say, this is a funny joke, by the way, you can technically say that the fundraiser that was set up for Creator Clash raised like 30 grand. Because right now it's up to $240,000. 210,000 of those dollars were raised by a proxy war that a lot of people care about. 30,000 of that was actually raised for the event. So congratulations, Creator Clash. You like without Hassan, all right? I think these people should be lapping at his knees, which is kind of gross, by the way. But without Hassan, this event would have only raised about $30,000, which is not a small amount. Any amount of money over like $100, I'd say, for a charity is going to be seen by some people as good. I mean, any amount of money is really seen as good, but I think people start to like sway their head over like $100 or shit like that. But congratulations, through Sand War, you get an extra $200,000. Also, We're going to give a special hand to all of the people on this list. So iDubbbz through this, I believe he was the main link for this, raised $15,000. I don't know who this Charalana Hazard individual was. She raised $2,000. I don't know who this wispy dude is, but he raised $100. So, like, here's the funny thing. It goes from... the drop-off of this is hilarious. Let's see the full leaderboard here. So, these are the... Oh, there's only... Oh. So, there's 6 fundraisers here. 6 people. I don't know who this guy at the bottom is, but... Here, we're just gonna, here, give me a moment. It's gonna go back. That opens as a new tab. That's interesting. There's 6 individuals on the fundraiser here, which means that there were 6 links generated and used for this event. At the top is Hassan. Right next to him is iDubbbz. Poor guy. Poor guy. And after that is this woman here. And then this random no-name individual right here. And then in 5th place with $50 for charity, Miss Frogan Rising Star, which she did not get forced that upon her. I believe that is actually the name that she chose herself. So Miss Frogan Rising Star raised $50 from one of her live streams. $50. I don't know how much of that is her own money, but congratulations. You raised $50. Woo. And then after that, this guy, this 6th one raised $25. And hey, congratulations. You raised $240,000 for cancer. That's good. That was Alana Pierce. Oh, that's Alana Pierce. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that. But congratulations to Frogan, Endless Rising Star. You raised $50 for charity. Congratulations. Now, Chad, I will just let you know, I am not doing a specific charity right now. I would like to do charities in the future where I use Tiltify to actually assist people. But right now, I don't actually have a charity that I'm interested in. The only charity, chat, that you can donate in terms of me is me. I am the charity. Well, no, I'm not really a charity, but you can donate to me if you really want to. You can donate to me, and if you pay more than $5, the super chat will be read out for the world to hear. But yeah, congratulations to them for making that much money. And again, we can thank Hassan for being the top fundraiser. Now, before we continue, I really got to use the restroom. I've been drinking a lot of lemonade because I've been working really hard today, and lemonade's very refreshing. So I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then when I get back, we are gonna continue. We're gonna watch the rest of this video. We're gonna watch a little bit of one of his other videos, and then we're going to continue going through the sadness that is this event. So I will be right back, and we'll continue when I get back. Okay. Sorry about that. How's chat? Chat looks good. Chat is hungry. Chat, I'm very hungry too. So are the Yippies. Yippies told me they really want ice cream today. So, help them get their ice cream today. Anyway, let's continue with the video.
I'm not. I've sacrificed enough, number one, and it all...
Oh yeah, by the way, it takes 5 minutes and 30 seconds for him to stop cock teasing you so that you can figure out that he's not actually fighting in this godforsaken event.
Also kind of goes against my theory about influencer boxing. I said it 3 years ago, I'm saying it again in this video. The more an influencer boxes, the less utility they have. I'm approaching what would be my third fight, and it would be cool to win, but this isn't a movie. I'm okay with not fucking winning this shit. Hey, don't get me wrong. If there's enough people interested, like, I'll come back. What I'm getting at is that the fight for me...
He's never gonna come back, by the way.
Is more about the event itself. Like, that's what I'm fighting for, is I just want the event to do well. If I'm able to eventually win a fight, that would be a cherry on top. That would be awesome. That'd be a really cool redemption arc. For now, I really need to focus on the event succeeding and also just making money. Like, this shit has just drained me over the last 3 years. Let's put it...
It has definitely drained him to the point where, chat, after he was kicked out of this event, he sold his house. He sold his $1 million house and he, well, I don't know if it's sold yet, but he sold his $1 million house and he has moved to Canada and he lives with his mother-in-law in their basement.
This way, if I fought
Congratulations,
this year,
Ian.
that might mean that I took Freddie Wong's slot on the fight card because Freddie Wong...
By the way, Freddie Wong dropped out. Fun fact, we learned this later, but Freddie Wong dropped out because he was going to be in a movie. And when they rescheduled the fight, they scheduled it on a day he was supposed to be filming. So he's like, I can't fight in this because that's when I'm supposed to be making my thing, what I'm working on.
is fighting. That's fucking Freddie Wong walk it jump. And I think that's way better. If Hundar came back to fight, we might not be getting LA Beast. That's the thing I don't think a lot of people get. This guy eats cactuses. This guy put his hand in some fucking vile concoction that made him scream bloody murder. I still don't know what the concoction is. This guy is insane. If Matt Watson came back, we might not have room for this guy that I met at E3 10 years ago, who now has a booming animation company and apparently likes to do violence in his spare time. The website's in the description. Go check out all the fighters. The YouTube account is going to have a bunch of original content that's following these fighters, so you're going to be able to be a little bit prepped.
It really didn't, by the way. It really didn't.
The best thing to do is follow all the Creator Clash socials so you're able to be updated on everything. This year is going to be a banger.
I think it's a great idea if he doesn't fight. I think like running an event and fighting in it is kind of a bad idea.
Oh, I forgot about that. We do have a Ludwig clip, by the way, because Ludwig got in trouble again. This time with the left. This man can't keep anybody happy. Can't keep the right happy because he pisses off them, and he can't keep the left happy as well. This motherfucker's in an age of fucking pissing off everybody, and it's hilarious.
It's hard enough kind of like running an event.
There you go. I got an endorsement to not box. Thank you. Bless. To close this video, I want to leave you with a little hype trailer that I've been working on, just to get you guys in the freaking
Would I be able to borrow a gun from my panel? Just for like one, I'll pull it just once, real quick one.
I didn't know there were other girls in this Discord.
Go take a shit in the bathroom.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
I don't know if that's copyright free, so we're not going to play that. By the way, chat, this is some of the biggest promotion for the event. I know there's more promotion for this event, but this was some of the biggest promotion for the fucking event at the beginning of its promotion. And then it just stopped completely. Some of this is the first event too. First and second event. Holy cow. Hello, Sparky. By the way, this is here. We're pretty much we're done with this video. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. All the rest of that is just promotion. So that was the first promotion for the event. Woo! It wasn't horrible. Definitely wasn't good. And you know, it got 200,000 views. Congratulations. The next big promotion from this man was his H3H3 content cop, which we're not going to watch because it is an hour of garbage. But then there was the content deputy, which we're also not going to watch because the content deputy itself is also garbage. But he does include a little bit of promotion in there for Creator Clash as well. No. Instead, what we're going to do is 4 months later, 4 to 5 months later, after this video right here, where he says he's not boxing, but there is a Creator Clash 3, he puts out a video called Concern Trolling. And in this video, I don't know if I ever watched this on stream, but in this video, the first half of this video, almost half of this video, is focused towards Creator Clash and not Concern Trolling. So let's go through that.
Now, thankfully for me, I have the majority of this video already recorded.
Excuse me, it's more like the first 7 minutes. So it's more like the first third of the video. Okay, first third of the video, whatever. But still, a third of this video. You could make this concern trolling video 14 minutes long. And instead of deciding to do that, you made it 23 minutes long and focused on talking about why you're no longer in Creator Clash 4 months after announcing Creator Clash.
Is just a little addendum. I think an addendum is something that you put at the end, but this is a predendum. I'm throwing in a little predendum. Something that I've been struggling
That's beautiful,
with for a
by the
long time
way.
on YouTube is concern trolling. The thing that I really struggle with is not identifying concern trolling. The difficult part of it is when there are people who have authentic concern out there and the concern trolls are concerned over the same thing. So I'm like, oh fuck, I'm giving in to the concern trolls by addressing, you know, this segment of the population or this segment of my fan base who have genuine concerns. So I don't want to let the trolls inhibit my ability to communicate to my fans or people who are confused out there. So
By the way, chat, we are concerned trolls.
I want to talk about Creator Clash. I want to talk about the structure of the business and how
I do get and love that he decided to put here, skip to 7:55 if you don't want to hear about this. And I have to ask, why the fuck is this being included in a video? This video is about fucking concern trolling and Gamergate, and yet he decides to include a 7-minute segment all about Creator Clash. Which made me kind of have the idea that this video was made because of the Creator Clash stuff and because he was having issues with people talking about Creator Clash. And he was like, you know what? We're going to make a video addressing this, but I can't just do that. I have to include a bunch of other stuff as well. Otherwise, this video is going to be less than 10 minutes. So we're going to talk about concern trolling as well and how some people in Gamergate were right.
how it's changed over the years and just sort of put to rest any of the lies that are being spread out there about Anissa, about me, and about the event. My main incentive for sharing this information is that I have felt extremely handcuffed by Creator Clash these past years because I'm not an expert communicator and I don't know
Ain't that the
how
fucking
to
truth?
convey things, not over communicate, not do all these things that potentially put the event at risk and put other people at risk. And that's kind of why I wanted to step away from this event. It feels like it's inhibiting my ability, like the business side of things, like inhibits my ability to communicate openly and effectively, especially when there's so many people counting on me to do that well. So it's a lot of pressure, and now that Anissa and I have stepped away from it, I want to just clear the air because I don't feel that same pressure that I did
I believe at that point is where you get the first, by the way, we're no longer part of Creator Clash.
when I was part of the event. If you look into charity events, they come in so many different shapes and sizes, and there is really no format that is completely obvious for creator boxing plus charity. For the first Creator Clash, we had the business model of after everyone has been paid for, you know, the expenses of the event, all profits go to charity. That was the business model, and it was successful. Thankfully, it worked out the first year. Now, some people will be critical of one of the costs being parties for Creator Clash 2 and actually Creator Clash 1, because that's where we got the idea from. It was very successful for Creator Clash 1, or the event was successful. We don't know if the party worked to encourage people to promote the event, but that was the idea. You get a bunch of creators to show up to a fucking hotel the night before their fight, and they're going to post about it on social media, and the internet will be abuzz. And the event was successful.
Again, I'm not quite sure what the strategy is here. Again, if you don't advertise your event weeks, maybe months down the line and drum up buzz, because like the way that this man makes it sound like is he's like, oh, well, we might not have a bunch of people in the stadium, but we'll get more pay-per-view tickets the night before if a bunch of people say they're doing this. And it's like, that's not really how this works. It's not really how this works. You want to advertise early. You want to advertise as much as you can. And just doing it once at a party where a whole bunch of rich bitches are mingling with each other. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't think a lot of people care that much. Really don't. If I was like a fan of any of these people and that happened, I'd be like, well, what the fuck? Why didn't I get to hear about this like weeks ago? Thank God I'm not a fan of any of these individuals.
So we thought that that strategy of having, you know, a little hubbub, a little hullabaloo before the event and after the event was a good idea. So we ran with that strategy again, hoping that creators will post about it and be excited about it and buzz will be generated, but it didn't happen. Or maybe it did happen, but it just didn't sell tickets. I would cross that off my list as a learning experience of, well, if you do this strategy, you either gotta force people to post about it or you have to fucking, I don't know, not do it. You gotta make sure that people are slapping each other during the weigh-in. That's probably what I'd change it to, because it's cheaper, you know? It's a lot cheaper if people slap each other during the weigh-in. I just wasn't about that. I was just like, I don't want this fake drama shit. For the second...
He's talking about kayfabe, by the way. And I am not really a boxing individual. I really don't care about, I mean, a lot of sports, I'll be honest with you. I like golf and disc golf. Those are pretty cool. I think those are pretty cool because that requires a lot of math if you want to be like really good at it and praying that the wind just blows in your direction. But like, even though I'm not, I know for a fact with a lot of sports, especially with boxing, that you got to drum up the beef. You got to drum up the beef, which is something that kind of happened in Creator Clash 1. They all got together. They kind of had like a meeting and all of them kind of joked around. I remember that Harley Mornstein was telling Aaron Hansen he was going to fucking murder him in the ring because he hated Aaron Hansen's fans. And I thought that was the coolest thing. You know what? Here, let me see if I can find it. That's a clip I should have brought up. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Let me see if I can bring that up. I might not have it. I might not. If I can't find it, I'm going to be so sad. Because it was a great fucking clip. There it is. There it. Yes, I think this is it. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, here it is. This is my favorite clip. All right, because for those that don't know, I really don't like the Game Grumps. I feel like they've really fallen down. A lot of people would say that it fell down after John left, and I would agree that it definitely did suffer a lot when John left. But I am also of the opinion that, like, even if you liked the duo afterwards, they really fell off when they stopped actually, like, having fun stuff to talk about, and instead it devolved into nothing but dick jokes and moral fiending. But this, in my personal opinion, is one of my favorite clips one of my favorite clips from Creator Clash 1 because of what Harley Morenstein said to Aaron of Game Grumps. And it is only in 480p. I'm sorry.
And you know what? I got to tell you something. Aaron's a chill guy. I like him. I do. But I want to tell you something else. And I get it. There's not a lot of people watching Epic Mealtime in 2022, but the people that watch Game Grumps fucking suck.
I fucking love this man. Because he's not wrong. Listen, if you're a Game Grumps fan, by the way, he's not talking about you. Because if all of you guys are my fans and you're also a Game Grumps fan, he's not talking about you. But he's talking about the retards on Reddit.
And I'm going to be honest for a second. He's got 8 billion views. And I always ask people, yeah, I'm boxing Aaron from Game Grumps. They don't know. Because the people that watch Game Grumps, they're not out there being real people. They're not real people. They're weird fucking mutant people. And I'm not just saying it like I'm making it up. My Twitter timeline...
Look at this man. He's like, oh my gosh, what the hell is he doing right now? My fans are going to eat me alive if I agree with him.
There's still the people like, Aaron's going to fuck you up. And then I look at them, their display pic. It's like... muscular Shrek sucking his own dick. I swear. And I'm not going to kink shame. For sure I won't kink shame. I'll nut in my own belly button multiple times a week, sip it out with a straw, so I'm not going to kink shame. But when you bring dogs into it, that's when it gets weird. And I'll look at these people like,
that's beautiful.
I'll click on their media on Twitter. They draw like humanoid dogs fucking each other. Those are the people that watch.
He's making fun of furries. Oh, that's so beautiful. I fucking love... this made me love Harley way more. I lost some respect for him during 2 because of how he was defending it, but then I immediately regained that respect during 3. I love this, though.
Watch Game Grumps. So, I like Aaron.
Aaron have cornrows? I think in this, yes, he does have cornrows.
But tomorrow I'm going off.
He does not pull it off very well at all. I'm sorry.
Because of all those fucking weirdos on my timeline. It's your fault. So tomorrow, Aaron... I'm gonna fuck you till you love me, friend. Oh, I love Harley. I love Harley for that. By the way, Harley's Jewish, and he's one of the funniest Jews I've ever heard of. Oh, that was beautiful. But yeah, that was one of the things that... and this motherfucker was like, yeah, we're not going to do that in year 2. There's not going to be any hatred, any fake beef. It's just going to be all lovey-dovey, all love, all that kind of stuff.
Second Creator Clash, we used the same business model. This time we increased the budget, we had more fighters, we had a bigger arena, and more expenses in general.
Very big problem in my personal opinion.
Motorbomb discovered Mom
Thank
has
you.
brokers and gave $5. Virgin Furry Game Grumps Watcher versus Chad B. Fox Muscular Jimbro Epic Mealtime Connoisseur.
Amen. Amen. I don't know how many people actually watch Epic Mealtime. I don't think he does as many things as he used to do. I know he does a lot of other stuff, but like I still think that Harley's a great guy. I still think he does do good content when he does do it. I think he has a podcast now, but I still think he's a nice guy. I think he's a nice guy, and I think that he's worth listening to at least a little bit. I'm not like one of those, I'll listen to every bit of content that he does, but I still think that when he does have like his moments, he's worth listening to. So Harley's nice. I like Harley.
As a result of that, there were a lot more costs, and our ticket sales did not make up those costs.
By the way, again, let me reiterate this. One of the major problems for this is that he decided to increase everything. Bigger arena, more fighters, more budget money, 2 dances, gala events. He bought out an entire hotel for a couple of days so that he could have people at the hotel. It is insane what he chose to do. He spent so much money on things that he did not have to spend. He did not have to spend. As well, I just remembered this as well as him deciding to fly in a whole bunch of people for free. They didn't have to pay for it. He just decided to fly a whole bunch of these people in. That's a detail, by the way, that we don't really find out until like his boxing coach, the guy that trained this guy to fight, decided to share that he flew in a whole bunch of people, including Hassan, including Frogan, including all these people.
that don't need to be flown in for free, that should be able to come in on their own, but well, maybe not Frogan. Maybe not Frogan, but all of these people should be able to come in for free, or to come in with their own money, but not if you're friends with iDubbbz. If you're friends with iDubbbz or Anissa, well, mostly Anissa, they're just going to get flown in for free, and they get to do whatever they want. And they don't have to promote, even though they kind of did, I guess.
It seemed very obvious that this was not the way to run the charity box.
You think?
Event. We told our business partners, we are not going to do this event again unless it can be promised to us that there was a way to guarantee money for charity. And the business model that was presented to us...
And thankfully this time, they did make money for charity. But they didn't actually make money for charity, because the Tiltify made them money for charity.
Was what we're enacting, or what we did enact this year with Creator Clash 3. And that is, the for-profit side of the business is unincorporated with the charity aspect. So the charity partner is its own fundraiser that we sort of like push people to, you know, before, during, and after the event. I think where some of the confusion is that many people don't understand how charity events operate, because to be honest, they're all very different. And with something like a charity boxing event, there's a lot of money that you have to front to put it on in the first place. And if you have an investor, you're able to do that. That investor is going to want money, they're going to want profit, but that at least gives you the initial funds to put on the event. There are other charity initiatives and events that allow people to spend money for a ticket and immediately get a product, and also their money goes to charity. Those are usually big fucking conglomerates, giant companies that can afford that cost because they're selling you other things.
I don't really like have a much to refute this on, but like, it's one of those things where if you are running a charity, some people will choose to take less because it's for charity and not for you. And my assumption is that whoever was his investor probably did like choose to take just a bit less for that reason. You know, I don't know too much, but like he agreed to pay back his investor, so that's nice. But like, again, the thing that bothers me is this wasn't ever a charity. The fact that he constantly affirms that it was a charity is untrue. This was never a charity. This was a influencer boxing event that had charity tacked on at the very end so that you could say, why are you going against this? This is a charity, guys. This is a charity. Don't forget, by the way, that he did admit on the H3 podcast that it is not a charity. It's got a charity element on it.
Some people have an idea of charity.
So whenever he talks about how this is a charity, you need to remember that, because it's not a charity.
Events as being like a strictly altruistic thing where everyone is just sacrificing their time and energy and money for the charity. To put on a boxing event costs a lot of money. And even in other examples like GDQ, Games Done Quick is a charity event.
Games Done Quick, by the way, it's a funny aside. Games Done Quick, in my personal opinion, don't know for sure, don't really like, don't really know how accurate I would say this is. But I would say that GDQ is a little bit easier to run because you just need a place where people can come and sit and watch people play games. You know, it's an arena or a convention center. Probably not cheap to do that. Then you also need TVs and game consoles and all that kind of shit. You're not spending 20 grand per fighter to take time out of their lives to train. You're just asking people that know how to play video games quick already to come and appear and do that. And those people probably are doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're probably getting compensated for coming, but they probably don't take a paycheck to come and do that. So I would say that GDQ is a lot easier to run because you're not pummeling people's faces in, and they don't have to spend money training, eating special foods, all that kind of shit. So bad comparison, in my personal opinion.
But they're not like a charity themselves. You know, they run a business and they partner with a charity and they fundraise for the charity. They send people to the charity, and thankfully they have, you know, multiple ways of being paid and paying the people who are running the show.
Plus, they've done it for so many years that I think they got it on lock, and you don't.
That might be through payment from the charity. That might be through their own like Twitch stream or merchandise. I just know that for a charity boxing event in the form of Creator Clash, there aren't too many ways to recoup your money other than ticket sales. And that was obviously the biggest challenge of the previous two events. When it does well, awesome. But when it doesn't, it's a huge problem. It remains to be seen whether the for-profit business side of the event will be successful.
Fun fact, spoiler alert, before the content cop came out, all right, before the content cop even came out, they knew that the event was doing bad. They knew it was doing bad because Anissa even came out and admitted that the event was struggling before, because the content cop happened before this video. So when he's saying it remains to be seen, he already knows it's suffering. He already knows that nobody's buying tickets. He already knows that everybody is probably going to have to be pushed out of this. I don't know why he's choosing to say this. Maybe he's just like, oh gosh, I hope that if they get rid of me, that they're going to make some money. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Spoiler alert, they didn't.
But the main controversy, I would say, is that it was revealed with the change of ownership that Anissa and I, because we're 1/3 ownership of Creator Clash, the business, that we were getting 34% of the profit share. We weren't anticipating this event doing well. Like, we wanted to do well enough to pay back the investors, of course. So that's one of the reasons that we were, okay with the profit share thing. But another part of it as well is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that the profit share.
So I did miss it there, but he did just point out, by the way.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. He did just point out there, by the way, that this event, whatever money they made, he was getting 34% of it. Him and his wife were going to make 34% of it. That means if this event made $100,000, he'd get $30,000 or $34,000. If it made $1 million, he'd make $330,000. Knowing what we know now about this man, knowing what we know now that he had to sell his house to run away to Canada, it probably makes sense why he needs that money. Because believe it or not, all of the content creators in this fucking thing needed money. They needed a lot of money, including this mofo right here.
Just directly go to charity. It was told to us, like, you could just donate your portion of the profit share to charity after the event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now, I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anissa and I were just going to give our portion of the profit share to charity. There's nothing I could really say to...
Oh, yeah, he's alleging that he would have given it to charity. I don't believe that in the slightest.
Convince them otherwise. It was up to our discretion at the end of the day. And if you don't believe us, I can't say anything that'll...
Yeah, I don't believe you. Sorry.
...change your mind. I guess my only appeal is that year one, we made a bunch of money for charity, and I just got the fighters' pay like everyone else. In year two of the event, we definitely got nothing. So yeah, having said all of this, I know that there's probably a lot of you out there who honestly don't care, and you're just like, you want to see boxing, or you just want to see regular videos.
To be honest, I wanted to see you fight again, because I would have thought that would have been funny. I'm going to be real with you. If he fought again, he probably would have sold more tickets. He probably would have had more people that paid attention to his event. The fact that he's like, I'm not fighting in this event was enough for me to know that that this wasn't going to do well. It wasn't going to do well because some people probably were showing up thinking that they were going to watch his face get kicked in. And that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
I get that. For my soul, I needed to communicate it. So yeah, that's a big relief for me. I mean, I'm very happy that, this year money is being raised for charity. And
that's a good part, at least. The fighters are getting fucked over, and we're going to go through that next. But at least charity made some money.
I'm glad to know that it's already more successful than year two.
By the way, again, this money, 210,000 of it is from Hassan and his base. So thank you, Sandwar, for raising money for charity.
Mission accomplished, as far as I'm concerned.
And that's the end of that segment right there of that. So, by the way, this is all on his channel. Here, let me show you again. All of this on his channel. Creator Clash is back. Content Cop.
content deputy, which includes mentions of creator clash, and then concern trolling. So that is, in my personal opinion, some of the biggest promotion for this event. Because you obviously had the Twitter account. You obviously had the Twitter account where all this took place. But the Twitter account really did not do a good job whatsoever on this. I personally feel like the Twitter account did next to nothing about it. But yeah, so going back to the original tweet here. The event ends up getting canceled. This was announced 2 days ago, around noon, Central Standard Time. And what's funny is some people in this event already knew it was canceled before it actually happened. A lot of people ended up dropping out because of the move, but some people ended up dropping out because they knew it was canceled and nobody knew. So for like a couple of weeks, people dropped out knowing it was over, and you could still buy tickets on the Tiltify. Why they chose not to cancel it back then, I have no fucking idea. No fucking idea whatsoever. But let's get into some of the reactions. Let's get to some of the reactions for this, all right? First, we have Sapnap, the Minecraft guy. By the way, this is the first time I've ever seen Sapnap. I've heard his voice on some of the videos that he's been in with Dream. I've never seen this man's face before. So let's hear what he has to say about this.
It's not like 100% waste.
Because this is after he tells his audience that it's over and done with.
It's not 100% waste.
You can tell he looks really fucking depressed by this. I mean, like, listen, I'd be fucking depressed if something that I trained for charity, you know, I've given up a major portion of my income so I could pay to go have people beat my face in to eat specific foods. And the fact that, like, it's not happening, yeah, I'd be pretty fucking pissed off.
But yeah, I mean, it does feel a little shameless. There's a lot of time and effort. A lot of time and effort. A lot of days I woke up and I didn't want to do that shit, that I fucking did it for no reason. But
is he gonna show off his body?
It's not like 100% waste.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So he was one of the few. He was one of the first reactions. Let's see. So here's one of the other ones. We're gonna go through both reactions. And we're going to go through people that just dropped off on general, because a lot of people ended up dropping off. Let's go through why Harley dropped out, because Harley was one of the first people. In fact, he might have been the first person to drop out. Let's go through the clip of why Harley ends up getting dropped out.
There's creator clash, and I was down to do it. And even with the content cop, Ian and Ethan,
I'm covering him, by the way, right now. My apologies.
Doing that, that's fine. But like, people got weird. They would hit me up and they're like, oh, what's the environment of this event going to be? And like, you know, it's like, it's fine. You know, I was committed to it. LA Beast was going to be doing it. But then people that the event endorses or puts like front and center.
And he's talking about, by the way, Hassan. He's talking about the Hassan orbiters. And again, you have to remember, Harley's Jewish. All right. Now, I don't believe he's like a Zionist individual, or he probably doesn't really care too much about the Sand War. But if you are part of a religion where a lot of people are upset at you, and I, as someone who used to be Mormon, I kind of understand that from a historical standpoint. But from when you're part of a religion where a lot of people are upset with you and a lot of people are chanting for your end, and the guy that you're supposed to be boxing for decides to align himself with somebody who's also cheering the same thing, man, I wouldn't want to do that. Fuck no. So I 100% understand why Harley decides that he wants to jump out. It makes sense.
We're saying some crazy shit, in my opinion, and I was
wants to jump
not
out.
Comfortable endorsing an event that would endorse these people and their words.
Anti-Semitic stuff. Like, what were they saying?
They were like saying things like, well, one specific thing that like that was out of all the things that had been said, I saw a clip of Hassan, and I knew they were going to be doing a fundraiser with him, but he was like, oh yeah, if you've ever said anything positive about Israel, You shouldn't be allowed to even be a dog catcher. You should be treated like a.
Yeah, that's another point. It's just like, again, Hassan is helping to fundraise for this. All right. Hassan is fundraising for this event. And he's saying all of these anti-Semitic things, or in his words, anti-Israel based things. But still, in my personal opinion, it's anti-Semitic. And so, again, if you're Jewish, and you're like, I want to do this for cancer, I want to do this for the kids, and yet you hear that one of the biggest fundraisers is being extremely anti-Semitic, yeah, fuck that. I'm not going to box in this kind of event. Sorry, Anissa's husband. I'm not willing to touch this with a 50-foot pole. Your biggest contributor is kind of like being very hostile towards what I believe, and I ain't in it. Sorry.
Neo-Nazi. And I was like, hey, my family and friends and my community, that's so crazy. All of them? I don't know. But then like the conversation was really political, and because like I don't know if you guys caught the official Creator Clash fundraiser.
That's the other part about this. It's a fundraiser for charity. Charities really shouldn't be political, especially when they don't involve, well, excuse me, if it does involve politics, that's a little different. But when it's not a political environment, or supposed to be, and you make it a political environment, there's a reason why. Political environment. Oh gosh, what the hell? Or supposed to be, and I don't know why Kick did that. Let me start that again. When you have a charity that's not focused on politics, and it suddenly becomes very embroiled in politics, it gets toxic from 0 to 10 very fast. Now, I could probably make the argument that the individuals that are fans of Ian and Anissa are probably also in some way fans of Hassan and his orbiters. But like when you're doing a cancer charity, you probably shouldn't be bringing politics into this. And because there are politics being brought into it, the event ends up being sullied, and all it's going to be remembered is that specifically.
No. Oh, they just did one with like Hassan, and it was him reacting to this video that Ethan made about him. So they're just like talking a lot about like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, and like, was there rapes and like, it's just all this. And I'm like, what's up with the boxing though?
Good question to ask.
What's going on with like the boxing? Like
it's a good question to ask. So yeah, that's why he dropped out. That's why he dropped out. Yeah, I'm not going to be part of this political dogging on each other. Not going to be part of it. And honestly, don't blame him. Guess who else also dropped out? LA Beast, who also was the fighter. LA Beast, who tried to be cool, didn't really say a whole lot. He would eventually come out and say that there was a laundry list of red flags. By the way, that's a very nice thing to say. Saying that there are multiple red flags and irreversible damage, that's the nice way of just saying that the event is fucked. So he was the nicest way of going about this. Now, the video that I've been very interested to share with you guys that came out 2 days ago, right after the event was canceled. One of the individuals that ended up talking about this is Nathan Barnett, who is Dad. I don't know much about his content. I don't know much about his character. All I know is he's just a little bit weird. Some people tell me he's just a little bit weird. After partially viewing some of his other content, I'm like, yeah, this guy's just a little bit weird. But I don't think it's like bad weird. I think he's just weird because that's his character that he tries to play up for the camera, and it's like, that's whatever. But he made this video. It's 20 minutes long. We're going to go through the whole thing. I'm going to put the speed on 1.25 because otherwise we'll be here forever. And he's going to talk about his experience with all of the creator clashes, 1 through 3 basically. And we're going to understand what was going on in his mind, because there was a lot.
I almost quit when she called me because Harley was out. I was talking to Harley. Harley was talking about his frustrations. I'm 44 freaking years old. This is high.
By the way, this is the first time I learned that this man is 44. He doesn't look horrible for his age, by the way. Whatever he's doing, keep doing it, man, because you look like you're in your 30s to me.
School garbage.
Well, this is a video I didn't want to make.
And like Nicholas Diorio, I actually do believe that this is that he is telling the truth. There's a lot of creators that are like, oh, this is a video I don't want to make. And when people say that, they're lying.
9 times out of 10. However, this is the 1 time out of 10 where I actually feel like he did not want to make this video, but he made this video because he has to put his story out there. Sometimes when there is uncomfortable situations, and I've definitely been in this position, when there's uncomfortable situations that you really don't want to be a part of, yet you're forced to be a part of them anyway. And so I actually do believe that he did not want to make this video. I believe that he actively was just like, do I really have to do this? Do I really, really, really have to do this? And it's just like, yes, I need to tell my side of the story. I need to tell people what's going on. And some of the reasons that he talks about, some of them very financial reasons, excuse me, some of them very financial reasons, is probably why he decided to say something. And it really does get depressing. I'm gonna let you know now, Chad, if you haven't actually watched this video, it gets kind of sad. So hit the like button, by the way.
But here we are. You didn't know, Creator Clash 3 is canceled.
Woot.
It's completely over. It's done. It's not happening. But I was hoping and trying and praying it would work out and things would be fine and I'd be able to box for my 3rd time. I'd have a trilogy in Creator Clash and I'd have 3 first round wins. That was my goal and that was my plan. I started training last November and now here in July, I'm finally on pause with training because Creator Clash 3 is completely done. And even though Creator Clash 3 isn't happening, there still is going to be an effort to raise some money for the charity for Stand Up to Cancer. Aaron from Real Good, from Game Grumps, wants to try to still push people. And
by the way, he is, he actually says here that he's going to do a 24-hour stream, charity stream. And that's really nice of him. I think that's really good. This guy was on Lolcow Live. Yes, he was. I do have those clips also. We'll see if we can, we'll probably play those, but, we'll see. But this man decided that he, in preparation for Creator Clash 3, he was going to do a 24-hour charity stream where he helped to raise money by dancing for 20. By the way, I don't know how people could do that. I couldn't dance for more than, like a couple minutes, in my personal opinion. But, this man is going to do a 24-hour dancing live stream. I don't know if that counts him like taking breaks to use the restroom, but, you know, whatever. This is crazy. I think he's kind of crazy. Maybe in a good way.
Do some fun things to raise money for charity, and I would like to do my 24-hour dance stream. I mentioned it before. I was going to do it leading up to the event. I was going to dance for non-stop for 24 hours, and as I'm dancing, we're doing different things to raise money. Please stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes peeled. The good news is you will be able to see me fight at some point. I have been talking to Misfits Boxing.
Oh, so this is the other part that's really good. This is the part where I feel like there's a bit of... Oh, what do you say? This is, I think, where there's a little bit of a ray of sunshine in this, because this man got screwed over by Ethan and Anissa, which he'll get more into in this video. But he is going to walk off and go to Misfits Boxing, which I believe is partially run by fucking Keemstar. So, which is funny, because Keemstar is one of the people that iDubbbz criticized quite heavily in a content cop, and then also said that Keemstar sucks at doing his own boxing thing. So, but it's just really funny that one of the most famous, if not the most famous fighter from Creator Clash is going to go dance in Misfits instead and probably make more money and have his time be given more credence because of that.
It will happen some point this year. I'm guessing around the fall. So there's that. Now, to begin,
congratulations.
I'm really bummed that the event isn't happening. And I'm now here making this video when for so long I tried very hard to not be negative and not jump in on all the negative talk going on surrounding the event. I tried to be a very positive person publicly and promote the event and ignore all the stuff that was going on. But now it's not happening.
Which, by the way, he did a pretty decent job in. I think that he did take a couple of jabs in two, where it sounded like he was trying to be a very big defender of the whole thing. But I feel like he did a pretty decent job in trying to bring the love. I don't know if that's the right way. He was trying to bring the love in, and that was really nice of him, in my personal opinion. So I think that was pretty cool, you know. And so the fact that he was quiet is very admirable, in my personal opinion. And sadly, he was not rewarded for it
anymore. So it doesn't matter, and I'm just going to say everything I've been thinking. I don't like talking about the money and the payments and complaining about that, but Creator Clash 2 and 3 have genuinely put me into a bad spot financially. The first 2 years at Creator Clash, we got $20,000. Every fighter gets $20,000 to cover your coach, protein, food.
By the way, I don't want any person that was like dick sucking for this event to say that these people didn't get paid. First, during the second event, some people were trying to be like, oh my gosh, people didn't actually get paid. They were given a small stipend for their boxing and shit. No, these people got 20 grand, which is a good chunk of my yearly wages, by the way. They got 20 grand to go fight in this event, and that was supposed to last for the couple of months that they trained up to the event. And during the first year, they got a bonus. During the second year, they didn't get anything. And a lot of people tried to say that didn't happen. Not him. I think he was just quiet about the whole thing because he didn't want to raise any waves. But a lot of people just tried to be like, oh my gosh, don't say that these people are making money. These people are donating to charity. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not.
Gym memberships, training. The first year, I saved a lot of money with the way I trained. Year 2 comes around. I'm now living back in LA. I wanted to work with my coach who is still in Portland. So in order to do that, I got like an Airbnb for a couple of months. So anyway, I spent all the $20,000 on promo, food, gym, training, and then I get back to LA after Creator Clash and I have nothing because I was expecting a bonus. The reason I spent all $20,000 that year was because this person tells me it's going to be bigger and better, which it looked like it was shaping up to be. Pausing for a moment to give an editor's note. I might do this a few times throughout the video as I'm going through it just to clarify and people understand exactly what I'm saying. When I say this person I'm talking to, I'm purposely not saying the name of the person. It's not Ian or Anissa. It's people who work for the event, for the promotion company, the PR company, or Real Good Touring. So there's a lot of people who we're talking to. At this point, I'm talking about someone who works for the event that I don't want to publicly expose.
Probably Aaron. Maybe Aaron. God only knows. But here's the problem. I will say, I feel bad for this guy. I have a minor problem. Minor problem. This guy decided to, while living in LA, take an Airbnb for a couple of months in Portland in order to train. Okay, cool. I personally feel like that was kind of a bad idea. I don't know. Part of the issue that you have here is you've got a lot of creators who don't hold normal jobs outside us, like me, chat. I hold a normal 9-to-5 outside of this job right now. I am actually doing a little bit of overtime because my boss has asked that we all shore up and work on doing some overtime to help out the company. But otherwise, I work a normal 9-to-5. And I consider this to be my extra job, my second job, where I come home and I do entertainment for you guys to, in the hopes one day make this my full-time thing and then make working my part-time thing. None of these people do that. None of these people have that. These people all are content creators as their job. And so they don't have a job outside of that. I don't know how any of these people get by. I don't understand it. All right. I'm not going to judge this man. All right. Because it sounds like he really did believe in this. He really did believe in wanting to help out with charity. And I think that's very admirable. I just get heavily concerned that a lot of these people don't have real world skills that they can donate to the job market outside of their content creating. If boxing was this man's whole life, and I don't really know how training for boxing goes, so please don't get mad at me. Don't say I'm a bigot. I apologize if I get it wrong. But it is my understanding, all right, it is my understanding that you're probably not training all day. Maybe you can, and maybe you're not training every day of the week. If they are training every day of the week, okay, fine, whatever. But it is my understanding that these individuals could probably do some kind of part-time job. I don't know. This man lives in LA. There's probably work somewhere for him. I have no idea. I don't know why any of these people just decided to do that. Is he a firefighter? If he's a firefighter, then never mind. Ignore what I'm saying. I have no idea what his job, if he has a job outside of this. But it just kind of worries me when these people are like, yeah, I don't have anything outside of this. And I'm just like, and you're choosing to go to do a boxing thing where you're not consistently making content for it? That's terrifying. That's like really terrifying, chat. It's just like, I liked my vacation, but I missed making content because I know that me making content helps me to also like make extra income for myself. And I don't like going off because I like doing this in order to also help me in my real life. So when I see people be like, oh, I don't have anything outside of this, I'm like, are you serious? Kind of scares me is what I'm trying to say.
And then I'll just take that $30,000 or $40,000 bonus. It'll be amazing. I'll get it.
By the way, he was expecting a bonus at the end of Creator Clash 2, which we all know did not happen.
paycheck. One more pause real quick. When I say $30,000 or $40,000 here regarding what I could potentially earn for the bonus for Creator Clash 2, that was purely speculation on my point. Since I earned $27,000 at Creator Clash 1, it's a bigger event. I'm thinking, okay, I'll earn possibly $40,000. So no one ever said that number to me. I'm just speculating, since it would be more possibly and probably than $27,000 from year 1. When we get back from Florida after Creator Clash 2, we were at Marisha Ray's house, and she was having a party, and there is where Anissa told me, hey, there's no bonus. We didn't get any money from the pay-per-view, and people like pirated it. There was people in Discords with 30,000 people watching it for free. So there was no money left over for the fighters to have a bonus. And it's kind of like, I feel like Clark Griswold in a way, where like I'm banking on that Christmas bonus and then I don't get it. I'm probably over clarifying things with all these notes, but I do want to say I wouldn't be able to do this event if there wasn't some type of a bonus pay. I unfortunately am not in a situation like some of the other creators on the cards that can just volunteer their time and put in all these hours boxing and still be able to pay their bills. I had to take this as a job because I need to earn money.
This man just uploaded a new video on the Creator Clash thing. We're going to be watching it right after this. Thank you for telling me, chat. This man uploaded another video about this, so we're going to watch that right after this.
Creator Clash every single time to pay my rent. That's just a fact. I don't really want to admit that, but it's true. I wish I was in a position where I could have done this for free and I wouldn't have these complaints. So the reason I even took Creator Clash 1 was because I was getting $20,000 and I knew I could keep some of it. So this year, year 3, I get on the phone and I talk for an hour. And I was like, I really don't know if I want to do this. What I was told by this person, yes, you're probably going to make a check this time. A ton of people are going to watch it. The mistakes were learned from year 2. Well, now look at where we are. It was even worse than year 2. And now I don't know what's
even worse.
Boxing,
that's funny.
It happened one night.
That's really funny.
I had a very hard sparring session. When I turn my head now, I see bright flashes on the side and left of my head. I'm seeing them right now. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. And I never had that happen. And then that night, it started happening. And it was after 2 weeks in a row of hard sparring. And that was the hardest sparring I'd ever had. Didn't take me down though, and then he had to take a knee. And he is a 27-year-old amateur boxer. Just saying. Well, what the heck does it matter? Because I just did it all, and now I'm seeing flashing, and my knees kill, and I don't get anything for it, and there's no fight happening. One time during training, not too long ago, my whole arm went numb again when I got hit by a shot. Now, that being said, this is boxing, and I did sign up for it voluntarily. I'm aware of what happens in boxing. I'm aware you get injuries, and
By the way, this is something that I learned from listening to this whole video. There are a lot of cuts on this because he gets very emotional. Like, very emotional. And I think that the cuts are the cuts off when he gets too emotional, basically, which I can kind of understand. This is a very emotional thing. When you are promised money and then you don't get it and you kind of depend on it, again, you can judge him either which way from Sunday you want about whether or not that was a smart idea for him to do or not. Personally, I don't think it was that smart, but I don't know his situation. I don't know very much about him. I can only judge him as much as I would judge myself for this kind of situation. So, you know, it's whatever. I'm not going to push him too harshly for this. I feel really bad for him that this happened because he needed this money. It makes me feel really bad because all of this happened, that he unfortunately had this issue. So
okay with that, and I'm willing to accept them. It's just really disappointing and a bummer because now I don't get to even fight in the event or make a little bit of extra cash to help pay rent. Creator Clash 3 this year didn't pay us the $20,000. They paid us the first 2 years. We were offered $15,000 this year. Then I heard through Harley, LA Beast got the 15 and then additional 7,000. And I was like, what the heck, dude? I just talked on the phone for an hour months ago and got convinced to do this because I was told everyone was getting paid the same thing. Now someone's getting 7,000. I reached out, I was like, can I get that 7,000? Answer was no. Answer was, okay, we can get you a brand deal. That's not happening now. LA Beast makes more than us. He makes out with more money. I'm in 3 of these freaking things. And I'm not blaming LA Beast. He got what he got because he asked for it. Why the heck did I not get it?
Yeah, that's another thing that they found out. So, first 2 years, they get 20 grand. Third year, he gets 15. Already down 5K. Then he hears from Harley, the guy fighting LA Beast. The LA Beast was making an additional $7,000 when they'd all signed contracts saying that they would make the same amount of money. And so that's a pretty big deal because if you were promised one thing and then somebody gets another thing, I don't know if that opens it up to a lawsuit. I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer, all right? Plus, some of this is allegedly. But if that's true and they did sign a contract,
I'd look into a lawsuit, because it's just like, why are you paying people more when you said you only contractually pay us X amount of money?
When I asked for it in the very, very beginning, before the thing was even announced. Then I go camping. People on the internet were talking about this camping trip. The trip was set up by my coach as something he wanted to do in his life. He likes camping. And he thought, hey, you and Ren from Corridor and I trained together. Ian's like, hey, I want to come. Ian came down from Seattle. He joined us. Odd Ones Out was there. Alex Ernst was there. Steven, another YouTube boxer, she was there. It was a bunch of us. On this camping trip is where Ian tells me, hey, I'm doing another content cop. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And he goes, yeah, it's on Ethan. And I was like, Ethan Klein? And he said, yeah, it's on Ethan Klein. And I thought, oh no, why would you do that? The reason I was so concerned by this, Ethan and I had a very big misunderstanding for Critical Clash 2 with our promotion for the fight. I'm not going to tell this story again. I've told it in the past, but like everything's fine with Ethan and I. It's all done. We've talked and we've messaged and we're all good. So when Ethan and I made up, I was so relieved. This like huge weight came off my shoulders. I was like, okay, I'm not at odds with somebody. Then Ian tells me, before Critical Clash 3 is about to happen, oh, I'm putting out a hit piece on Ethan Klein. And I'm thinking, oh my God, dude, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to cause trouble? Because now I'm thinking, this is going to ruin Critical Clash 3 and I'm going to get screwed.
You should have dropped out as soon as you heard that. I agree. I mean, I probably would have. I've been like, bro, you can't do this. I will not fight for you if you do this. But he had already agreed to do it. I don't know what contract he signed. He had already agreed to do it though, so he was probably stuck.
Again, yes, I could tell him I'm concerned. I truly thought it was a work. It was like a WWE promo thing where like they were going to have a fake feud. They were going to make up right before Critical Clash 3.
I'll be honest, if they had a fake feud, that would have been even more funny. I think that Ian should have gone for a fake feud. Should have done it with Ethan Klein. It would have been really funny. Really funny, by the way. By the way, how crazy would it have been if the feud that they all had was fake, that Hassan was being fake, and it was all just kayfabe to make Creator Clash 3 happen? That would have been, in my personal opinion, a lot cooler.
Genius promotion. I watch a lot of wrestling though, so I probably was thinking incorrectly because that wasn't the case at all. It was a real beef. I don't keep my ear to the ground when it comes to YouTube drama. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's mad at who. I don't care. I don't want to know. I wish it was back in the 2010 days and everyone was doing sketches and stupid characters and we lived in simpler times watching someone talk about a Game Boy Advance game. I will say, if you're new here, please subscribe and check out my new talk show that's filmed here in this television studio. Top of the line production quality going on in here. And I love doing it. And you can be an audience member. You can call in and you can talk to me and be on the show. So Ian and I are walking around getting firewood and he's like, yeah.
This man knows how to do promo, by the way. He knows how to do promo, just like, 10% off of your order with Advanced GG using code MommaOcco. By the way, I just got informed that Advanced GG is doing a special 25% off this weekend for the summer. I'll be putting up a little blurb for it later. But if you use my code, you get 25% off starting on Friday. So yay, 25% off starting on Friday. If you wanted to try it and you wanted an additional 15% off, that's the way to do it.
Ethan said a bunch of stuff about me and Anissa, and I need to respond to him, so I'm going to make a content cop. He puts the thing out, and he screws every single person. He screws Real Good Touring, all the business professionals who are making this event with him. He screws me. He screws every other boxer. Everyone was screwed from Ian's dumb video because he couldn't wait 2 months. And here's the thing. I'm not going to tell someone what to make. Even though I don't like drama and negative content, it's not my place to do that. So I chose not to do that. At some point after the content cop video, my friend Yoda talks to me and says, all this crazy stuff's going on with Ethan from H3, child services is being called on him, he's getting human skulls mailed to his house. I didn't know what any of that was about, but I felt bad for him because it sounded insane. So I went to an H3 live stream and donated $20 and left a comment to try and say something positive. I also said I was bummed about the content cop video and confused on how to move forward. Now, I'd like to clarify why I did this. I could have just DM'd Ethan on Instagram to say, hey, I hope you're doing well. But I hadn't talked to him in like a year, and I didn't know if he was going to respond to me. Also, I really wanted to publicly say, hey, this video is kind of weird in a simple way.
I agree that it was a good idea for him to do that. It definitely was going to put him in hard straits with Ian, but him doing this was a good idea, in my personal opinion. Just to say, I don't really approve of this. I don't really approve of this. Good idea, my personal opinion.
When I said we're all kind of confused by this, I was sharing the sentiment of a few fighters that were genuinely confused as to why Ian and Anissa made this video when we all have an event coming out. So all the fighters had been very quiet and were like afraid to talk about things. So I thought if I made this donation, I could say in a sort of friendly way, hey, yeah, we kind of think this is weird. Hopefully it all blows over. I wasn't trying to insult Ian or Anissa, but I was just addressing the obvious that yes, this is awkward now. I'm sorry. And I felt that was not an unfair thing to do.
It was not.
The next day, Anissa texts me a screen grab of my donation, and she says, is this real? Anissa took that as I was supporting her enemy that she has chosen, by the way. Ethan and Atri are not my enemy. So then Anissa makes me feel guilty and bad for what I thought was a nice thing. And she's like, oh, I can't believe you would do that. I'm 44 freaking years old.
By the way, Anissa tends to do that a lot. She tends to do that a lot. You saw it in Creator Clash 2 when she tried to make people feel bad for talking about Froggy Fresh. She does that to her husband all the time. Now she's doing it with one of her fighters. It's really gross bitch behavior. By the way, Anissa's planning to start live streaming again. I don't know when that is, but Anissa's allegedly going to start live streaming again because they don't have any ways of making money. So good luck with that, ma'am. Good luck with that. Hope it goes well for you. Maybe you should just get back on the camera because she stopped doing OnlyFans. Can't imagine why. But I don't know. She's going to start streaming again. That's really funny.
Childhood, high school garbage. What the heck are you doing? I was texting Yoda, my friend, about this, and I said, I think I'm going to walk. I can't believe, I'm not dealing with her. I can't do this right now. I almost quit when she called me because Harley was out. I was talking to Harley. Harley was talking about his frustrations. I was saying, yeah, Anissa just called me. She tells me, this really hurts us that you would say this. Because in the donation, I said, this is really confusing for all of us. I don't know why they put that video out. It hurts you that I said, I'm confused why you're ruining the event? What are you talking about? It hurts you more that you put your video out, not me being upset about it. Oh, I burned a building down. Now everyone's complaining, and it really hurts me that everyone's complaining about my fire I caused. What the heck are you talking about? She acted surprised that I made that comment on the H3 stream.
This is a mild criticism. It really doesn't matter. I just wanted to say I really don't like the lighting because the lighting makes him look way more orange than he should be.
When she said, but Ian told you he was making that video on the camping trip. But just because he told me he was making a dumb video doesn't mean I should just automatically be okay with it because I heard about it beforehand. I can still think it's a dumb idea to put out when you're simultaneously putting on an event that's supposed to be non-political and not tied to any drama. Now, at this point, online, all anyone is talking about is how Creator Clash is failing, and it's a disaster. So I thought, in order to combat some of this negativity and maybe try to sway some people into having some sympathy for the fighters and maybe put a positive spin on all this and get people motivated to support the event, I thought I would go on Keemstar's podcast. And Keemstar has an audience who actually watches YouTube boxing. But before I could go on the podcast, Ian saw a thumbnail Keem posted with my face on it saying I was going on his podcast. So Ian calls me and says, we'd rather you not go on his podcast because we don't know what he's going to say. I said to Ian, it doesn't really matter what Keemstar says because he's going to talk trash about the event regardless, whether I go on the podcast or not. If I go on, maybe I could at least combat that and
try to sway
some people and defend.
Very good point. Keemstar is really good at shitting on things. And if you go on to kind of dispel some of that, maybe that could be good. He is going into a hostile environment, 100%, and people are going to definitely be hostile towards him. But I think that's a good idea. I don't know if I would personally do it. I think my manager would tell me no, maybe, but that's not a bad idea.
Event and make people kind of feel some sympathy for me and the other fighters and possibly turn the tides and get people to come around on this. Ultimately, I told Ian I wouldn't go on the podcast because now I'm thinking, I'm rocking the boat. I don't want to make people upset. I don't want to get Ian and Anissa to kick me off Creator Clash because I'm being controversial or I'm stirring the pot and causing problems. I really didn't want to get kicked off. And I also didn't want Anissa to call me and get after me again for doing something that she didn't like. I thought this was too risky for me and I was jeopardizing my own stance in position in this event. So I said, fine, I won't go on the podcast. But the whole time I'm thinking, I really do want to do this. I want to go on there and talk to Keemstar and try to promote the event and face all this criticism and try to do some damage control because no one was doing that. But I did also get injured that day in sparring. My arm went numb, which is a thing that happens sometimes when I got hit. So I had to go to the doctor. So it was probably for the best that I went and got that checked out. But I did say to Keemstar, I would like to come on the show later and talk about this because it was something I wanted to do because nobody else was doing any damage control for this event. Now, every fighter in Creator Clash 3 was offered $15,000 to cover their fight training, except for LA Beast, who I guess got $7,000 additional because he said his training cost more than that. I don't know if anyone else got additional money. As far as I've been told by the event, he was the only one. Regardless, when the event got postponed, they offered everyone an additional $10,000 as an extension to extend your training.
Oh yeah, so by this point, you might think, why the fuck are these people still sticking around? If you postpone the fight, man, a lot of people's lives are like fucked up by that. And some people did drop out. Like I said, the Wang guy, he dropped out because he had a movie that he had to do. You know, to think about yourself, why would some people stay? Well, they offered them an additional 10 grand per fighter to stick around. So this man was like, you know what? I'll stick around. There's an additional 10 grand sitting on top of that. That's a decent chunk of money.
October. A lot of people couldn't do the event now because it was getting extended. Myth dropped out, LAB's dropped out, Freddie Wong dropped out. I didn't drop out. I thought about it. I thought, is this worth doing? And then ultimately I thought, I really want to box. I've been training for so long. I don't want to stop this and I want the event to happen and I really want to get in that ring a third time. Also, that $10,000 will help me out. In addition to that $10,000 extension dollars, I was going to get now a cut of Ian and Anis's 34% that they were going to get paid. But
oh yeah, that 34% that probably doesn't exist, period.
They've dropped out, all that money will go to the fighters. I'm thinking this is great. And on top of that, I would also potentially get a bonus check after the event sells out. They'll split up extra money with all the fighters. So I get 3 types of payment. I'll get that $10,000 extension and then the 2 bonus checks, we'll call them. But now that the event has been canceled, I'm not getting that extra money. I'm not getting that $10,000, even though I did some of the extra training because the event's canceled now and it's just over and there's just no more money. And it's really messing me up. And it's really hard for me to be okay with this. That's why I'm making this stupid video, because I'm upset. It sucks. I put my heart into this. I got freaking beat hard this year, harder than I ever had. And I thought, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna train like a freaking professional. Keep my head down, avoid this drama, and now here I am, screwed. At this point, I just started getting too worked up, so I'm now just ending the video. When I filmed this, I just sort of spilled my guts and got
I have a feeling he really did break down there. And again, I feel really bad that he did that. It really is kind of sad watching how this affected him, in my personal opinion, because he put a lot into this. Like he said, I kept my head down, didn't get into drama, and I'm the one getting screwed over. And that really, really, really sucks.
Worked up. Then I remembered more things I wanted to say, and I tried to compose myself a little bit better. So the video's a bit wild. The last thing I want to say is that I always tried to be respectful of them, publicly and personally, when I was talking to them. I've always given them the benefit of the doubt and never really wanted to place blame on them or anyone. And then it turns out they were just talking trash about me behind my back. Ian's coach said on H3 that they used to say I was weird and talk trash about me, and then I also heard the same thing from Froggy Fresh 2 years ago. I don't care if people think I'm weird because I do make weird videos. I like being different and unique. I'm used to people saying I'm weird. I was just very surprised that it was happening by 2 other creative people. I thought they were like me, and I didn't expect them to make fun of me for being different. I thought that was the point of Creator Clash, was to gather the unique people and put them in a boxing ring. I guess not. So there you go. That's everything. That's my side of things, and that's how I feel. I'm a little embarrassed to even put this video out and join in on this conversation and expose myself and show myself as getting worked up, but I'm choosing to put it up.
Hey, how the dramas keep doubling down. Well, there's a thing that Anissa put out that we're going to read after this, and then we'll probably move on from the Creator Clash stuff, because there's still a couple other things I want to talk about tonight before I get onto my game stream, but this is all really just so sad. Oh, we also have the other video by him as well that we're going to watch, but this is just really sad to listen to, because Ian and Anissa screwed a lot of people over, and now they're just trying to move on and say that they had nothing to do with it. Hell, on their own show, their own podcast, they're like, if I could have done it, I'd do it again. They're basically okay with the fact that they screwed a bunch of people out of shit, and they really don't care. They just don't care. I don't know, I remember when Ian is like, oh, I found my empathy, and it's just like, no, you didn't. You didn't find nothing, broski. All you found was how to screw people over, and it looks really depressing.
I'm choosing to leave that stuff in because that's how I feel, and it's real, and this is what all of this has done to me, and it's made me act this way and feel this way. But it's all over, it's done, and we don't have to think about it anymore. You can see me box on Misfits soon. I will give you updates on that once I have them. And thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Don't expect any more videos like this. I'm never going to do this again.
And spoiler alert, he did make another video about this. So we're going to go ahead and pull that up and watch it, and then we'll continue.
Hello. Welcome back. Here I am, doing exactly what I said I wouldn't do. Just kidding. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to make a whole other video about Creator Clash, but I will tell you...
Spoiler alert, this just came out, so I have no idea what this is about.
some things. The first thing I will tell you, this Friday, I'm doing a week-long stream. I'm going to try to do it on YouTube and Twitch.
Good God, it's on a cracker, man. That is insane.
Might end up doing it just on Twitch, but please follow my Twitch, if not already. I will be streaming for a week straight. I might do some
Thankfully, dual streaming isn't that hard to do, so hopefully he figures it out.
boxing on that stream, outside doing some hot tub pool activities, doing some barbecue things, in here playing games, having dance parties. I will be doing anything and everything under the sun for about a week straight, maybe longer. And I've done this in the past. I streamed for 33 days straight. I beat Ludwig by 2 days. That happened a couple years ago. It was a lot of fun. I did a lot of things, and I'm planning on doing it again. So starting this Friday, please come by and hang out. Something I feel like I should answer here and now is my eye. People have been concerned about my eyes and what happened when I'm seeing the flashes. Trust me, I got it checked the second it was happening. That day, I went to the eye doctor and I did a ton of tests. Thank you for the concern, by the way. What I have is right here. This is from my doctor. After many, many tests, check lots of things. My retina is not detaching from my head.
Well,
what I have is posterior vitreous separation. It's the lining around your eye gets thinner and there causes a separation as you age. Also, you get floaters. I've always seen floaters in my eyes. I'm sure it's not great to get punched in the head for many reasons. So, yeah, sure. But I'm not going blind. Everything's cool. Thank you for your concern. I did get it checked. Now, there have been a lot of comments and questions that I would like to answer.
I'm assuming this is going to be a little bit of a question and answer thing. If he doesn't answer any questions about the drama, which I'm kind of getting the vibe that he might, we're going to end it really quickly.
I do have answers for, but I just can't do it here because it's a lot. So I'll put this out there. If there's anyone who would like to talk, have an interview or whatever, like Nicholas Diorio or some of these other channels that have been covering this, I could come on a stream or a show of anyone's and just kind of get it all out. Mostly just answers to what you've been asking, like why I did get into it, why a lot of the other boxers got into Critical Clash 3 knowing it was a risk and probably a good chance it could be a failure. I have good reason for why I did that. I mean, I touched on that a little bit.
His reason is he needed money and he felt a little desperate. And that really sucks and is sad to hear. You can only blame somebody so far. My personal opinion is like I can't blame him that much, or not really. At the very least, it's not really fair because if you need money and you see an opportunity, as long as it's not like an outright scam, yeah, that sucks. So I don't blame him that much.
Thought in my video, but it seems to be there's a lot of stuff people are asking. So if anyone wants to talk about it, I'm down. Now, I'll leave you with this. It's something I feel not a lot of people saw, and I wish more people did see. It was my initial Critical Clash 3 promo announcement video for when the event was announced, and in it, it's the closest version to myself. I play as myself or dad, or this boxing dad character I've been doing. The angle is a grumpy, old, beat-up YouTuber man who wants to go and get vengeance for his failed career in life. I figured it was kind of funny, and I'm actually pretty proud of the video. It shows a lot of the things I've done in my life, in my YouTube career, and my television acting career that I'd like to show you guys if you want to watch it. And it would be nice to continue this version of myself in another boxing event someday. So please watch this video. Hopefully it makes some of you laugh and smile and all of the above. All right, I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
What is he going to do for the last 3 minutes here?
For 31 years.
Okay, well, is this like just 3 minutes of him doing it is. It is. Okay. Unfortunately, there really wasn't a whole lot to glean from that. Unfortunately. So, we're just gonna move on. Just gonna move on from that. So we've covered, in my personal opinion, a good chunk of like the death of this thing. Chat, unfortunately, well, maybe not unfortunately, maybe if you don't like Creator Clash, maybe fortunately for you, it's dead. It's dead, and it's never coming back, in my personal opinion. And if it does come back, gross. No, thank you. Not interested. Not interested in the least bit. Not really wanting to see it come back. We do have some other aftermath for it, which we're going to go over here in just a minute. But in my personal opinion, it's probably a good thing that it's gone. Excuse me. It's good that it's gone, in my personal opinion, because we really did not need another year of charity not making money. Again, it's good that at the very least, all right, they gave money to charity, even though it is blood money from a sand war. But, you know, it's whatever. And at least, I'll be honest with you, hearing what I hear from Dad, I kind of wish it happened just so that he could make money from it, because like it sounded like he was really counting on it. And it's really sad that none of it actually happened. That's really depressing, in my personal opinion. Good concept, bad execution. I agree. It was. Very bad execution. I'll be completely honest with you. Very sad that it happened the way it did. And I really don't know what to say other than just, man, that sucks that happened to you, broski. So, you know. But I'm glad at least that Ian and Anissa have decided to run away, and they are now living in the Anissa's basement in their parents' house. So they get what they deserve. They get theirs. Chat. So I'm kind of happy about that. That they get theirs, so to speak. But we're not entirely done yet. There is one clip that I am going to share because it do be relevant. Now, chat, for those that don't know, I did put out a video today. If you did not watch this video, you can watch it after I am done streaming because it's a good video, in my personal opinion. I put out a video saying why I hate Ludwig. It's a good video. It goes through the clip that I shared last week on my last hump day talking about the Il Mango situation, which I think that you should watch if you have the chance to. This clip is somewhat relevant. It is somewhat relevant. And the reason why I say it is somewhat relevant is because he made a comment, that being Ludwig, about Creator Clash ending. And he makes some comments about the content cop itself. And oh boy, it does not go well for him. So let's start out with the clip coming from the Yeet channel.
This has been dead for a while.
This being Creator Clash, I'm pretty sure.
And like on life support. You know, this has been in a vegetative state. So it is, I think, ultimately the right call.
By the way, I was told to watch the chat.
All that they canceled.
His chat.
Because if they had gone through with it, I think it would have done so bad. Ethan Klein did it. Okay. I'm not trying to be controversial here.
Don't say he did.
But I do think iDubbbz posting the content cop was...
Oh my gosh, maybe he is learning. I have not actually seen this chat. Maybe he is learning. He is saying you can't blame Ethan. Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
One of the dumbest moves ever.
He is saying that the content cop contributed. Holy shit, that's amazing.
Straight up. That was crazy. I think...
his chat is getting faster.
Of how many other people...
Oh my gosh, look at his chat. Look at his chat. Look at his chat. It's getting worse. Stops blaming Ethan for iDubbbz being a moron. Amen. Ethan's harassment campaign. Oh no, his chat's turning on him.
Who don't give a fuck and just want to fight.
Oh no, Ludwig.
You know, make that video when Creator Clash isn't happening, I would say.
Oh, F you. Oh no.
That makes no sense to me.
Oh no.
It did not help the event whatsoever. It hurt the event.
Oh no. Oh no. His chat's turned on him so hard. Ethan's fault. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, no one went to bat but Hassan for him. But like also, Hassan's audience isn't watching fucking boxing events.
Oh my gosh, why would you say that? That's literally also your audience. No. No.
What is that? That's not, I don't know. At some point, you have to realize you're operating a business and
look at his
you have
chat
to
go.
make the call. Like, what's more important, is the business or you know, making the videos you want to make, which is like your own call to make. But anyway, I'm kind of sad about it. I won't lie.
Oh, his chat was so funny. A lot of his chat was just like, fuck Ethan. Fuck Ethan. This is awesome. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. This was, by the way, one of the top comments on this. One of the top comments from, and unfortunately it's very blurry, but this is supposed to be Ludwig, and this is supposed to be Hassan, where Hassan's saying, are you sure you want to make an innocuous joke at my expense? And he says, I'm sorry, I'll delete. Oh no, Ludwig's chat is upset for telling the truth. Yeah. So the fallout's been kind of funny. Yeet has decided to share some of the comments from this. So let's read some of the comments. And I imagine that these comments are going to measure what people think of him. But oh no, Ludwig, why did you do this? See, this is why I don't like him. This is why I don't like him. It's just like not only does he not see chat. Okay, listen. I used to think this man was a genius. All right. I used to think this man was actually smart. Actually knew what his audience was, knew what people wanted, and knew how to work things. I have learned literally in the last couple of months, this man does not know what the fuck he's doing. He doesn't know at all what he's doing. He's flailing around. Excuse me. He's flailing around wildly. He's streaming on platform to platform. Whatever he thinks will make him the most money. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to invest. Whatever the hell. And like, he doesn't recognize who his fans are. That is... This man is so fucking cooked. Holy fucking shit. That is hilarious. Anyway, let's go through some of these comments. So this is from Sean DeBlack. Excuse me. It's from Sean DeBlack, one of the guys that might be sued by Ethan Klein. Says, I have a lot of thoughts on this being a Lud watcher, but for now I'll stick to just expressing how disappointing this is. Again, these people are upset that he is saying don't blame Ethan Klein for iDubbbz's choices, which he shouldn't. Ethan Klein did not hold a gun to iDubbbz's head, or excuse me, Anissa's husband's head, and say, make that content cop, all right? Ethan Klein has been railing on Hassan, and iDubbbz has been, for the most part, not been a participant in this. iDubbbz chose willingly to enter into this fight of his own free will and get bodied. Now, I don't think that the content cop is the entire reason why the event failed. Allegedly to Anissa, it was already doing really bad by the time the content cop was going out. Okay? But... So, I don't think that it helped, but I don't think it like necessarily, well, it probably did. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I think it probably did make it worse. I think that it probably pushed away people that were on the edge, and it pushed fighters out. So yeah, it did make it worse. It made it much worse. So ignore me. But like, you got people like Sean DeBlack, who is saying he's disappointed for objectively a correct take. And then you got this random rainbow flag here saying, you hosted an event last week where you let a known alcoholic sexually harass multiple women. I don't want to hear anything about PR from you. Now, they are right. They are right. Chat, this is the problem that he's going to have. This, again, Ludwig is the new punching bag for a lot of people on both the right and the left. Okay? This is what's going to happen. Because he is such a people pleaser, because his focus has been on making as many people happy as possible while also making everybody pissed off at the same time, he is now in the spot where he is pissing off everybody. When what he could have done is been solid on his beliefs and made friends with people that matter and actually stick with them, which I don't actually believe he's done. He's just been a fence sitter, does not give his opinions, just actually walks out and does not have any convictions, in my personal opinion. And he's an asshole. And he's an asshole. So now what he's going to have to contend with is he's upset the right with a lot of what he's done, but now he's also upset the left because he enabled his drunk friend to almost kill himself and sexually harass women. And so he's going to have to deal with the fact that he's going to have those individuals on both sides that hate him now. Here's another account. Here's another account. VTuber fan, also flags in bio. So why does he just kind of keep having really weird comments lately? Like, bro, I'm trying to have an open mind, but when saying it's Ian's fault when Ethan Klein is doing hate campaigns daily on the event and saying we don't like the event because we're Hassan fans makes no sense. Now, I will also say that there is a chance. I do think a lot of Ethan's true fans did give support to Creator Clash 2 and 1. And when Ethan pulled his support, they probably lost a bit of support. But again, I feel like that wouldn't have happened. That would not have happened if Ian didn't do this. Thank you for the 5.
MommaOcco.
Motorbomb sent $5 for more hats. Have I now become your enemy by telling you the truth?
Amen. Thank you for that.
4:16.
It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. I forgot about that one. But no, yeah, legitimately. He's got all of these Twitter freaks, all of these Twitter weirdos that are upset with him because he made a correct statement for once. And, you know, I do agree with the previous Twitter freak here, where they're like, oh, he doesn't know PR. It's just like, yeah, no, fuck no, he doesn't know PR. If you know PR, he wouldn't have said anything about this in the first place. But because he's Ludwig, the nice guy that everybody likes to be around, or allegedly likes to be around, because he's the nice guy, he's got to have an opinion on everything. And the one time he has an opinion that is objectively correct, he's going to piss off his fans. And that's hilarious. And here is the last one that we'll look at here, where this individual says maybe someone that shuts down their live events company less than a year isn't the guy to tell anyone how to do it. So, and that's in reference to something that happened at Off-Brand Studios. But it's just really funny that now individuals from his own, objectively from his own circle, at least the first 3 were probably, I don't know about the third one, but at least the first 3 people that complained about him, they are correct. They are correct. So it's kind of funny. More than just kind of, it is funny that he is facing this kind of hatred now. And yeah. Congratulations, Ludwig. I guess you get what you deserve. And I don't know if this is the beginning of the end for him. Again, like I said in my video, he is death by 1,000 cuts. And this is another cut, in my personal opinion. There's another cut on the Ludwig train. And now he is getting it from his own people. So we'll have to see where that goes. I don't really feel like I need to make another video talking about him, at least right now. But because I'm not the quartering. Spoiler alert, I'm talking about the quartering after this. But I don't know. This is like really depressing because this man does have talent. Does have talent in the sphere, in his sphere. And it is obviously he's a very friendly guy, maybe even approachable. But he's choosing to waste it with the wrong people. and choosing to be the nice guy that everybody can be friends with, except for those that don't align with him. But, yeah, I don't know. Good luck, Ludwig. I don't know if you can keep your mouth shut about this, but if he does, maybe he'll move past it. I mean, he's done a decent job at that from in the past. We'll see. We'll see. But anyway, that is all the Creator Clash stuff I have for today. If you were just here for Creator Clash, I am going to read Super Chats now. Then we're going to move on to some smaller topics for the rest of the night. I got 3 smaller topics. One of them is a video. 2, actually, I got a couple of videos on this, on the last 3 topics. But if you want to jump out now, totally fine, totally all right, totally valid. And I'm going to take another break and use the restroom again. Also, go grab some ice cream because it's flipping hot now and I need some ice cream. My ice cream, not the Yippies ice cream. The Yippies want their own ice cream, so donate if you want to give the Yippies ice cream. And when I get back, we are going to talk about how the quartering is destroying his channel. And in my personal opinion, I always knew this was coming. I always knew this was a possibility with him. And I'm glad that I was right. Again, I was right about him. And that is that he is also slowly death by 1,000 cuts. So I'll be right back and I'll see you guys in a moment. Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen. I didn't know, I mean, I guess it kind of fits, doesn't it? Someone said, by the way, that they like the new outfit. I agree. I like the new outfit, too. I think it looks really nice. So, you gotta go ink. What flavor? Mango peach. Because I'm trying to get more fruit in my life, even though it's got like 10% fruit concentrate. Or maybe even less, I don't know. No idea whatsoever. Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway, like I said, this is going to be a quartering video. Now, obviously, with all content, I am going to make sure to tell you that if you are interested in the original content,
Thank you, user, for the follow.
thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. I am not going to tell you to like not watch somebody's content because that's against the law and I could be liable for copyright infringement. So I'm not going to tell you that. What I will tell you is you can watch this on the Quarterings channel. It was like almost 2 weeks ago that this was a video. But we are going to watch it on my channel. We're going to watch it on my channel. Give me one moment. I am putting something together here. And once I'm done putting it together, I will share it with you. Well, I'm also enjoying some ice cream as well. Quartering's a weird guy. I can agree with that. So this doesn't start till Friday. So I'm actually going to wait to post it, but Advanced is having a new sale that they just announced. So that's cool. And I'll show you guys early. But it's not actually a thing you can do yet. So don't do it. Don't try and get 25% off because you can't actually get it just yet. But starting Friday, you can get 25% off for the weekend if you use my code. You don't get 10, you get 15. So if you want 25% off, wait till Friday and you can get a quarter off of your order. Like the quartering, who we're going to make fun of right now for being a bad businessman. But that is cool. I'll obviously be shilling it in the Discord when it comes out, and you guys will be incentivized to do so. But if you want to buy some right now, it is 10% off using my code. Am I doing that too much, by the way? I'm trying not to be too much with the shilling. I don't want to be a quartering. I don't want to like be as harsh as the quartering on the sponsorships. Because I know that's part of the reason why nobody watches him. Is because he gives way too many sponsorships. And so I imagine if I did go too hard, you guys would say. But I am curious. I'm curious if you guys like or dislike my me constantly doing it. He does love his coffee. He does. He does. Let's talk about that, though. Like I said, if you are just here for Creator Clash, we're done with Creator Clash now. We're switching over. Is your hair edible, and is it more than a quarter's worth of purple meat? I imagine the hair is edible, but you'd have to get it cut off first. I do take haircuts every once in a while, so after I get a haircut, I do donate my hair to people that want to make sushi. That is like a little silly bit of lore that I have. My hair grows, I get it cut, and then we move, and then we get it stuff. Did I read super chats? Well, I read that one. Thank you for the 2 Wolfsbane. I will read the other super chats that we have right now before we continue. Thank you. I was going to read them at some point anyway, but I'll read them right now. So thank you for reminding me. Thank you. Devastator, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Wolfsbane for 2. Crater Clash is dead. Oh no. Anyway. Mercenary for 2. Watching on Switch. No chat. All ads are unskippable. I am sorry to hear that. I am very sorry to hear that. Magma for 2. Hoy. I'm late. Sorry. You're fine. And then Magma for 2. How dare Magma be late? Here's another super chat. Very much appreciated. And that's all the ones I have for right now. Very much appreciated. Again, chat, the Yippies want ice cream if you want to give them ice cream. I am not giving them my ice cream. It's mine. So if you want the Yippies to have ice cream, you can give them, you can throw $1 their way so they can go to the corner store and they can buy themselves some Ben & Jerry's. Although I don't know. No, it wouldn't be Ben & Jerry's. They can't eat Ben & Jerry's because Ben & Jerry's doesn't like Yippies. Ben & Jerry's is very mean to Yippies, so they would go and get whatever non-name brand that it actually is ice cream. There's a certain sweet spot. Someone who had a code FISH advertised it to Helen whenever the fish was mentioned for a time span of 4 months. Someone saying, speak of the fish, use code FISH. That's funny. Occo doesn't feed the kids. Oh no. Where's the corner store where ice cream is $1? That's a good question. Maybe in another country, but not in mine. Not in mine whatsoever. Anyway, so let's talk about the quartering, chat. Talk about the quartering. So, Jeremy from the quartering has been around for multiple years. Has made videos for multiple years. Most of them are, in my personal opinion, content slop. Now, if you actually do like the quartering, I am sorry to say this. Okay? I'm putting this out there right now. You can like or hate him if you want. I don't like him particularly much because I think that Jeremy is content slop. All right, just my personal opinion. Reason why I think that he is content slop is he literally just takes whatever the fuck he sees on Twitter for the day and makes it into a video. There are some things that are easier to make into videos than others. You know, when you're talking about, I know that he's making a video almost every day on Carmelo Anthony, the kid who did first-degree murder of another kid. Very tragic situation. He almost always has a video every day on that guy. He likes to talk about Elon Musk all the time and politics. He used to be way more center or even left-leaning up until the most recent election. And then I feel like he flipped a switch and realized that he could grift off of the right and do as much as he could to get the right in his pocket. And so he's done everything he could to, like, get the right and get as much money as he can. He owns a coffee company, which he definitely won't let you forget every single video. And he does a bunch of ad deals every single video. Now, like I said, I don't mind if people do ad deals. YouTubers and VTubers got to make money. I'm a little selective. I've gotten quite a few emails about ad deals that people want me to do. And they're for like little products where I'm just like, I would not try and sell this to people. I'm sorry. I can't do that. You're paying me peanuts to sell something that I would not myself use. I'm sorry. Did he do Gamergate videos? Yes. He actually did a video trying to cancel Mr. Medicare. It was a stream, actually. He did videos during Gamergate trying to cancel Mr. Medicare, and he did it very badly, and I think he was also drunk when he did it. Then when Gamergate 2, quote-unquote, started up, he also did videos on that as well. Jeremy does also have live streams where he streams with Melanie Mack, somebody who was very big in the Goonergate sphere. And so because of that, he adopted her opinions where he was talking about banning basically... Well, I don't think he was on the side of banning things. I know she was. But he was basically agreeing with her when it came to getting rid of video games that are too whorish, basically. Which means that he might hate me because of my whorish look, I guess. But one of the things that has been happening recently is that he has been going down and down in views. It's kind of in a flux. I do believe that the YouTube algorithm kind of goes up and down depending... Oh gosh, shut up. I'm not ready to hear you just yet. Sorry. I'm trying to go to his actual channel here.
Alex.
Shut up. Here, let me show off his channel real quick. So this is his channel. This is his channel. All right. A lot of his videos have been getting between 50 to 100,000 views. Depending on the topic, they get more views. And I do believe that he gets trickle views on some of his videos after a day. But he gives basically, he's basically like if Rev Says Desu decided to put up 5 videos a day and not do any editing or the least amount of editing possible. See, my personal opinion, Rev Says Desu, while I don't always like everything that he does, he is a decent weather vane of content. And what I mean by that is there is some stuff that people will only see if certain people talk about it. And Rev Says Desu is one of them. I think that Rev gives enough of a shit about some of the things that he talks about, but I am worried that Rev is like going down a path where he's going to just like not devolve into this, but whatever is above this. And I kind of hope that's not the case personally, because I think that Rev is better than that, and he has been better than that. But that's my own opinion. But yeah, so the Quarterings videos have, they kind of go up and down. Like I said, most of his videos on day one typically just get 50, 60, 70,000 views. Some of them go up after the fact, but like his videos have been like, it's up and down. And recently, Quartering did a video where he's like, I am destroying my channel. And we're going to watch that video. We're going to talk through it. I'm going to give my opinions about how I kind of knew this would happen. Because when you publish 5, 6, 7 videos a day, I think he only does 5 videos a day now. Here's his content structure. Jeremy posts 5 videos a day. He also streams every day. He also has a bunch of other content he does every day. It's basically a content farm. Okay. And there is and I don't really mean by psychology, but there is like a magic to making content. You can make as much content as you want, and your fans will watch it. But there comes a point where the more content you make, and if people watch it less and less, well, YouTube is going to think that you're not as popular anymore. Okay? And what I think has happened is, how many subs does this man have? This man has almost 2 million subs. He has been dancing around almost 2 million subs for a couple of years now. His growth is basically stagnated. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying it how I'm seeing it. The less and less people watch you, the less and less YouTube is going to recommend you. So typically, and this is something that I am wanting to move towards as well, what you want to do is your channel should be built up around whatever you are an expert in or whatever you want to talk about in, and you should not oversaturate that. Like Mr. Beast, as much as some people don't like him, is a king at this kind of stuff. He's not really a king at selling thumbnail services, I'll tell you that. But Jimmy, Mr. Beast, is good at being kind of like the YouTube guy, if that makes sense. And he uploads videos when he's ready to. But, and that's kind of how it will work with your audience, is your goal is to entertain them. If you over-entertain them, they probably won't have enough time to watch somebody else, and that's not good. Because I will tell you what, if I just did nothing but content all day, every day, you guys would get tired of it. Because you're not just gonna spend your whole day watching me. You know, I'm pretty cool in my head sometimes. But some people want to watch other people. There are other VTubers that are interesting. You know, there are other individual YouTube channels that are interesting. And I'm not really the only one here. So, and so it's just like, I understand less is more. Less is more, you know? I mean, like, I'm already kind of considering maybe losing my Friday. Maybe just not streaming on Friday. I'm thinking about it. Or maybe, like, taking off. Yeah, it probably would be Friday, because that's the only day that I would take off. It's either that or Wednesday. because I don't want to oversaturate people, basically. I underestimate the pull of simping. I mean, maybe. But, like, for some audiences, if you overdo the content, it gets boring after a while. So, and I think that's what happened with Jeremy, is he's doing the same content. He's doing a lot of ad reads, which get boring and annoying after a while. And I think his audience is just kind of done with it. Now, I do think that he will have videos where he'll have, or videos. I do believe that he'll have audiences that will still stick around, and he'll probably still do decently well. But this entire video is him complaining that his channel is dying, and it's his fault. Thank you for the 5.
Wolf Spain sent $5 for more hats. I stopped watching Jeremy around 2019-2020 when I noticed he was doing 5 to 6 videos a day. He got really repetitive and it became a chore to watch him.
Yep, that's the other problem. I don't watch this man. YouTube has to recommend me this man. I have not subbed to him on my private, because I have a private account where I view stuff. I'm not subbed to him, obviously, on my main. But on my private account, I stopped subbing to this man because I don't care about all of the random ass shit that this man has to say. Occasionally, he may say something interesting. You know, maybe he'll just show a thumbnail. It's just like, oh, okay. We'll see what he says. Whatever. Sometimes YouTube autoplay jumps into him and it's just like, whatever. I'm not going to tell YouTube to not recommend him because maybe sometimes, you know, it might be interesting. But, you know, for the most part, I don't care. Too many videos. So let's listen to him and we'll talk about why his channel is actually suffering. We'll put it at 1.25 speed and let's go.
I don't know if many of you have noticed, but I've been a lot more shifty and weird breathy lately. And it's because I'm having near daily anxiety.
So right off the bat, knowing what you know, knowing what I've kind of explained to you, this man is admitting that he has daily anxiety about his channel, which I can kind of understand when you are a content creator and this is your life, all right? And it's not just his life, all right? It's not just this man's life. He's got full-time employees that this man employs that make videos for him, that do editing for him, that make thumbnails for him, all that kind of shit, okay? And when you're the leader of a business, I can kind of understand, all right? I can kind of understand that you'd be kind of anxious because it's just like, oh, fuck, I don't want to put people out of work. You know what I mean? I don't want people to be put out of work. But like, at this stage of him being a content creator, I feel like he should know and understand what's doing it. Because as he's going to explain, he doesn't know what's going on, basically. He doesn't really understand. He's going to opine some opinions, but he doesn't really know what's going on. And it's kind of funny. Just like, how many years have you been doing this and you don't know what's going on? Are you serious, man?
There's been something going on with my YouTube channel over the past couple of weeks that I have been spending almost every single night trying to figure out. I talked to my YouTube rep. I talked to other people in the space. I just can't figure it out. And I don't...
Now, I will say, by the way, and there is a YouTube change that is coming that I'm not really sure would affect this man. I'm not really sure this YouTube change would affect him. Personal opinion. But there is a change coming where YouTube is trying to make the platform more authentic. They are changing up some stuff. I think he even made a video about it. I don't think that's necessarily it. I, again, just think his audience is tuning out because it gets repetitive. And when that happens, YouTube decides you're done, basically. Like, it's really sad to say, but when your audience tunes out, they don't think that you're interesting. And if you're not gaining new people to listen, then that's a problem. That's the issue, in my personal opinion. That and all of the ads. By the way, I'm covering it up. There's a gigantic coffee ad at the bottom of his screen right here.
Right now?
And he's advertising his Rumble on on the screen as well.
Don't even really have a great answer. But what I do have is an action plan. Over the past several weeks, I have noticed videos that used to get 50, 60, 70, 80,000 views were starting to get 10,000 views, 15,000 views. And it caused great panic because, as you know, I have a lot of staff. My YouTube channel actually pays for all of the staff on my live stream. I have, you know, a thumbnail person, video editors, and much more. That all.
He says video editors, not one. Chat. I don't know how many editors this man needs. I mean, he does put 5 videos on his channel a day. Maybe he needs one. Maybe I'm insane. But the videos that this man makes, all right, videos that, like, I know I could very easily pump out, you know, all I got to do, all right, this overlay right here, you know, this whole overlay right here, I could replicate something similar to this. Okay. I could replicate something like this. I could put my ads over here in the corner. I could put like shit over here. I could replicate this. All right. I could sit down. I could read the article that I want to do, and then I could go through it. I attempted it before. It's a form of videos that I tried to do, and then I was like, you know what? This is dumb. I don't want to do this anymore. And I stopped doing it. But I could do this. I don't know how long it takes to edit these. Because in my personal opinion, he's like doing this in 1-2 takes. Maybe he's like re-going over some of the issues that he has. But like, I don't see why you need editors, plural, to make your content like this. Because I've edited almost all of my content. There have been 1 to 2 videos that I had somebody else do for me. Excuse me. But I've edited everything. Because I like to learn the process. I like to put things together myself, and it feels fun. And so I don't understand why he needs that many, where all of these editors are going. Again, he has 5 videos he has to get out a day. Maybe he just needs an editor per video. That's insane in my personal opinion, because according to this man, he's paying them full-time wages, which is a lot of money, by the way. That's quite a lot of money to do every single month. So I don't know what these people are doing, but that's insane to me. He even said that his content type is dying off. Oh, I know that this content type is dying off because people are like, this form of content where you sit down and read articles. It's not bad, because there are some people that enjoy it, but it's not what I want.
Oh my God, she's got
Thank you for the 5.
Wolf's Pain discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. Get rid of the extra editors.
I agree.
He needs to do 1 to 2 videos a day on his main channel and clips from his live stream on his clip channel like HARASSMENT.
I agree. Asmongold does a pretty good job at it too. Granted, here's a problem. Asmongold is only as big as he is. Or Asmongold's stuff is as popular as he is because he's already popular. You know? But like, I'm not saying that other people can't do that. I'm just saying if you want to be Asmongold, you had to have been famous already for the most part, or have a shoot up in the VTuber sphere in order to do what Asmongold does, which a lot of people do. And in some small regards, I'd say that I've kind of had that opportunity as well. But like, and some people are saying that they want to read stuff themselves, and that's completely fine. You know, some people want to read stuff themselves. They want to research stuff themselves. You know, that's totally cool. But this kind of content isn't like super big anymore. Especially in the age where you can get like AI to summarize shit for you. Like this kind of content isn't that necessary anymore. And people aren't interested in this anymore. I think a lot of people, unironically, and you can maybe blame Musk for this, I think a lot of people are just like looking at Twitter as a place to get all their news, and they don't really search further than that. It's kind of scary in my personal opinion. But like these kinds of videos appeal to a very specific demographic that doesn't stick around forever. And so maybe the problem is that he's losing people and he's got to search for a new audience or build up his audience, I guess. And he's not really doing that.
Rely on YouTube, which has been extremely consistent for me over the past 5 years. For the first time in 3 or 4 years, I have started losing a lot of subscribers, hundreds, thousands a day. I couldn't figure it out.
Okay. I never did this. We're going to do this now. The quartering. Well, that's not telling me jack shit. Thank you, Social Blade. That's not telling me jack shit. Okay. So this is his Social Blade. Let's see here. Monthly gain subs. Okay. This is cap. This is so much cap from him. Monthly gain subs. All right. This is monthly gain subs over the last 3 years here. This is 2023, 2024, 2025. Yeah, obviously that it's kind of stagnated a little bit, but this is kind of when he started doing the Trump stuff, and it looks like he has gained. Definitely not a lot, but he has gained. He's definitely gained. He's not had any losses. I love how he's like, I've lost hundreds of thousands of subs. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, my broski. I'm not seeing you lose fans. In fact, I'm seeing that you had record views this year. Look at, again, this is 2023, 2024. This is where the Trump stuff started happening. 2025 is kind of right here. I would say around here. So this is July of 24. I would say this is where he kind of started jumping off more because he was doing the whole Trump stuff. And as the Trump stuff started dying down, yep, it kind of makes sense here. If I can scroll down. I can't scroll down anymore. But this is kind of where he probably slowed down. Here, let's zoom into 2025 specifically. All right, so this is 2025. Here, let me zoom in for 2025 here as well. I know how to use this website, chat. All right, there we go. So, 2025. Yeah, his growth is definitely dead. Sorry to say. And it will only, I believe it only shows increments of 10,000 at a time. But he did gain quite a lot of subs, or decent amount of subs. Not a lot for his channel, but he gained quite a few decent amount of subs in this time period. You know, December, January, you know, all that stuff. So, yeah, let me go back to November, because November was the election. Okay. Election month. Election month. His biggest time period ever. Because of what? Trump. Now Trump is in office. Now Trump is doing stuff. So it's petering down. Okay. But is he losing tens of thousands of subs? No. No, because if he was losing tens of thousands of subs, it would have said he had lost tens of thousands of subs. Let's look over the last... oh, fuck. You can only do... 4. Really? A free account is you. Oh. Here. Hold on. Sign up. Okay, I'm not going to make an account on Social Blade. But last 14 days, he's not lost any subs. In fact, he's gained in the last 14 days almost 7 million views. And at the very conservative, we'll be very conservative here. Let me get on my calculator. At the conservativeness of this, let's say that you make let's say that he makes $2 per 1,000 views. I'm gonna say he probably has it higher. Let's say we're gonna take the 6.9 million views. 6.9 million, 10,000, 100,000, 6.9 million views. We're going to divide that by 1,000, and then we're going to times that by 2. In the last 14 days, if he's making $2, he's making $2 per 1,000 views. He's made 13 grand. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know if that's like I mean, like, I would assume that's decent amount. That's like, I don't know if that's like business levels, but like, I don't know. I don't know. This is a decent amount of money. A main account I won't pay. Yeah, I'm not going to make an account. What I'm trying to say here, chat, is at minimum he's made 13 grand in the last 14 days. If we're going by $2 per 1,000 views. So I don't know, man. I feel like he's kind of like freaking. See, that's the other problem I have with this. Is he could be lying to get you to watch more. Because I know the problem is he has fans that will watch him if he's in trouble. If he's like, guys, I am in trouble, I am scared, I might lose my channel, then yeah, maybe his people will watch him more. I do know that he has a lot of older viewers that will give him attention if he says, please watch me. So maybe that's probably what it is. I don't know. Check stream suggestions. All right, thank you. That's a Niara thing. I really don't care about Niara. I'm sorry. What are we discussing? We're discussing quartering. Anyway, there is a chance that he's like trying to do this to sympathy bait his fans, but like pretty poor sympathy bait in my personal opinion.
I can't figure it out. I think there are some reasons that are causing it, things that I'm doing, things that I'm going to address in this video. But there's also something going on with YouTube that I can't figure out. First of all, I asked my viewers, hey, I've got 2 million subs. Why in the heck am I getting 8,000 views again? Or 8,000 views on a video? For the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years, if a video did good...
Okay. I know he's going to say he had a lot of decent views. Here's the problem. I have 15,000 subs, but I don't get all of them. And I know that, you know, one of the things that happens is you get a lot of fans, but not everybody is going to be active. There are people that are going to swing in and out. There's going to be inactive people that watch your content, and that's okay, you know? That's fine. It's just the fact of life. Sometimes you're just going to have inactive fans. I do believe that for a major chunk of what he has, he probably does have inactive fans that got tired of his shit and decided to stop watching. Oh no. That's just, oh whoa.
Got 100 to 200,000 views. If a video did bad, it would still get 70,000 views. It's not, and I would still have this sporadic good video. I had a video on Thursday that had 200,000 views, or on Wednesday. I had a video on Tuesday that got 100,000 views. But then every other video I'd upload that day would get 5,000, 7,000.
That's partially because YouTube doesn't want you to upload that much per day. YouTube has a sweet spot of a couple videos. They want more authentic content. Maybe make less than 5 videos a day. 8K to 2 million subscription channels alarming? It is pretty alarming, and it should be like a sign that you're doing something wrong.
1,000 views. These numbers are if it continued like this past these 2 weeks, which it has been, I would have to fire everybody that works for me. Everybody. And, you know, probably make some other pretty drastic changes. I couldn't figure it out. So first things first, the things that I can control. I asked my viewers, what is going on? Why are you not, you know, what's going on? Why aren't you watching my videos anymore? So to address the loudest feedback, too many ads.
Too many ads, chat. You want to know how many ads this man has? If he doesn't plug ExpressVPN or some PC thing or the underwear brand or whatever, he's also got to talk about his coffee. So he has 2 ads per video. Okay? He has at least 2 ads per video. And then he's got this behind me where he also still shills his coffee in the bottom and his live stream. That's more ads. So it's like 4 ads a video. Ugh. That's a big major part of the problem. Too many ads. Too many ads. Now, give me just one moment. I gotta go grab something. More like, I'm done with my ice cream. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. And we will not Cherry X. We'll put on some music. Thought I meant YouTube ads? No, YouTube ads. See, that's another one. Because YouTube ads is a little bit different as well. Now, YouTube ads are typically not the thing that people are going to complain about the most, because most people just will end up using an ad blocker if they want to. Which, you know, it is what it is. He also complains about that way too often as well. But it's not YouTube ads. It's his ads. A nice face, by the way, Jeremy.
You're doing too many ads, Jeremy. I'm sick of the ads. I'm sick of them. You're doing them too much. I've heard, and I will correct. I will now limit all ad reads to a 1 per day maximum. In order to complete this,
now
I have.
He used to do 3 to 4 ads. Again, the static ones he has on sidebar here. And then the coffee ad plus whatever the fuck else he's shilling. So 4 ads per video. Now he's going down to 1 ad per day. Instead of like 4 ads per video.
I've canceled sponsorships that were paying me money now that, you know, in order to not have to do more than 1 per day. And that also includes promoting Quartercast, my live stream channel. And
by the way, that was an ad.
And my Trump cookbooks.
That's another ad.
Doing a Trump cookbook, that counts as an ad. 1 per day max, period. So hopefully the people that haven't been watching...
He just gave 2 ads, by the way, chat. Did you notice that?
All the ads, you'll come back. Secondly, in my panic of trying to figure out why videos that would normally get 50, 60, 70,000 views, why in the hell this was happening, I was deleting them. Because I thought, well...
Oh yeah, he started deleting videos as well because he's like, if they don't do well, I'm just going to delete them.
This is a video that's performing very poorly, and it's bad for my channel. To have a video that has, like, a click-through rate of... You know, my average click-through rate might be 10, 12%. Any video that gets worse than that gets sent out to less people. That's just how YouTube works. So if a video is getting, for whatever reason, a click-through rate, meaning that that's the number of times people click versus the number...
Trump cookbook? Yes, he has a cookbook of very basic, silly recipes that anybody could make without it. It's just got Trump's face on it. You know? That's the That's the only real difference.
Of times the video is shown.
Hello,
to them.
Ava.
The higher the click-through rate, the more YouTube will show it to people. That's why clickbait's a thing. The lower, the less, right? Because there's a finite amount of real estate. So I thought, well, but, you know, this video has a low click-through rate. I better delete it. Turns out that was very bad. And I know other YouTubers that do this, so you should stop. I talked to my YouTube rep, which is an actual person in America, not some, you know, random H1B in India.
I don't know why he would say that, considering that the CEO of you. Listen, you can be critical of H1B. I just wouldn't be critical of people that work at YouTube because they have the power to fuck you over. So I was kind of crazy of him to do.
And he said, that's very bad. Stop doing that. Well, would have been nice to know 2 weeks ago when I started doing it, but now I know. So obviously, if I put out a...
Also, why the fuck does he not know this stuff after multiple years? Like, I know that YouTube is always changing, but there's some stuff that has constantly stayed the same. One of them is don't delete your videos. I have videos that aren't public anymore, but they're not deleted because it lowers your total views on YouTube. So, like, you know, I don't know why he's admitting that he's done this. It's so bad.
Thinker, it's going to stay. All right. The other big good piece of feedback is that, Jeremy, you're not providing enough in-depth, enough
value. You're not adding enough value, which he's not. He really isn't adding enough value. A lot of his shit can be said by literally anybody else. And guess what? VTubers are doing it and doing it well. Video that I want to talk about one day. But like, VTubers are basically doing the exact same thing he is. They're doing it less, and they're still doing way better than he is. Because they don't, like, spam the YouTube page. They actually, like their followers, and they don't sell shit to them.
Value in your videos. And you know what? Fair point. I think the market has shifted, and it's no longer okay just to have to, you know, just to read an article and give my, whoa, that's crazy. I need to be better. And until
VTubers are cute to look at. Agreed. VTubers are cute to look at. I agree.
Avoid having my wife sell her feet pictures.
By the way, I'm pretty sure this is a joke, but he is literally joking that he has to make these changes or his wife is going to have to start an OnlyFans. That is insane.
I have hired a researcher full-time.
Oh yeah, he's going to cut costs by hiring somebody else.
Her job is to help me formulate these videos to add more information to them. To teach something rather than to read an article and react. Now, there's going to be some videos or articles or stories that reading and reacting is totally normal and totally warranted. However, when I'm talking about topics like Iran, Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, even gaming, right? There's definitely room to be better than just an article reader. So to remedy this, I have hired a full...
He acknowledges that he's got the slop. Oh, it's so funny.
...time researcher. She will work with me every day to help provide extra meat in my videos to hopefully make them more interesting and entertaining for you. I need to do better and provide a better product, essentially. There's also the issue of my videos being boring. Now that brings up kind of...
Chat, press 1 if you think his videos are boring. Press 2 if you think his videos are not boring.
You know, I used to have the meme intros. Well, I tested the meme intros and people were basically 50-50 on whether or not they cared about them. Well, the meme intros are coming back, but not just that. I have now hired... I have shifted my full-time video editor, Steven. Many of you know him. His job will now be to make my videos better. So each day, he will add B-roll to my videos, you know, memes, factoids, on-screen...
I feel like we need to watch one of his videos after this to make sure that he's actually having this done.
...things to make my videos more engaging and And interesting. The era of me just reading articles is over, is what I'm saying.
Highly doubt that. I'm going to be honest with you.
And that's based on your feedback. How did it get like this? Well, that's my fault entirely.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
I got apathetic. It became more and more about just making sure I find 4 to 5 videos a day that I think will get 100,000 views. It became more about hitting my goals because I had so many employees. And the stress of that meant I was covering some stuff that maybe I wasn't passionate about, you know? Or I wasn't that interested in, but I thought, hey, this is what's going on. And this is the stuff. The stress of having so much staff was creating that. And so I have trimmed fat.
By the way, he just fired a whole bunch of people. I wonder if some people found out about this from this video. I don't know if he's that mean, but that would be insane.
I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but I went from a staff of about 10 people to I'm going down to about 3 people.
So he fired 7 full-time employees. He fired a bunch of people. He fired 7 full-time employees. I don't know what those 7 people were doing. I don't know what they were doing. That is a lot of people for one channel or a couple of channels that he must not have been making money on.
And the 3 people I'm keeping are going to have to do more work. But they are also the people that when I shared with them that I was experiencing immense stress at what's going on with the channel and, you know, what's going on, because I'm very transparent.
Could they all be editors? It's very possible, yeah. Very, very possible.
I share with most of my employees how much money I make even. Like, what boss does...
Which you probably shouldn't do. I mean, talking about your money with your coworkers is fine. But, like, you gotta be careful about that, because it could cause problems. Just saying.
That. I share my analytics with them, right? So these individuals came to me and said, look, I'll work for free. Let's get through this rough patch. I'll take on extra work.
Don't ever do that, by the way. If you're the guy that you're working for is having issues, start looking for another job. Okay? Start looking for another job because you should not be working for free.
And it was a very proud moment for me. You know, so, you know, Steven, my graphics guy, they're staying. My live stream co-hosts are staying. That's kind of a different deal because I have a deal with Rumble that helps offset the cost for that. But I also trimmed staff there. You'll notice I went from 4 or 5 people down to 2.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. This man had 5 guests on his stream that he paid to come on. And he trimmed it down to 2. Allegedly, he paid all these people as well. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I am not rich enough to pay some of the people that come onto my show. If I ever do get to that point, maybe I'll just offer them a little, like a little thing for, you know, coming on. But this man paid all of his stream co-hosts. Come on. And he had to fire some of them too. This is so insane. It's like, I don't get it. I really don't. It's kind of funny to me. It's like, man, you must be very rich because I can't even pay my mods. So this guy is like, this guy's crazy. Can I come on? No, I'm sorry. Not today. I'm sorry, not today. Maybe another day. We could talk about that another day, Ryan. Why did he fire? Because he didn't have enough money. I know Gothis and Styx is gone. Well, Styx is gone because he's been convicted of his crime, I'm pretty sure. But like, guess who he's keeping? The females.
Or 3, I mean. And they are now lending a hand. Luke, for example, is helping me find guests. Hannah Claire is helping me find topics. Melanie Mack is helping me find topics, and I'm going to ask them all to help promote the live streams to help that too.
Wait, were they not promoting the live streams? Do we have another iDubbbz? Do we have another iDubbbz situation where he doesn't promote his shit? Weapon sticks. He committed domestic assault against a woman that he was cheating with, and he is gonna go to jail for it. That's what he did.
You know, the burnout was real. This had never really felt like a job before. You know, like I said,
maybe that's part of the problem, man. Listen, they say that if you enjoy what you do, it'll never feel like work. But maybe you should treat it a little bit, just a little bit like work. Just a tiny bit, man. Just a tiny bit. Because by not doing that, all right? By not doing that, you are thinking, because like I know when I treat this as like a hobby / side job, basically, which is why I try to take it seriously. But I don't make it feel like a job, because I do my best to make it feel authentic. But I also remember that at the end of the day that I am using it to help me as well. If you don't treat something like a job that is supposed to be paying you, this is kind of a good luck. Thought he was the next Tim Pool. Well, he hasn't worked at Vice, so I don't think he can do that.
I was having near daily anxiety. You see me squirming around, doing this, touching myself, like it's a weird tick, like touching my heart.
I'm sorry. What did he just say? I'm going to go back 10 seconds.
You know, like I said, I was having near daily anxiety.
Okay.
You see me squirming around, doing this, touching myself.
Phrasing? Yeah, you're right. Oh, sir. Holy shit. I would not. Oh, that's gross to think. Jeremy, I never want to think of you touching anything, please. Please never ever say that, Jeremy.
Like it's a weird tick, like touching my heart, because I feel like, because when you have anxiety, you have like all this adrenaline dump. The weird breathing, it's all anxiety. And so last night, you know, I finally had enough. And in addition to just understanding and taking responsibility for the fact that had I continued down the path I was over the last 3 months, I would have completely killed this channel. I would have completely killed the quartering channel. Just
and a lot of people would probably be happy with that. I'm going to be real. I'm sorry. I don't wish for the downfall of anybody, but I think a lot of people would have been all right with that if you had just moved on and done another thing. OMG, I'm having panic attacks. Go back to high school. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, when you're the owner of a business, yeah, I can understand you being freaked out for not just you, but the people that work for you. But like, this man is making it sound so scary when realistically, is this man fine? Probably. Is he going to have to trim the fat? Is he going to have to go down a couple of employees and do more of his own work? Yeah. Should he make less videos? Yeah. But like, is this man realistically doing bad? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this man is still a multi-millionaire. Still has a coffee company. That's its own story. That's its own story. But like, this man is not in trouble. He's just like screaming and telling people to still watch his videos. That's the thing that bothers me. It's just like, you're not suffering. You have to fire people. That happens. Sometimes the business has to restructure itself. And it's just like, that's life. It's a bitch. FaZe coffee better? I've heard mixed things on the FaZe coffee. I'm going to be real with you. It's whatever though. But no, I think that, yeah, I've heard that his coffee is it's I've heard it's Anyway, this man's not doing bad whatsoever. He just has to trim the fat, and he's sad that he has to trim the fat. Yeah, it sucks. That's why you don't turn your friends into coworkers. or whatever, because then it gets harder for you to deal with, you know? So, oh well, is all I'm going to say is, oh well, and treat it like a job.
You know, spewing out videos, being happy with a, you know, odd hit and miss. To be clear, Hannah Claire Luke and Melanie Mack are all still employed. That's a different company, basically.
I would not have employed Melanie Mack still. Ugh. He has a coffee company for real? Yes. Yes. Yes, he does. Allegedly, he like roasts his own beans.
And, you know, being wrong is something that has increased in the past, in the recent history. That's one of the things that my researcher is going to help me. And she's going to correct me when I'm wrong and provide information about things. So overall, the quality of my videos starting Monday, like I'm going to, like even on today's live stream, I'm going to play video games this afternoon. I'm going to relax this weekend, and I'm going to make my videos better. Also, what led to kind of the destruction is spending too much time on X.
I'm glad that at the very least he admits it.
I was picking too many stories off X. And I think instead of spending so much time on X, I'm going to spend time in my Discord with my viewers. I think getting topics from my actual viewers is far better than from Pakistani bots. So by the way, I'll pin the link to my Discord if you want. It's just a chat room. That's where I'm going to spend
We are not going to touch his Discord with a 20-foot pole chat, by the way. We are not going to touch it. That's a dangerous idea.
More of my time. So I stay more involved with my viewers and not Pakistani bots on X. You know, I've been expanding.
This man sucked the dick of Elon Musk so fucking hard. He went back to Discord? He did. I remember when he was so anti-Discord, he's like, guys, we're going to Gilded. Going to Gilded. No Discord. Gilded. And then Gilded was a shit show. Because it's just like, that's what happens. Everybody's going to go to Discord because Discord is the biggest thing. And until Discord shuts down, everybody's going to go to the biggest thing. And so it's just like, don't know what to tell ya. Don't know what to tell ya. I miss Gilded. I heard some people do. But it's like... He literally will flip-flop. This man has no principles, in my personal opinion. That's the big problem I have with this man. He's got no principles. He will flip-flop on a dime. My personal opinion is when it is convenient for him and he feels like it works, he's going to flip to the Democrat side because I do believe he was more left-leaning, and he will flip when it is convenient for him. He will flip to the Democrat side, and when he does, it will be very hilarious. It'll be very, very, very hilarious. And yeah, but like this man has just he's got no principles, he's got no morality, and it kind of sucks. By the way, for the last couple of videos, I think I'm going to play some Stellar Blade. I haven't played Stellar Blade in a hot minute, chat, and I kind of miss playing it. So we're going to play some Stellar Blade for... Maybe. You guys want to watch me play Stellar Blade while we listen to CoffeeZilla talk about Epstein? Is that something you guys are down? That sounds so weird. You guys want to watch Stellar Blade while we talk about Epstein? I just put a 1 if you want that. Put a 2 if not.
I've also been expending a lot of energy growing my stream, and my stream will also be undergoing these same changes. It could be so much better than it is. I'm literally reading from a script that I literally wrote out everything, so I had a plan. You know, a lot of people don't even know where to watch my streams. If you're a YouTube viewer,
another ad, by the way.
You may have never even heard of Quartercast, which is a separate live stream.
Another ad, by the way.
Channel that I have. I'm live Monday through Friday at 2 Eastern, and Monday through Thursday at 2 Eastern, and Friday at 1 Eastern. But even that needs to get better. And, you know, by the way, that you can find that stream. I'm also on, if you prefer to watch Twitch, the quartering on Twitch. If you prefer to watch Kick, I'm on Kick. If you want to watch it on X, it's also on X.
So many ads.
You want to watch a live stream?
Follow my social media. Follow my social media. Buy my coffee. Follow me on my alt tech platforms. Give me money.
I hope you'll tune in. It's going to get a lot better. I've got my co-hosts who are going to help me get more guests. We've got a big guest Monday, and I think guests will inject some life into the show and inject more quality for you, the viewer. And that change starts Monday as well. Everything will start on Monday, and I appreciate my viewers sticking with me and those who provided feedback.
Like the stream, chat, by the way. Like the stream. Shut up, Jeremy. Like the stream, by the way, chat. Can we get to 100 likes? We're almost at 100 likes. I'd very much appreciate it.
Being able to take it and listen to it also is important. I got lost in the sauce. I became robotic.
I don't think he knows what getting out of the sauce means.
And you guys tuned out. And what I'm hoping is either you'll continue to tune in or you'll come back and give me another chance given these changes I've now laid out for my channel. I guess we'll know in a couple of weeks if feedback is worth a ding. I happen to think it is. So this is my promise to you. More quality, better videos, more entertaining, better live stream. And, you know, and I thank you all for the feedback. 100%.
By the way, he's reading from the script, by the way. You can see that he's like looking back and forth. He's reading from a script.
We'll see. Hopefully the channel's not totally dead.
He did a better job hating on magic? Probably, but like hating on magic will only take you so far. What the fuck? Why is the Stellar Blade button not working? Why are all my buttons not working? Gosh damn it. Oh, I know why it's not working. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Gosh damn it, I'm going to have to replace all of those later. It's okay. I'm lazy. I won't do it right now. I forgot. Does it have an anti-cheat on it? Anyway, we went up to 92 likes. Thank you, chat. I very much appreciate it. Anyway. Let's talk about Epstein just a little bit. We're gonna get a little political. So hopefully that's okay. Let me let's pop Mr. Trump down right here. I'm gonna pop him out right there for you. So, chat. Jeffrey Epstein is one of the most controversial things that I have ever seen in political history. And I think the reason why it's very controversial is because everybody knows that everybody's evil. You know what I mean? Everybody's evil. Everybody's got skeletons in their closet. And nobody's innocent, basically. Well, excuse me. Allegedly. All of what I said is allegedly. But one of the big things that Trump campaigned on while he was on the trail to becoming president is he told people, where am I? I can't remember. One of the things that he told people is that if he got into office, oh, why can't I hear it? Give me one moment. One of the things that he told people is that if he got into office, he would release the Epstein files and people would finally... Why are you muted? The hell? People would finally be able to figure out what the problem is. Why are you doing that? What the heck? System. There we go. probably what did it. And so everybody was excited for that. I bet you that's why some people probably voted for him. Again, just to be really quickly, I did not vote in this election. I didn't really have the opportunity to because I was moving and the opportunity did not arise, essentially. So I feel like I'm okay to kind of talk about this a little bit more for that reason, essentially. Ooh. But one thing that we've kind of been privy to is even though like there has been some stuff coming out, like there's been a lot of obfuscation by people and not sharing it. That is quite a shot right there. There's been a lot of sharing but not sharing, if that makes sense. Oh, that's death right there. That's death right there. And so that took itself in the form of not sharing the files. They did do like a thing where people came out and said, we have the files and we can share them. And then they didn't share them. There was a lot of redactions. And that was really cool. And, you know, you had Pam Bondi, who came out and said that she had the files on her desk and that one day we would see it, basically. The hell? That we would see it and that she just had to approve it. And that didn't happen. And recently, I think it was Kash Patel that came out and basically said that there was no client list. There is no client list. And that we just got to be okay with it. So I got some videos pulled up here. We've got this video of Trump that we're going to listen to. It's like 3 minutes long. And then we're going to listen to some CoffeeZilla videos. CoffeeZilla has made 2 videos on this recently that I'm interested in listening to. He's made 3, actually. We're only going to listen to 2 of them. And we're just going to talk about it. I will be honest with you, as somebody that doesn't consider themselves right, left, kind of considers themselves in the middle of, well, not even in the middle. I am on nobody's side personally, except for my own. I find this whole thing kind of disappointing because a lot of people told me to expect better, and it just... I'm not trying to divide people, by the way. I'd like to make it known right now. I unironically and legitimately just get kind of upset with this because it's just like I was told to expect that things would be cooler. I do think that Trump has done quite a lot of things that have been helpful for the most part. But do I need to jump here? I do. Okay. But I have a kind of an issue with the fact that some things that I feel like actually matter are just not happening. And it's giving leeway to people that I don't feel like deserve it. Because let me be perfectly clear. I really don't like either side, but I like the left less because the left feels way more scummy. And I always felt like some of the individuals that Trump was going to bring in might have been just a tad bit better. If that makes sense. But anyway, let's listen to this video where Trump kind of goes off and we'll talk about it.
Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a...
By the way, the guy asking this question is from Fox News. He's not from CNN. He's a Fox News aggregator.
American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the staff?
Yeah, sure. If I
could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey?
So really quickly, we're going to rewind it about 5 seconds there. This guy is asking about special intelligence agencies that allegedly, again, Epstein was involved in. And now Pam Bondi's getting ready to respond, and Trump decides to cut in.
Yeah, sure. If I
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Now, I kind of understand it's just like, why are we still talking about this? Well, sir, when you've got a creep that was buried as deeply as Epstein was, because like, all right, let's not kid ourselves. Epstein was pretty well buried into people's lives, both on, for fuck's sake, I forgot how to do that. He was both buried very well into a lot of highly connected individuals' lives, both in government, in Hollywood, just in general. So, like, you know, when high individuals in America are tasked with sharing information that they've already said that they're going to share, when it doesn't happen, yeah, people are going to be like, kind of confused. They're going to be like, why isn't this stuff that's like being shared yet? Myself especially, I'm just like, I kind of was expecting some of this. Excuse me, I pressed the button. I've forgotten how to play this game, chat. I'm going to suck massively. I hope that's okay with you. There we go. It's not Epstein. It's not Maxwell. It's his clients who are still at large. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the thing that I have an issue with. It's just like, I don't really care about Ghislaine Maxwell or Ghislaine Maxwell, however the fuck you say her name. She's in jail. Nobody cares about her anymore. It's kind of crazy that she's in jail if, like, there were no clients. It's just like, so there's just some questions where you look at it and it's just like, what are we doing here? There's some things that don't match up, you know? There we go. That's a perfect dodge. So it's just like, I feel like when Trump is like, why do you still care about this? And it's just like, because it's a pretty damn big deal and the resolution on it doesn't feel like it's an appropriate resolution. Does that make sense? Am I not sounding too schizo about that? I hope not. Because like, I legitimately listened to him going like, oh, why do you guys still care? And it's just like, I don't know, because this man was a pretty disgusting individual that did a whole bunch of horrible things to children, and the fact that nobody seems to be getting answers and that we're being held back at every corner, it's just like, yeah, I can understand why people will be upset. You know? Feels like he hand-waved it. It does kind of feel like it was hand-waved, yes. That is a very, very short break area, in my personal opinion.
Unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time.
And it seems like such weird moral fiending. Like, legitimately, it's just like, Trump, why are you moral fiending about this? Like, again, there's gonna be a video by Coffeezilla on this, but it's like, Trump, why are you acting like this? And he's gonna use the situation that's happening right now. By the way, right now in Texas, I believe it's Texas. There is a massive flood that's going on, and it's very depressing and unprecedented, and a lot of people want to give attention to it. And so he's going on about it, almost just like, why do you care about this? There's more important things to go through. And it's just like, well, we kind of care about this because it was brought up recently, and it's been a thing that's been brought up more and more and more recently. And it's just like, I kind of do care about this. I kind of do care why this guy was so deeply ingrained with people in America that he really shouldn't have been. Hey, that's nice. Again, maybe I'm out of my depth. Maybe I'm just kind of insane. How does? Okay, that's how that does that. All right. Maybe I'm just kind of crazy, but it's just like, well, why are you hand waving it? Now, what we're gonna do is that is enough for this video. We're going to skip over to the CoffeeZilla video now, and we're gonna watch the CoffeeZilla videos. And again, like I said, there's 2 of them. And yeah, we're gonna watch both of them. It's 8:30. Fuck, I've been going on for a while. And then once we'll watch through the both of them, we're gonna be done. There's like 20 minutes each. We're gonna put them on 1.25 each, just because I've been talking for a while. This is kind of the chill area time, chat. Chill time. Hopefully I have enough time to make another egg or 2 before my next stream, because I'd like to eat some eggs with my rice and beef here. But let's jump through this.
Boy.
Oh gosh, hold on. Let me pop it out. There we go. There's another stream. There will be on Kick. So I'm going to show my Kick real quickly here. Follow me on Kick, chat. Kick.com/MommaOcco. Pretty sure that's the right one. Channel. Yep, that's it. Kick.com/MommaOcco. Follow me there. That is where I will be streaming next. Trying to boost up people there so that I can become a partner over there. I feel like that's way more attainable than it is over on Twitch. I'm going to be real with you, because Twitch is like a dying platform itself. So follow me over there, pretty please. But let's go through these CoffeeZilla videos. This is from Voidzilla, not normal CoffeeZilla, but Voidzilla. So if you're interested, let me put these in the chat. Thank you for the follow over on Kick. I appreciate it. Here's the first video we're going to watch, and let's get started.
Boy. Today we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. The big update, which is just that he had no client list and offed himself. That's according to Axios in a big scoop. They apparently got a hold of this document from the US DOJ and FBI, kind of a joint statement here. We're going to go through it. They say, as a part of a commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review of the investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein, sort of a relook at the evidence, if you will, and they come to some very interesting findings. And it's interesting in that it's contrary to what a lot of what they've been saying all along. And that's what's kind of the problem here. For the last few months, we've been teased along with these statements about, you know, oh, we've got the client list.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
We've got...
I have a big problem with this, because it's just like, later people will say in the next video that that's not what she didn't actually mean, the list. She meant something completely different. But I don't know how you can misconstrue that. You know what I mean? She's talking about the client list.
Thousands of videos.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
And then, you know, Kash Patel goes on Joe Rogan and says, hey, there ain't no videos. If I had a video of a guy on an island committing a felony, don't you think you know about it?
Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge.
Oh boy.
Don't you think you'd see it?
It's already seems like a bit of a contradiction. Now, Joe Rogan even tries to give him the out, like, oh, maybe you don't have it. And he's like, no, we're giving you everything.
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
Right.
If I have it.
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is...
Have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
And so there already was a wedge with what we were sort of told we're going to get versus then they come out and say, hey, nothing to see here. And today is a little bit more of that. It's a little bit more of the finger wagging at the conspiracy theorists, which is ironic given that both Kash Patel and Dan Bongino...
It was way too easy.
...have now come out saying there's nothing to see here, guys. Worse saying, oh, there's a lot to see here before they got it.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein?
This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suit.
It's unbelievable. The guy killed himself.
Now, maybe that's because they did a deep dive and they're just being honest with people.
Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
But I think you deserve criticism if you're going to engage in this type of conspiratorial thinking, and then when it's convenient for you, you expect the trust of the people. If you're the one saying like, hey, those guys can't be trusted, you become that guy and you go, well, guys, you can trust me, right? When I'm going to say the exact same thing everyone's been saying this whole time. That's why it's so stupid. I mean, you guys set up all the wrong expectations. You told us we're going to reveal the truth, and now they're saying there's nothing to see here, and shame on you for thinking there was. And once again, this is more self-contradiction, because in this statement, we actually find immediately first page, second paragraph, saying that there's a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors. My question is, there's no one else? In this statement, they admit that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. So you got 1,000 people.
Yeah. You have 1,000 victims, but no clients that participated in this as well. I don't know, man.
Either some form of evidence that he harmed. Nobody else was involved. Epstein's around the most powerful people on the planet. 1,000 victims. No, nobody else. There's images and videos. Apparently, that's what they say. Nobody else is on camera, right? Because otherwise, that would mean that the FBI director went on Joe Rogan and told a lie.
There we go.
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
But he said
I would
he's gonna
hope.
get the evidence out.
Again, that's the thing that bothers me. It's just like, you're supposed to be the cool FBI director, which doesn't exist, by the way. If you're part of the FBI, I just don't trust you, regardless. Okay? He's doing the whole, like, listen, trust me. Trust me. I don't trust you, motherfucker. I don't trust you. Because you're a Fed. And it's just like, I know that some people are like, oh, this is a nice Fed. We can trust one. No, I don't trust him. When he came out and said, oh, I've got shit, I believe you. Now he's like, I don't got shit. Oh, okay. Okay. So you were lying back then. You were lying back then. Okay. Excuse me.
So how do you square this, right? There's 1,000. Was Epstein just filming himself the whole time? For like, did he put it in the evidence box? I mean, that's the ridiculous thing about this. Why would you film
Damn it.
yourself committing these acts? That's where the whole blackmail angle came from. Was there's all these videos.
Good
for
attempt,
what,
though.
right? And I'm sure those people, these powerful people, did not consent to being recorded. So what else was this being used for? It's just pretty amazing. This whole statement seems to absolve any third parties, saying that they really have nothing else that they can bring that would expose third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Saying later, this systemic review revealed no incriminating.
By the way, this isn't saying that there wasn't victims. That's the thing that's crazy. Thank you for the follow. That's not what he's saying. What he is saying is that there's no participants in this. There's definitely victims. There's just no participants. And it's like, are you serious? Also, I can't skip this. I can't skip this cutscene. That's crazy. But yeah, that's the problem I have. There's no, listen, guys, there's no participants. There's victims. There's no participants. Even though we know that there were participants that went to his island.
Now, here's where I gotta say, like, yeah, what, you didn't find the little notebook that had the, like, every guy that did something wrong on it? Yeah, obviously that's probably not gonna exist, right? But if you have videos and somebody appears in the video doing something bad, it's not a client list, but that's a client, right? So I just find it so hard to believe. I just don't believe. I'm gonna be honest. I do not believe that you had so many videos, apparently enough to catalog over 1,000 victims, and not a single other person other
You're
than
being way more aggressive than you were the first time.
on any of them, right? He's friends with all these famous people. He got rich, and nobody knows how he got rich. People suspect that it was some form of blackmail, but the FBI seems to basically say this is a conspiracy theory. They say perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends of combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. You know, I actually agree with that. I do think we have to be careful not to jump to, you know, conspiracy theories. The problem is when you release contradictory...
The problem is, up until Trump got elected, he indulged conspiracy theories. He indulged people by saying, I would give you the shit that you want. I will give you the list. He indulged it. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm incorrect. But, like, Trump indulged people by saying that he was going to release it, which is in my personal opinion, indulging the fact that there's like the conspiracy that something that needs to be out there. It's kind of like indulging man, I've healed way too much. This is a bad run. It's just like he's indulged that shit, and now it's just like now it's uncouth. Now you can't endorse the idea anymore. Why not? Why can't I question it? What has changed? Gosh damn it. Way too much healing. Bitch. You a one-winged angel? I'm having a hard time dodging, which means I'm not doing really good at this game. Oh, I think I did that correctly. I think. Trump was a huge conspiracy theorist? Yes. That's the problem I have. It's just like, again, I believed that like, if he actually put that out there, I'm like, holy shit, that's awesome. And now, yeah, I don't know.
Contradictory evidence. It makes people think that you're hiding stuff. Like that is not being helped in this release. I don't know if they're saying, oh, we're being so transparent here. Seems like the first big release was a nothing burger. Then they said they had, reviewing all these videos. Then they say if we have videos of people committing crimes, we tell you about those. And then they say we have thousands of videos, but we're not going to show you them because there's nothing to see. There's nobody.
Thank you for the follow.
Important. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Uncle Russ.
Quote, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. In other words, there's nothing we found that would be useful for a future investigation. That's what I find so interesting. Like, I get if you don't want to accuse someone in a press release of something that you haven't accused someone of, like, with criminal charges, right? I get it. That's kind of the Department of Justice's way. Even if they have a file on somebody, but they're not going to charge them, they redact their names, usually. But in this case, they're kind of saying, we didn't find anything that we would, I mean, it's such a strongly worded statement. That's what's weird about it. Why wouldn't you just be vague if you had these pending cases, right? I find it so weird that the people in the FBI right now have come in with such a mission to, on the one hand, say, hey, we're going to be totally transparent. And then, oh, well, we're not going to show you that. We're not going to show you that. We don't want to re-victimize anyone. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
How are you going to make a bunch of absolute statements that make no sense and context?
Again, I think it's fine to be like, I don't want to re-victimize people. Totally cool. Totally fine. But, like, you're not going to convict anybody? You're not going to go after anybody? Is there literally nobody on those flight logs that we all know exist? Because, like... Flight logs exist of people visiting that island. And you're telling me that nobody that visited that island, nobody, did anything illegal? Is that what I'm hearing? That's what they're trying to tell me here. Again, like, it's just okay. I have a major malfunction with that. I'm sorry. This is just one of those sit and me chat with you guys while I talk about this. But, like, I have a major malfunction about this. And so that's my problem. And I think that's CoffeeZilla's problem, too.
Contradict what you said earlier. Like, if you're saying we can't say anything, then don't say anything. Don't say,
right.
hey, we're going to
That was a bad run.
Well, we actually cannot. We can't actually show you. And that kind of overconfidence extends to also their, pronouncement about, hey, there's nothing to see here as far as the death of Epstein, because they don't really show much new here. We knew that this footage of the common area existed. Basically, they showed the 10-hour footage of the common area during the time at which this all would have happened, Epstein's death. And so this is supposed to be like the absolute bulletproof, to show everyone that, oh, there's no way that someone could have gotten in here. But this is not actually Epstein's door. So, I mean, I don't know the exact layout of the prison. I'm not going to pretend to know everything there. But this is no more proof than we already had. We already knew this existed. The questions were about all the security malfunctions of the much more important cameras than just the common area. I'm not sure how a 10-hour video of a common area definitively proves anything new. That's what I'm saying. You can't come in and go, hey, we got this bombshell. It's what you already knew, right? That doesn't make sense. And also, we've confirmed there's over 1,000 victims. Don't know who by. I mean, like, only Epstein? Really? Look at the charges of Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's insane. Are we
I
saying
forgot
they
that you
were
could
all
parry.
to Epstein? Every single one. Over 1,000 only for Epstein. The way he got his money, we have no idea. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, an incredibly frustrating day for anyone who was expecting anything new from this, administration coming in saying they were going to clean house, get rid of the corruption, fight for truth, release the truth. You're not gonna catch me hiding a guy on an island, right? And so I don't know. I was kind of stunned to see this report. I just thought, if you're gonna say this, which again doesn't really say anything new, only it's kind of like a backhanded, hey, stop being such a conspiracy theorist, guys. That is what I find strange. Just the absolute
Okay, I can't dodge those.
overpromising,
Or I have to dodge those.
Delivering. I mean, again, if you're gonna open source everything, okay, that's fine. If you're not gonna open source everything, you're gonna say, hey, we
I gotta heal.
protect people. Fine. Don't make a bunch of pronouncements and don't deliver on them. Just kind of a complete self-own here. But it's also what you get when you say for years that the deep state is hiding something and then you become the deep state.
Yeah. That was the first video that I wanted to go through. Again, I'm not for or against any real big political party. I really don't care. I still think that Trump has done some good. Obviously, there's criticisms, and there's good and bad criticisms that you can give him. It really just does worry me when it's just like, oh, why are you worried about this thing again? It's just like, because it's not been resolved. So this is a video by CoffeeZilla talking about that specific incident.
Today we're talking about Epstein, the missing footage, the White House's response, including the fact that they're saying you should stop asking questions about it. How dare you bring it up at a time when they just released new information about it?
Can you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
Yeah, sure. If I
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas.
Greatest success and greatest tragedy. It's just like, guys, you can't criticize us. We're doing good in the economy right now. They also got this great tragedy. It's just like, please pick a lane. I want a game to give visual hints when to dodge. It does, but that's called easy mode, and that's why I've turned it off, because I don't want it to be directly easy mode.
Seems like a desecration.
The level of gaslighting here is unbelievable. These are the same people that have led us on for months that they're going to release the Epstein files, that it's transparency time. They're the ones that did the press op with them holding up the Epstein binders with the influencers. They're the ones who said in 2023 that we would better serve the American people by going after Epstein's client list. In fact, they're the ones who went on podcasts saying they're going to release the Epstein list.
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
That is an important thing, or was an important thing until there was no Epstein list. Turns out there's nothing to see here, nobody to charge. Epstein was trafficking to himself the entire time, and it is a desecration to even bring it up. Now, why this is so disgusting is the DOJ chose to release it now, okay? In case you don't know how bad news gets released in the era of PR and all this kind of stuff, they choose the timing, and they always choose the most inconvenient times to talk
she's
about
got a
the
second
busiest
wing
news
now.
cycles. It is a very busy news cycle. There are a lot of things going on that are important, but that's why they released it now, because they know nobody's gonna like this, right? They know
fuck, that's scary.
So they release it now, and then
Scary,
they scold
hot.
people for talking about it. You get how gross this is? You guys are the ones desecrating. If anyone's desecrating anything, it's you guys. You guys chose to release it now, okay? So to play this cynical card of like, how dare you talk about it at a time like this? You chose the time. A few months ago, it wasn't a desecration to brag about the transparency, right? But now the old Epstein list apparently can't be released because it doesn't exist. Now, oh, it's a desecration to even bring it up. How could you talk about this New York financier? Luckily for us, Pam Bondi does actually address the missing minute of footage. Now we're going to talk about that.
The video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
And that's it, guys. Apparently every night the surveillance system of this prison had 1 minute missing, okay? 1 key minute, the middle of the night. We don't know why, but it's the whole system, apparently the whole system that went out 10 days before. The part of the system that was working, 1 minute was always missing, but surely there's nothing that could have happened during that minute. Now, again, I'm not even on the team of like, it has to be that someone killed. I'm agnostic to that. What I am saying is the absolute confidence with which they come out and say, it proves everything. Yes, there's a minute missing. Yes, we don't know what happened, but nothing to see here, guys. We're closing the case. I mean,
come on, finish her.
You couldn't try harder to
cut
make
off
it
her
look
wings.
like a cover-up. I'm not saying it is a cover-up. I'm saying you could,
there we go.
If you were to do that, this is what you would do. You'd say, hey, there's always minutes missing from our footage.
Sorry, I'm taking the game more seriously. But he is right, you know. Sorry, I feel like this cutscene's more important. Is she gonna die? Great job. I am on like not story mode, or on story mode, so it is a little bit easier.
I've been waiting.
So I have been able to just parry whenever I want. Yay, I defeated my girlfriend.
Yes. My Eve.
Oh, maybe she is actually the girlfriend.
Thanks for freeing me. I have a favor to ask of you. My memories. Mother, Sphere. Can you send them to her? Will the memory stick be destroyed? Because it's already contaminated.
Story mode, what are you? A games journalist?
It won't be.
I'm doing it because I'm streaming and trying to commentate at the same time. That's the only reason why.
Are we floating among the stars? To space. Taki!
At least we got to end her on her own terms.
I promise, Taki. May your memories live on. Forever.
No. I hate that they have British accents. I could put them in Japanese. Oh shit. A lot of stuff. Hell yeah. Alright, I have to take a piss and then we'll come back. Because I do want to finish this CoffeeZilla video. But like, Eva is straight. No Yuri. I don't know. That was pretty gay to me. I'll be real. Joking. Excuse me. What the fuck was she reaching for?
An airborne squad member who themselves became an Alpha Nativa. Is this the work of the Elder? Could I take a look at her memory stick?
That sounds very lewd.
Here.
Listen, maybe they're sisters.
It feels different from the elderly Tiba. I can dimly make out the image of
DSP in 10 years.
wearing black wings.
Black wings. It's the one that attacked Taki and me. It has to be. But why?
I can feel the hatred, but I cannot feel the source.
Why? Why does it hate us?
It's a good question.
It's not unusual for Naytibas to find themselves at odds with humans. But this...
Can you locate it?
It is not yet within the scope of my personal link. The same goes for the other Alpha Naytiba.
Surprised he didn't put it anywhere in his body.
All right then. We'll need another hypercell. Where should we go this time?
This time, the hypercell is at the easternmost reaches of the desert, Abyss Lavoir. This one won't be easy either.
Let's hurry.
Let's do some side questing. I also need to use the restroom really badly. No, the cutscene's not over. Maybe it is. Thank God it is. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. Then when I get back, we're gonna finish this CoffeeZilla video. Then I'm gonna be done streaming. Wrong screen. All right. Let's continue talking about how much we dislike the Jeffrey Epstein shit as well. While we do side questing, I want to say. Also, I was told there's like a bar in this game where if it fills up, you get the true ending. I don't know where this bar is. I'm gonna be real with you. I am not quite sure where I would fill that up. I am just told that if I fill up this bar and there's not any specific thing. Ooh, that's not bad at all. That if it like fills up, then I get like the good ending. I just don't know where that is. Anyway, let's continue.
Your prison guards would falsify records and then fall asleep during the key hours. Your security system that was monitoring the actual cell block would go out, and then you would claim the camera that was recording that didn't have a good line of sight, which had an obstructed view where someone could slip by the stairwell without anyone noticing. You'd claim that was definitive proof that nobody entered. So you can't blame people for asking questions given the powerful people involved when there's these coincidental mistakes, right? Even the first attempt, which put Jeffrey Epstein on a watch, that footage was captured on tape, but they failed to preserve it. That was a whole other saga. Was, oh, they just
That's
preserved the
insane.
wrong footage, so it's lost to time, right? That's also the same time where Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, by the way.
Tonight, a lawyer who met with Jeffrey Epstein days before his death says
Now, to be fair, I can understand why a prison mate might want to end your life if you are a serial child harmer, if that makes sense. So, kind of surprised they didn't isolate him, but, you know, it's whatever.
Epstein told him he'd never tried to kill himself 3 weeks before, despite jail reports saying he did.
Sean says Epstein revealed that a few days earlier, his former cellmate, Nicholas Tartaglione, had placed something around his neck.
And he put a rope around Mr. Epstein's throat and then pulled it. That left the abrasion.
Tartaglione was a former cop on trial for murdering 4 people. He used a twist tie to strangle one of them.
But apparently, we can't ask questions about that because, you know, they chose to release it at an inconvenient time, and therefore asking questions about it is somehow evil, wrong, or undignified. It's a desecration. Now, besides the 1 minute missing, Pam Bondi also addressed the tens of thousands of videos that she said that she had access to, now saying that they're largely irrelevant child exploitation material.
Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
Never gonna see the light of day, that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein.
Now, I will say it's okay if we don't see CSEM material. We don't need to see that kind of stuff. Not whatsoever. That I don't think that's what people are asking for. In fact, I think that's the last thing that people are asking for. So, like, that's not what people want. What people want is accountability. And I feel like people are obfuscating that that's what we're asking for, when that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for accountability, and we're not getting it.
Child's memory stick. Then I heard that there was a place called Zion.
That's the problem, is they're trying to change the goalpost.
Inside a teddy bear.
Now, I agree that probably some of this is true, and it shouldn't see the light of day, but that isn't just what the FBI said they found. They also said they had videos and images of Epstein himself with minors. And was anyone else on these videos? We don't know, and they're not going to release it. And finally, they also addressed this whole agent angle where Alex Acosta said back in the day that Epstein belonged to intelligence. The idea is he was working for someone. There's been reports that he had CIA meetings on his calendar, or that he might have been an FBI informant. Pam Bondi comes in and says she doesn't know anything about it.
To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that.
Now, if true, this is pretty unbelievable.
At least to say that.
This is the same person who just saw all the files, reviewed all the files that were on her desk. No idea if he was a member of intelligence. Like, how is that possible that you reviewed the entire file? And does anyone actually believe that? Like, we're gonna hear definitive stuff on this? If they haven't released it now, if they're scolding you now, do you think really they're gonna open that can of worms back up? How can you really say you have no idea if that's the case if you've reviewed the entire file? There's really no way to see this release as anything other than an abject humiliation of the people involved here, and it's mostly their own fault. I mean, these are the same people who engaged in the conspiratorial thinking of, hey, this is definitely a cover-up, this is definitely more to see here. Then they get in, and then they say the same stuff. So really it comes down to they overpromised, they underdelivered, and then now they're scolding everybody involved for expecting the things that they were promised. Even Peter Doocy of Fox News, who's not exactly a left-leaning guy, was pressing the White House secretary on exactly this, these promises that failed to live up to the hype.
Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said,
It's on my desk.
right now to review.
And guess what she says?
May be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork.
He legitimately said the list. He said the list. And now listen to what she's saying. She's saying, oh, she's talking about all of it. I can't. I legitimately... I expected this from one side of the aisle. They promised... I shouldn't say that because, I expect nothing from both sides and I'm still upset is kind of what I'm saying. My apologies. I just... Come on, man. Why? Why?
Into Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars.
Yeah, they're more than committed to bad people getting put behind bars, except for anyone who is involved with Epstein. Where are the Epstein bad guys who were on that island, who were fraternizing with Epstein? Are we to believe that none of them did anything incriminating? It was just Epstein by himself, and all these people loved hanging out with him? I mean, we have reports, like, the crazy thing is all this stuff is open. We have reports that Epstein's whole house was bugged specifically to record people in their private moments,
And it's just like, is all of that gone? Is it all gone? Is it, like, forgotten? Did they get rid of it? Where is it?
I didn't think that kind of thing would be possible.
You know? I don't know.
We're supposed to pretend like none of this existed.
He showed me where the men monitoring everything were. I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, bed, toilet, bed. It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments.
So the idea that it's just Epstein, there were multiple bedrooms being recorded, but apparently maybe he was just checking in to make sure they got a good night's sleep. He just wanted to make sure these millionaires and billionaires were getting their 8 hours. So yeah, the level of gaslighting here is unbelievable, and that's gonna be where we have to wrap it. Don't forget, Crime is Legal merch is ending in a few days. Go to coffeezilla.store if you want to get that. And
It's a good shirt, by the way. Rage mode unlocked? Yes. Yeah, that's my problem. That's my major malfunction. That's hot, by the way. You know, I listened to all this and I asked myself, I thought I was told to expect better. This is why I don't really subscribe to any political party. You know? So, you know, I'm sorry, like, if that's disappointing to hear. I still think you can like whatever political party you want, but I just find this incredibly sad. Because 4 years of Biden, I disagree. It's 4 years of the same shit, different day, different, like, stuff. Same shit, different day. That's all it is. One side was going to protect him. Now the other side is protecting him. And it's kind of dumb. Because I kind of hope that wouldn't be the case, you know? Hey, look at that. Tachi mode unlocked. Nothing has been fixed? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's kind of like a give and take. Or wash, maybe.
Eve, Lily. I just realized we forgot about the legacy we retrieved at the Matrix.
That's right. We left it in the tetrapod.
I'll go and get it.
Anyway.
Let's check it out.
I'll be playing this a little bit longer.
This one is going to be about.
Just a little bit. If you guys want to stick around and chat with me, we can.
Day 52, after the second dive. 5th record. Legacy account Raven. I am the lone survivor. The truth always lets me down. I have gathered a good amount of information from the lab's records and the memories of Legion soldiers. We've always followed the instructions of Mother Sphere to the letter.
Chat's way too high class to watch someone play the Gooner game.
Our salvation, our God. However, in truth, Mother Sphere was a powerful artificial intelligence created by mankind. In the distant past, there was an engineer named Raphael Marx. He was her creator. Mother Sphere brought great prosperity to mankind, but she seemed to have changed her mind upon the creation of Andro Eidos, her self-made counterpart. After seeing the limits of humanity and the potential of Andro Eidos, she decided there was no room to spare for mankind. Our God has not...
Eggs are cheaper. I agree. Gas is cheaper.
Why do we worship Mother Sphere? I don't know anymore. The more
Got a bunch of people being put behind bars for abusing the medical system. Yes, we do. I do think that's a good thing. To be honest, I'm okay with us spending some money on the immigration stuff too. But I feel like that's an alright spending of my money. I'd be okay with that.
Mother Sphere.
But like,
a being that was created.
there's a lot of other stuff that just kind of bothers me.
With our own hands.
But why would she want to destroy us?
This information is full of errors. It's just not credible.
Usually, things only exist because people make them. Like us.
How dare you? That's blasphemy! Sacrilege!
Right. Sorry.
A Christian to a non-Christian.
But the truth doesn't need to be kind, only true. The grace of Mother Sphere is a fiction, at least for the humans left here. Maybe you too will come to feel this way.
What?
Lily, Adam.
It says you're a heretic? Yes.
This isn't the whole story. We don't even know if this is true.
Ah, yes. You're right.
We need more information.
I don't know. I really don't want to like bog down
Adam,
on politics
please take
stuff.
me to Abyss Levoir.
I wanna.
Are you ready to leave?
All preparations are complete.
I don't know. Excuse me. Heresy? Yes. Let's do some side questing. Also, I'm glad to be playing this again. I haven't played it in a while. You can probably tell. I hope you guys have had a fun day, though. Am I alright? I am, yes. If I could get 2 more likes, though. Let's see. If you guys would give 2 more likes to the stream so it gets an even 100, I'd deeply appreciate it. It's been good? It has, yes. Temp, you're allowed to join call, by the way. Come say hi. Come say hi. We'll play this a little bit longer. Go put dinner in the oven? Okay. I am gonna eat a little bit, Chad. I hope that's okay. Gosh damn it, why does it gotta be that far away? Let's see if that makes it closer. It kind of does. There is no map. Dama, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm just chilling with Stellar Blade now that we're done talking about stupid shit. Drama. Dama raid. Oh, okay. I'm surprised that didn't lead to death. There we go. The raid led to a silly moment. It did. All right. Oh, you know what we could watch, chat? You know what we could watch here? So June the King made a video about Illuminati. We're probably not going to get through all of this, but I did kind of want to watch it. I haven't had the chance to yet. I feel like we could start watching it here. Just as something to commentate with while we're doing this here. Because otherwise I'm going to be quiet the entire time. And I prefer not to do that. So let's listen to this and we'll commentate.
Dissonance. It is this word that encapsulates not just how everything went wrong, but also why Blair, or the channel Illuminati, was doomed from the start. Her channel is one part efficient businesswoman and one part unstable, vengeful manipulator. This mixture
Illuminati is definitely very unhinged and unstable, by the way.
That was needed to spark a rapid
this woman is terrible. Like, unironically, I remember when the drama around Illuminati kind of started. I remember her as like she was a channel that did mostly MLM stuff. I remember when that was like her big thing. And this was back when Reddit stories was like a big deal to people. Oh gosh, back underground. And I kind of stopped paying attention to her because like Reddit stories was kind of a fun thing to listen to 3 to 4 years ago. It stopped being interesting very quickly to me. Nowadays, if I ever listen to it, I only ever listen to Reddit stories to be like, oh, is this real? Is this fake? You know? And so, like, that's the only reason why I get minimal interest out of it. But Blair was quite interesting because she did a lot of anti-MLM stuff. And it was really interesting to me to just figure out how much of an anti-business like person she ended up being herself, if that makes sense. Isn't it all fake and gay now? The drama?
No, with her, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. She had very real drama that was very fake, very gay. If that makes sense. I could have fast traveled all the way over here, I'm realizing. I could have fast traveled all the way over here. I decided to take the long route to give you guys content.
Believed to have no significant personality. Interest then shifted in covering her extensive list of wrongdoings.
Illuminati.
Illuminati situation.
The accumulated viewership of such was so substantial that it surpassed her once phenomenally successful channel that once aimed at exposing seeding companies and individuals. She responded with a lawsuit, and her viewership responded with not existing. Since then, there have been an endless stream of videos covering Blair.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
People exposing her and her lawsuit. With these coming to a conclusion, this video will attempt to showcase the full downfall of Illuminati. But first, I partnered with MyHeritage and took their DNA kit.
Is that actually a picture of him? I think he's had his face on before, but that's cool.
I'm actually more French than German. Would you look at that? This is...
No, he does the hair. Okay, chat, don't do these, by the way. Don't do these. These heritage things literally steal your DNA. All right. Oh, okay. Am I just stuck here? No. These heritage things literally steal your DNA. And guess who buys them up? The Chinese people do. So, the Chinese Communist Party buys this shit. Excuse me. And, I don't trust them whatsoever when it comes to them having your information. So, what if I want my DNA to be stolen? Well, I guess that's your prerogative if you want. I feel like you're kind of joking, but like, you know, if you really want your DNA to be stolen by the Chinese Communist Party, you know, it's whatever. Up to you. But like, that's the problem. Now, the reason why I say that is because there might not be owned by the Chinese Communist Party, but like a lot of the DNA companies that have been around were sold to Chinese companies. If that makes sense. Thank you for being a fan for 4 months, Lion. Very much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream. Don't let Twitter freaks get you down. Oh, definitely not. 100% I don't. There's a lot of individuals on the internet that act like Twitter freaks. That, did I just get myself stuck? I kind of did. But I don't let them get me down. What I miss? We are done with the main topics for now. We're just kind of chilling for a little bit. Well, I figure out where this, where I'm supposed to go. I don't think it's in here. It might be this way. Might be. We are reacting to the Illuminati video.
Rub this swab along the inside of your cheek for 30 to 60 seconds. And I guess right now it's just a waiting game. I'm not really sure what to expect. I do have a German background. A lot of Mexican.
We're going to skip this because we don't watch ads.
It's neat result. Yeah. 6,000 cousin. And you censor over back to the video. Within the burgeoning creator space, there are channels that grow rapidly after posting a few videos. These tend to fill underserved niches or create superior content within their genres. Illuminati was not one of these channels. It is not entirely clear what Blair...
She did a lot of anti-MLM stuff, a lot of anti-vax stuff.
As her footprint was so insignificant, the earliest Wayback Machine capture of her channel dates back to the start of 2019. However, her channel was established May 9, 2013. And there is evidence that she posted between that time.
Call it a dangerous ad.
Like this 2017 collaboration video, that while it is only a collaboration through the creation of videos made on a similar topic, it does show a few seconds of Blair and links to her channel. the same channel she still uses. This also reveals she made a genre of video known as storytime videos. This means she not only deleted her side of this collaboration, but also all of her videos prior to 2019. Yet, a few have been archived through other means.
Here?
The reason these have been removed becomes apparent upon examination.
Girls don't talk about their shit, their poops.
Oh
right?
my gosh, I forgot about...
talk about my poops because...
I forgot about this video. This whole video is literally just her talking about how she was at her boyfriend's house and she took such a massive shit and she was very embarrassed about it. Like, it clogged the toilet. That's how big it was.
This is a story about poop.
Larger chunks of this video cannot be shown uninterrupted as Blair has copyright-struck channels posting it in the past, and it remains in the YouTube Content ID system.
This is so hilarious.
While on a date, she clogged her toilet.
It was huge. I'm looking at it and I don't even see the hole for the toilet.
Blair's storytime videos are videos where the creator tells of wild happenings in her private life are dated at least back to 2015.
We decided to go out for a movie date, and the movie we're gonna see is that new James Bond movie Spectre that's out.
Spectre in the
Woman
United
poop?
States
Yes.
premiered November 2015. It was around this time that Sarah J. Warren also premiered.
Sarah J. Warren is unapologetically feminist, and if they
Oh,
don't
I
like
forgot
it,
about
then
this as
I
well.
will-
This is when she was... So, like, for those that know Tommy C, she was a brief, like, she briefly was on Tommy C's channel because he was doing, like, a bit. And her name was literally just SJW. So, her whole bit was, like, being a caricature of social justice warriors. And it was really funny. I didn't really see any of it, but the clips that I did see, including this one, were just like, holy shit, this woman, like, it was kind of funny. And what ended up happening, and I think that he'll explain this. What ended up happening is she deleted everything. She, like, had access to his channel because, you know, when you're an editor on a channel, you have access to it. And she removed it. Probably because she was, like, embarrassed, maybe a little bit of it. I don't know.
Love to drink their overprivileged male tears, okay?
Sarah J. Warren was created to star in Tommy C's satirical news show Get to the Point. Tommy played the role of a sexist alcoholic that was kicked out of mainstream media. Blair's character, or what she portrayed, was clear even just through the name.
She was sort of the modern woman, annoying SJW.
And her name was Sarah J. Warren.
Sarah J. She came up with that herself.
Despite the effort and collaboration of other creatives, Tommy states the project was a failure. As such, none of Blair's works gained purchase, until she began producing a simple yet lucrative style of video late 2018.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. It's Blair, or the Illuminati, and I'm so glad to have you guys here today with me on another...
What are you doing?
I just sat down.
Fair enough. Any young ladies hearing this, don't let your BF won't care too much if you clog his toilet. He's likely to high-five you and make a quick joke. Yes.
I mean, yeah.
More often than not, yes.
So, Jet, if there's any difference in the mic, it is a new mic.
You got a new mic?
Just forget about the broken door.
I'm so glad that you paid attention from earlier. Yes, it's the Fee-Fine one, or Fi-Fine.
Okay.
It's the one Lumi and Mizu both use.
Why'd you get a new one again?
Because I'm using an audio mixer starting tomorrow, and I need an XLR mic.
Oh, it's an XLR mic. Okay.
Yes. It's not XLR right now, it's USB right now. But starting tomorrow, I will have the cord and the mixer, so it will be going to XLR tomorrow.
Okay.
Right now, it's just the same setup as usual.
Am I able to go back?
Though I did learn I might have to plug in my Elgato mic as well.
Go to the Matrix 11 hideout.
The reason for that is if I want to use the Elgato Wavelink software, I have to have a piece of Elgato hardware that is supported by that said software installed on the computer. And I have nothing but that mic.
Congratulations.
So I might need to plug in that mic specifically to use the Wavelink, which I think is dumb.
Yeah. Where am I going? I just want to get to that spot on the map. Chat. Oh. Well, that's death.
It's a dog wave stream. It's not dog wave.
That is death. Play Pro Skater. You're funny, chat.
Actually, I can say we do have a guest scheduled
Wild
for
ride through
Sunday.
Yes, we do. Put me all the way back here. Fuck, that's even further back. That's the boss. Let's continue.
The r/anti-MLM subreddit. I think I can kind of sort of tell this is a favorite amongst our fans here on the channel.
These videos are Blair reading what are presumably the top posts of the subreddit that is the subject of the video. Being that Reddit has a function where one can easily sort by the top
I don't know where to
most
go.
popular post, all she had to do was read through these and add some commentary. She often interspliced some stock footage and evolved the videos to include her avatar that struck different poses depending on what is being said. This is a style found in many communities across YouTube. Being that the head of her avatar is the Eye of Providence that is tied to many things such as secret societies, it is a nod to her channel name Illuminati that differs in spelling to the group by the word naughty as to be disobedient and has an additional eye on both the start and the end of the name. This avatar turned out to be quite convenient as she more and more began to shift focus to the r/anti-MLM subreddit. MLM, or multi-level marketing, is often referred to as a pyramid scheme, and where one recruits unwitting subjects to sell often overpriced and difficult to sell products. The pyramid shape comes into play as a share of the revenue goes to the recruiter, which is a point of the scheme, as recruiters of recruiters receive cuts from all below them, and to win is to sit on the top layers of the pyramid. Blair had been covering this subreddit so much that it had its own separate category on her YouTube homepage. Being that those who join MLMs are often desperate, ignorant, or foolish, their tactics mimic these traits. So the focus of Blair's videos were more so on the absurdity of tactics used to sell products. This was her path to success.
I also want to give like a quick little shout out to like the 150 people who have all followed me within like the past week. I don't know what is happening there.
Blair's success, above all else, is attributed to a rapid rate of uploads. In March, her channel had jumped to 96,000 subscribers. Here, she would upload 2 videos daily, largely consisting of subreddit coverage. In this screenshot, she abandoned the larger focus on MLMs to shift to popular Reddit themes. However, this screenshot in May shows that her MLM coverage was once again gaining prominence on her channel. And by August 2019, as per the bottom of this archive page, she had made 36 videos on MLMs and made a video dissecting what an MLM is, the trailer for her channel. But she was not the only one growing from covering Reddit. There was The Click, One Topic, and r/. While many channels exist in this genre, these 3 are unique to Blair's story in that some would become friends, but eventually would all take on an adversarial role. r/, as many Reddit channels did in 2019, grew tremendously, yet few as fast. Though he had only started uploading in January of 2019, by
and
February
fun fact,
he was
chat,
getting over 30 million.
These are the people that have spawned all of the gross Reddit, like the Reddit what's it called? Reddit AI videos. Because these people got so popular that a whole bunch of idiots decided to make their own Reddit videos. And now, because of that, YouTube may deboost videos like this. We'll have to wait and see. But I feel like Reddit's going to slowly deboost some of that. Purely because they are not Reddit, YouTube
will soon no longer be a viable content platform.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Reddit is very low tier.
It is.
my interest in listening to some of these videos, like I mentioned earlier, has really only come because I've been interested in seeing just how fake they are. More often than not, they're fake as hell. It's very funny. Excuse me. Going the right way.
This is what I need to update.
Oh.
Max players 20.
How many people do we have for tonight?
We don't have a lot of people for tonight as far as I am aware, but I'm making sure that everything is
Yay, I fell.
situated for tonight. If I had to guess,
oh, I'm going the wrong way.
4 or 5 people. Actually, no, 5 or 6 people tonight, probably.
Okay.
No confirmations from some others, so that will likely show up.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Views a month. This aroused suspicion. Blair during this time took it upon herself to point out the suspicious growth. Without much more to go on than this almost unheard of growth, the drama died down. But what remained was the start of a history. One of hypocrisy, manipulation, and revenge. Her actions and her responses would repeat on wholly different people. This begins with Azothan's video.
I feel that I must state up front that for the last 2.5 years, I was involved in a romantic relationship with the YouTuber known as Illuminati. This relationship ended recently.
I would not admit that. Holy shit, dude.
Released this video on April 19th, 2019, in where he admits to secretly recording a phone call with Blair. It was not illegal, as Colorado, in terms of calls, is a one-party consent state.
I have seen your fucking Twitter and the bullshit you've been spewing on there.
The harassment.
Whoa.
You fucking asshat.
The abuse.
Because God knows why, because you're bitter about a fucking breakup because your cash cow fucking left you. Like, fuck off!
Just can't go on anymore.
Azothan fails to paint a clear picture of his conflict with Blair. He claims Blair is threatening legal action if he were to make a video on her. But this conflicts with the intent of the text
I don't remember
message he's
this.
expressing.
This is funny.
Threatening legal action, were I to make a video about her activities in any way. And you can see that despite violating no laws, making no threats to dox her, making no claims of any illegal activity whatsoever, she was already willing to threaten prosecution.
Azothan has claimed to share the audio of the call anonymously. Why this matters is because, apparent by a second video Azothan released, the full call contained private information. The release of the entire call could be why Blair claims Azothan was threatening to dox her. Back to the first video, it turns out that Blair was in contact with someone threatening to dox Azothan.
A Discord user known as Cracker Snatcher, who had made threats of violence against me,
That's a name,
as well
holy
as
shit.
attempting
What
to
a name.
locate and disseminate my location and name.
That is beautiful.
I was saddened to be
Okay,
informed by my
I'm
friends
done here.
that she had joined a Warcraft 3 Discord server solely for the purpose of providing and exchanging personal information with this extremely dangerous and unstable individual.
Yeah, if my
This
name was
claim,
Cracker
at least by
Snatcher,
the
I'd
evidence
probably,
shown on screen, is not entirely
I'd probably
substantiated
be
with the
unstable
conversation
too.
being about boys, being gay, and rejecting men and going to war or prison.
Okay,
and
did I
dying
just
and
not
doing
come-
drugs and
I'm
truth
confused.
seeking, and of course, saving the world. From Blair's side, it is only clear she wanted to speak to this individual, but the contents of the private conversation are not shown.
I feel like
and
I'm in a
thus,
maze right
there is
now.
no proof, besides anecdotal, that she was attempting to deliver Azothan's docs. While their conflict did not lead to much due to the lack of strong evidence or the general disinterest towards Azothan's video, there are claims that made over time would ring more and more true.
An early friendship with Fresh helped mold her content, but also led her to believe that anyone else utilizing that general framework was a copycat. I listened to endless rants about Misery Box, deservedly, Bumfreeze, and even Voicey here, being nothing more than mediocre mimics of herself and Fresh. Which leads us to the original step she took into the commentary community. Her call-out video against r/, claiming that he was using U-bots. What fueled this was her anger at being so quickly outpaced by another channel.
Blair later deleted her video on r/. but the jealousy of competing channels outperforming her or
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Yeah, I think this is some very early indication that she's got a very big issue with people doing the same content as her, which is just like, you know, fair enough. If people are doing very similar content to you, yeah, I can see why some people would get a little agitated, maybe a little freaked out by it. But again, because we live in a free market society, if you're making good content, it really doesn't matter because good content will shine kind of above everybody else. And so her anger
Find myself back here again.
is, in my opinion, not justified. Ooh, now I gotta find a bear. Am I just...
Don't fuck it.
Why would I fuck a bear? Oh, there it is. Now I can fuck it. Beat this area last night. Nice.
Person so reputation-minded, one that believes reputation is molded with intent instead of forming passively, Blair knew she had weaknesses and quickly sought to remove them. Her history as Sarah J. Warren greatly conflicted with her new image of a compassionate, investigative creator who sought to expose the wrongdoings of companies.
Yeah, some of them were privated as per Blair's request a couple months ago when she was going to sue Keemstar for saying she had an STD. So I cooperated and I privated the videos, but before she left, she deleted the private videos too, so that to clear up some of the confusion on.
Tommy explains how Blair still had access to his channel and why now only short clips of her time as Sarah J. Warren exist online. This is explained through a dense story of Tommy
it just takes me back to the dude.
Employee of Blair's obese, something he took offense to even though he partook in verbalizing similar comments towards others. This is the stated intent, one that makes it appear that she disassociated through compassion and not to hide her history. And it worked for the time being.
No, she's not too big for her britches. She's fucking stupid. She's not cut out for this. That's something we can definitely say from knowing her behind the scenes.
Yeah, because she freaks out when she makes these videos.
Anything that takes any sort of like stress, any stress comes down on her, anything that takes brain cells is where she just fucking falls apart.
Blair, in her efforts to remove her history, had only added more to it. While she had succeeded in wiping those old videos, these were replaced with Tommy C's testimony that they existed alongside her underhanded actions to remove them. What's more, she was now attempting to remove coverage of this.
Shit goes down, we know about it, we talk about it, and then all of a sudden, I get a strike this morning on a video that was entitled, "Strike This Bitch."
Blair, as later revealed, had not hit this video
Akko
with
doesn't
a
know the
copyright
meme.
strike.
Oh,
Rather,
that
she
meme.
informed an artist whose work was used to create the thumbnail for said video, and they struck it. This back and forth lasted for several months, yet coverage of her interactions
Never mind,
seldom
chat.
gained purchase. Even Azathan's new claims largely went ignored.
So here's Azathan's tweet right here. When Illuminati told me that as a stripper, yes, I'm reading that correctly, she took clients into the champagne room and would threaten them with violence, lie to the bouncers about being molested,
That my gosh,
and
Blair
have
is
them beat
Blair's a
person
psychopath.
up if they didn't give her more money. Should
Man,
have
that's
been
kind of
the
funny.
last
Also
red
insane.
flag.
Blair had made enemies within the commentary community. These sour ties hardly affected her new ventures and relationships, as by January 2020, she had a new partner known as Oz Media, who was also creating similar videos covering subreddits. Blair, Oz Media, and a few other channels such as The Click, Wonderstruck, and One Topic had joined in creating Sad Milk, a collaboration channel. There are more channels.
Where do I see this like little bar that Malice talked about?
What?
Malice said there's a little bar you can see that tells you how far you are to the good ending of the game. Where can I see that?
I don't know. I haven't played Sour Blade yet.
The fuck? I thought you were.
No, I was waiting until I finished Claire Obscure.
Select the mind map copy.
You could, I don't know, ask him.
All right, hold on.
It's called Use Your Fingers.
Oh, good. Somebody gave Magma the unpaid intern role. Good.
Yeah, I did. Hi.
Excuse me. All right, we continue.
But these are the most relevant to Blair. The content consisted of the group reacting to memes and the like while in a group call. As Sad Milk grew, Blair began shifting her own videos towards the ever-popular video essay genre. Though she stuck with the main theme of coverage of MLMs, her videos were hardly limited in topic. While her Reddit videos had her at 2.5 million views a month, her video essays doubled that. In September, as seen in the Social Blade graph, her channel had lost 34 million views, likely due to the mass deletion of her Reddit videos. Though this new genre brought in far more interest, the consequences of this shift were large, but not entirely understood until several years later. Both the success and issues of such are boiled down to a rate of uploads. While nowhere near the pace of 2 videos a day she once had, Blair would still upload 3 to 5 videos weekly. While some channels opt to delve into subjects to get a unique perspective, refine the script, and fact-check all the claims multiple times, Blair chose to do none of this. Her videos were laden with mistakes and constantly removed. Comparing this Wayback Machine screenshot of June 17, 2020 to the videos found on her channel shows that 5 of these 30 videos had been removed. However, there are videos on her channel with massive mistakes that still stand. A different possibility for the removal could be copyright claims. In fact, June 2020 marks the earliest, if not the first time, she was somewhat accused of, not exactly copyright, but rather plagiarism.
Have I played ZZZ? No, I refuse to play gotcha games.
YouTuber, you're accused of stealing content from people you've never even heard of or seen before. So I get it if this message comes across that way.
That was creator Cruel World Happy Mind. On April 23, 2020, she released her video on Tyra Banks. Then on May 20, 2020, she released a follow-up. A little over a week after, Blair released her video on Tyra Banks that is suspiciously similar to Cruel World's videos. Viewers informed Cruel World of this, which is when she messaged Blair. Nothing came of this, until Blair decided to speak vaguely upon the drama in a podcast.
Oh, that's right. I remember. So Blair is being accused of plagiarism as well, which it's kind of up to people's personal interpretation, because like it's kind of I don't know, it's kind of up to personal interpretation. I'm kind of like on the fence with it, but I play Genshin. I'm not really playing Genshin, chat. I played it briefly just to say that I would get back into it. Whether or not I continue to play it is kind of up in the air though, just because it's not as interesting anymore to me. Like I played it, I touched it, and I'm just like, this is way too. Like, here's my problem with. You want to know my big problem with Genshin? It's way too slow. Am I wrong for saying that? Is that weird for me to say? It's just way too slow. Oh gosh. Temp.
What?
Am I wrong for saying that?
For what?
Oh, glad you're paying attention.
I'm sorry, I was trying to adjust my mic and it hit a button on my keyboard and now I don't know what's going on.
You're fine. I just pulled a U. No, I said I don't play Genshin because it's just too slow for me.
No, that's fair.
It's not that fun. IMO.
I would play ZZZ if it wasn't for the fact that, like,
it's a gacha
I've already
game.
played Honkai Impact. No, I'm okay with gachas. It's just I don't mind how grindy games are, but I do have a gripe with how grindy they are because you need to have a specific unit that you either have to pay for or get lucky.
Yep.
That's what bothers me. If the game could be played with every unit no matter what, it's just some encounters could be made better, cool. But a lot of games design some content around, like, you have the best experience with this unit, and if you don't have this one, good luck.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Okay, can't dodge that one. There we go.
I'm gonna try and keep it vague so I don't mention this person's channel.
Yeah.
But it's a very small YouTuber, and she DM'd me on Instagram and she goes, "I'm just really disappointed because you're someone I look up to, and you copied my video and I want credit." Right? So I didn't know who this person was. So I went to my moderators in my Discord server and I was like, "Hey," I screenshotted the message, I sent it to them, and I said, "Do you know, is this a YouTuber? Can you guys like tell me who this is or what they're even talking about?" Because I had no idea.
Yeah.
They come back to me. It's this small channel, I'll just say less than 50,000 subscribers at the time. And she sources me. She uses me as a source in her videos, for one. So I found it kind of funny.
Blair's saving grace is she did not mention Cruel World by name.
Obviously, the first thing I did before even looking at her videos is I went to look at her sourcing list, because I think that's really important, is what do you use.
Okay.
And she had 5 sources. You know, I have to use a pastebin document because I have anywhere 30 to 70 sources per video. I don't play around. But she had like 5 sources. You know, one was Wikipedia, one was BuzzFeed, one was like TMZ or something.
Oh my god. You know.
And those sources are okay for a reference on certain things. Like I use Wikipedia as a starting point.
These statements are false. Cruel World does not cite Wikipedia a single time in either of her videos. Going to a Wayback Machine screenshot of Wikipedia of May 2020 and cross-referencing the sources in the video's descriptions shows that not one of Cruel World's sources are actually found on Wikipedia. Moreover, though Blair inflates her sourcing list to averaging 30 to 70, it often hovers around 20. And looking at Blair's sources for her Tyra Banks video reveals not only her citing Wikipedia, but also citing 4 of the 6 sources found in one of Cruel World's videos. Looking at Cruel World's second video, it has 2 sources. That is, if you did not read. The first link is a link to BuzzFeed, but it was stating that it was Tyra responding to the backlash after Cruel World released the video. This is not a source. Blair is also an avid user of Wikipedia. The first available video on her channel about MLMs,
which is not a good source, by the way,
has nearly 1/3 of its sources. Even with this ease of information,
you can
she
use
still
it
gets
as a
information
source,
wrong.
but back up that source with other information to verify the legitimacy.
Yeah. Am I going to play Expedition 33? Well, I don't own it for one.
The top
also
of
that
Wiki
require
states
Occo to
that
play
while the
RPG.
products were being developed
Yes.
in 1934, the second paragraph clarifies that it was not until 1939 that it was renamed Neutralite. This holds true with Neutralite Products Incorporated as found on California's Secretary of State website. This is to say that not only is Cruel World not guilty of what Blair is accusing her of, Blair is guilty of almost all of it.
And just gives her opinion on how she feels about things. And I said, you cannot believe for 1 second, ma'am, that I am copying you. You are giving an opinion. I don't do that. In my opinion, Tyra realized what it really means to be an MLM and the legal hoops you have to jump through.
It hardly ends here.
You're looking at how I outline my videos, you're trying to replicate that, and then when I cover a topic that you've already
She pulled a
covered,
know
I
you,
guess,
that's hilarious.
Then you say that I'm copying you, but I was like, honey,
Oh.
I've been doing the same thing. Like, that's not my fault.
Blair did not cover Tyra Banks before Cruel World. Furthermore, Blair mentions the stealing of an outline. An outline is the foundation of the video. It's its skeleton that is filled in. Comparing Blair's video to Cruel World's first video shows some stark commonalities in how they're outlined. It is less about the similar information that appears, but how often it is presented in a similar sequence.
She has a ton of controversy surrounding America's Next Top Model, and I've got quite a few issues with her, really.
The company Tyra Beauty was, of course, flawlessly launched through an America's Next Top Model episode.
In 2012, Banks told anyone and everyone that she graduated from Harvard Business School posing for pictures with her supposed diploma. But as Jezebel, another news source, reported, she was in fact graduated from the Owner-President Management Program at Harvard, a non-degree granting certificate course at Harvard.
Okay, I just had to talk about this. In this video and also online, Tyra talks about her Harvard Business School graduation. But this is not the Master's in Business Administration degree that Tyra received. In fact, she only attended a course called the Owner
Oh, they're
President
showing how
Management
she copied the
Extension
video. That's
Program.
hilarious.
That's not part of the school's master's degree.
The Why I Started Tyra Beauty commercial or recruitment ad or whatever you want to call it is a classic MLM stuff.
But the most upsetting video of all of this, I have to say, is Tyra Banks's video of
Oh,
why
there it is up there.
Tyra Beauty.
Okay, so up here,
Be a
there's a little bar that shows you how
many of
close
these
you are to
videos
the
were presented following one another.
the good ending.
But videos like these can be presented
And now I'm
vastly
35%
different.
to the good ending.
It can start chronologically, starting
Cool.
from Tyra mentioning her mom, or even customer reviews to foreshadow the disappointment. This is all suspicious considering, according to Cruel World, Blair did not post her sources until confronted.
There were no sources on this person's video. The only thing it had in the description was in parentheses, sources coming soon.
On February 6, 2021, Cruel World addressed this in a video. Also choosing to keep Blair anonymous, Cruel World summarizes the happenings up to this point, giving Blair...
What bar? So there is a bar that shows up when you do side quests. If you fill it up, I've been told that's how you get a good ending. Oh, holy shit, that is a reward. Oh, you can't see it, chat. Hold on. That's the reward for all 49 of them. I kind of want that eventually. We have to get that eventually. We'll stream chat for a little bit longer and then I'm gonna be done because I want to make an egg before we stream tonight.
Blair the benefit of the doubt, writing off these similarities as a coincidence. However, when Cruel World was made aware of the comments Blair made on the podcast and 2 Instagram stories that Cruel World alleges existed, her tone changed.
This is where it gets really weird and really shocking. This person makes another Instagram story where they say something along the lines of alluding to the fact that I'm untrustworthy because my profile shows up on a website that's supposedly about buying YouTube bots.
The indirect nature of this confrontation thus far has made this confusing. The lack of sources make it difficult to follow up on Cruel World's claims. But what she does present is enough to piece together how this ended. First, Blair was alluding to doing a debunking stream. Then by February 8th, this tension was aired out. It was made clear that Cruel World was talking about Blair and vice versa. Blair, in a message to Cruel World, claims that Cruel World was responsible for ripping the veil of the previously obscured conflict. But Blair extends the olive branch by asking, quote, "Is there some common ground we could find in this?" Unquote. After a 3-hour-long phone call, the issue was resolved. Blair states she would not go forward with her livestream, and in return, Cruel World would be, quote, removing her part about me and a video she recently did. Unquote. This is the video in question, and
I don't
that
have the
section
password.
is indeed missing. It is now only found archived through videos dissecting their conflict. This story, the way it was all going on without the knowledge of viewers, only for it to be all revealed and blow up spectacularly, would repeat on a far larger scale. It would involve more people, have far worse claims, and damage virtually all those involved.
Now I
this
have
upcoming
to-
conflict, where Blair is at the center, would not
That
end with
count?
reconciliation.
It might have.
This begins with Sad Milk. The channel had progressively taken more effort than it was worth. From a business
You're
standpoint,
back.
the growth was abysmal in comparison to the individual growth of the channels involved. From a retrospective angle, the channel was the beginning of a long road of suffering for many involved,
You know, let's
even
do that.
past its dissolution. By mid-2020, tensions were rising with its collaborators. There was conflict with deciding editing costs, scheduling times to record made more difficult with different creators living in far different time zones, and then there was Blair who had control in the absence of leadership. The first outward signs of its collapse came in October 2020. Sometime between October 2nd and October 16th, collaborators One Topic and The Click were removed from the list of channel members found on the home page. Behind the scenes, a meeting was called to address some of the rising issues. Blair claims to have not wanted to attend due to her frustration with the responsibilities. After joining the meeting regardless of this wish, she eventually shouted on one topic.
Here's the thing that sucks. When you have collaborative channels with friends, and one of your friends is a psychopath, like Blair is, it tends to lead to issues. Please don't tell me that it's just going to put me at the very beginning of the wasteland. Maybe I do need to power the thing back up again. It might be the first one that we do.
Cannot wait for tomorrow.
Let's see, how far away is this mission?
I'll be moving my all my parts from my current computer case to the new one.
Do you have your new computer case already?
It'll be here tomorrow.
Nice.
And it's also one of the highest rated airflow cases on the market. So.
Oh gosh, so you spent a pretty penny on it.
No, it was like 105.
Hmm. Have you looked at any cases for that project we want to do?
Yes, I'm going to be doing more research. But yeah, I gotta fix the fan curves in my computer. I have the new power supply for my computer, but that's going in tomorrow when I do the new case. There's no point in putting it in today when I have to disconnect it all tomorrow anyway.
Why are you getting a new power supply?
Better stability. It's a 1,000-watt power supply.
You think I need a new one?
No. Nope.
Because I have 1,000 watts.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Mine, I'm pretty sure, is an 850, which it's probably what is fine with what I need, but it's not fully modular at all, and it's probably a bit of a weaker model because of that. So
yeah, non-modular is
1,000 watts.
Yeah,
and it's fully modular.
Okay.
But that means now that the power supply and the case are being replaced tomorrow, will mean that the only thing left from the original pre-built will be 3 fans, the RAM, the CPU, and the motherboard. I don't intend to change the motherboard or the CPU until one of them, shits the bed.
Isn't this computer like literally a year old?
October 2023.
Close enough.
It'll be 2 years in October this year.
Fuck, I just went in a circle. Alright. We're gonna do that other side quest.
Oh, my cube popped. I didn't even notice it. Oops.
What an absolute nutter.
Come back to the...
Sorry, I'm doing 14. That's the reason I'm thinking of the computer, because the tempered glass is getting like really hot to touch. But that's probably because of the lack of airflow and maybe fan curves.
You do also have a tiny room.
Yeah, I do. That shouldn't matter as much though, but with the bigger airflow of the new case, I shouldn't have to worry about that as much.
Are you ready
yeah.
to leave? Let me know when you're ready.
I mean, you saw my case. You saw like the little slit in the front of it.
Yeah, I hated it.
Like, that's the amount of airflow. Like the new
that can't
case,
be all of the airflow.
No, but that's like you have the top, like the top where the AAO is.
Yeah.
You have like a little spot in the back where that fan is. You have a little bit on the bottom, like just a filter on the bottom, and then that slit right there in the front, and that's it.
Really?
For airflow. Yeah. So the new case, like I can actually show you if you're interested.
You can send me an image, but I won't pull it up right now.
That's fine. Where is it?
Chad, I really don't want to stop playing Stellar Blade. I'm going to be real with you.
Here, I'm putting it in your DMs. Like, holy airflow.
I assume that is where I'm headed right there. Oh, come on, Eve. That wasn't so bad.
And what, dinner is gonna be done in 13 minutes. I actually might not be able to do any PvP in 14 till like after stream tonight. Alright.
Yeah, I should have done this first. Because like rebooting this the tower is a good idea. Hopefully it's not like a big deep dungeon though.
Solar tower. It looks like this is it. I see a drone over there. Maybe it can tell us what the problem is.
Why is Alex Jones trending? What did he do?
Hello.
Oh.
I'm Service 001.
You make it sound like he did something horrible.
Requesting administrator assistance. An error
It's about Epstein. Which I'm not surprised he comments on.
What did he say?
It's calling out the current administration for refusing to actually release it.
Sounds about right.
Cannot be resolved with the current service drone functionality. Stopping power supply to nearby facilities. Update, supply camp status, inactive. Administrator confirmation required.
Hang on, I can't figure out what you're trying to say. Are you saying that the solar tower cover is damaged?
I am sorry. Service drone. Language capabilities limited.
Oh, rip.
Cover device requires confirmation from administrator.
We're gonna do this side quest and then be done.
Resolve error as soon as possible.
And chat, don't forget, there's a repo in an hour.
We'll see if we get enough people.
Oh, we will have enough people.
Did Mizu
In fact, I can guarantee.
Did Mizu confirm for tonight?
Neither Mizu or Lumi have confirmed, but we have Ryan, Magma, you and me, likely Amal.
Oh, did she say yes?
She's the one who suggested it.
For tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So she will likely be showing up tonight. And then Luna. So that's already like 5 or 6 people. So we'll have enough.
Oh, well, fuck me.
And I have a feeling Mizu is probably going to jump in tonight.
I just died.
Good job.
Please don't respawn me at a camp far away. Thank God. I would hope Lumi comes. I know she's not going to be available every single week, so... Yeah, that should not have been as hard as it was. Wait, why are we going down? No, go back up. Please. That would have been such a troll if they just did that to fuck with you. Okay, I see what I did wrong here. Okay.
System error.
Oh gosh, it's gonna make me...
There must be some kind of issue with the facility. Wait a minute. That's...
That was very smart of me.
Thank you, Administrator. Thank you. System maintenance may now resume.
At least the drone is intact.
Rip Bozo, I agree.
System is now all clear. Reboot successful.
So you're telling me it took one tiny little drone being fucked up to take this whole tower down? That's messed up, bro.
Did that solve the problem? I'll have to check it out.
Yay! Whoa, gosh. No, it killed me again. Oh. At least I'm at the bottom. That was funny.
Completed. Power returned to facility. Status operational. Many thanks to the administrator. You are the best administrator. Administrator.
Yay, admin of the month.
I don't even know what the administrator of the month means.
Administrator of the month is administrator of the month.
Thank you, Wolfsbane, for the $1. I appreciate it.
Solar tower status normal. All functions available for use. Resuming maintenance tasks.
Great. Now we should be able to use the camp again.
Those things, well, the drones. Do you know how long they've been protecting this?
Anisa's gonna double down and blame everyone? Oh, probably.
But I'm sure they'll continue to protect it up until the energy runs out.
Probably. We'll have to wait and see. Yay, that's done. That did not count as a side quest, though. Cool. Well, now I need to find a chair to save at. And then I am gonna go make me some more eggs for this beef.
I'm making lasagna.
Gross. Oops. You know, I don't know why I tried to jump over when I could just have very easily walked over like this. That was a lot of dodging. There we go. That was kind of satisfying. Imagine no hit runs of this game. That must be terrifying.
Oh, they exist.
I believe they exist, and that scares me. Korean Sekiro, of course, no hits exist. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like this is easier than Sekiro, though.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have any other super chats that I have not read yet? Festiva, thank you for the 2. Check stream suggestions. You're welcome. Thank you. And Will Spain, story mode. What are you, a games journalist? No, I just wanted to be able to play the game and also talk to people at the same time. Anyway, that's it for now. I'm gonna go make some eggs, and then we'll play Repo a little bit later. Thanks, chat.
Repo. You should clarify that Repo is probably going to be on Kick only.
Yes, it is gonna be on Kick only. So follow me on Kick. If you want to watch me play that, you gotta go to Kick. So go do that. Anyway, let's see here.